Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NECC. It's our first Overwatch match of the day. Northwood University versus Ottawa University, Kansas, not Canada, for those of you who might be confused. The Timberwolves versus the Braves here. I'm Tristan Parker, a.k.a. Corbeck, and alongside me is Berkeley Stevens, a.k.a. Alt Charge, and we are looking forward to bringing this match to you. And Berkeley, what do you think we're looking at here today between these two teams?
Oh, we're starting things off hot tonight, Corbeck. It's going to be really interesting action in the Legends division, the top division in the entire conference. These two teams come in at ranked 3 and 4. Ottawa, the 4th rank. Northwood, one of the few remaining undefeated teams in the Legends division, but they have beaten two 0-2 teams. So it could be a very evenly matched game here as we start on Lijiang. Corbeck, what are you looking to see in today's competition?
I mean, I think you're hitting the nail on the head, right? Some very talented players on both of these squads, some names that I think some of you might recognize. I'm assuming some of these players are the ones that I imagine they are. Dynasty, of course, a DPS player who you may have heard of, slipping in here. Obviously, Lijiang Tower control map, always a little bit of an oddball, but I think this has the potential here, Berkeley, to be some very high-flying Overwatch for us to start off the day.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I'm watching these tanks just locking in on the mobile picks here. I think that's pretty essential for this map, too. That bridge phase can be pretty tough for those more compact comps to get through. But high flying is definitely right. We got the Tracer on the one side. Ottawa with a little bit of a different look. The Sim TP to get to point faster, and Lump on the Somber to just disrupt what Northwood is trying to accomplish.
Yeah, you can see kind of the sort of quasi-divey comps coming in here. Cowman, maybe the little bit of the odd man out playing the Wrecking Ball there, but the Teleporter already on the quick initiation to just get them into this initial fight. The dive coming in, trying to secure that initial kill, and they will find Cowman looking, and, well, I think that might just slow down this first offense.
Yeah, that was immediate, and that was succinct from Ottawa, but they've lost their Sombra. Lump gets caught out by the support of all people. Landon, the captain for this Northwood team, finding that crucial pick, and now the dive comes back in. The speed boost engages with the tanks, but Cowman on this Wrecking Ball, he's had trouble finding his footing so far, Corbeck.
Yeah, really looking for him to try and establish something here. That's a good pile driver in there to do a little bit of initial damage and set up the engage, but they're going to have a hard time here pushing to Tyrell on the Reaper, who's really making it difficult for these dive tanks to maintain themselves. That said, Lep's going to go ahead and pop the Primal Fury here, just juggle around a couple of players, and looks like that's a clean secure there at the end of the team fight.
That's a huge ultimate from Lep, too. That Primal was farmed up so quickly. He was really frontlining on this Winston pick the entire fight. Squeak sitting at only 80%, and you could see, even though Tyrell is on this Reaper, it wasn't enough. Lep's Primal was just too powerful in that moment.
Well, stacking up here on the doorway, and they've got to maybe assess how they want to engage. Tyrell probably being the difficult character here. But, oh, look at this. Northwood's going to come up and meet them. The Coalescence coming out. The Amplification Matrix in as well. Good little bit of play on the outside edge from the Sombra there. Nos the only one who manages to pick up a kill on the Northwood side. Down come the mines, but I feel like they've invested that a little bit late here. Berkeley, I don't think that's going to help him very much. And poor Cowman, he's being escorted to the door.
They would love to have that back for the next engage, too. Good Coalescence to engage that fight there from Simplistic, and the off angle that Lump took along that right side, TPing across the bridge, really got that angle they needed to get a hack onto a tank, and eventually they did take down Landon first, but you could see just too much of an ambush from Ottawa as now they look to defend the first time. Beach does pop that beat drop early, and Tyrell goes in, able to pick Dynasty, but not before Squeak fell. Left though booped by Bleach, and that is going to be fatal. Lump almost falling off the map there, but collects themselves. Cowman comes in on the Diva pick. Maybe that's why we saw that Wrecking Ball ultimate used. And it looks like Northwood is not done in this fight. Landon and Cowman have both found picks, and they flipped the point back.
That was a big attempt right there by Lump to try and fight that way back in. Mitria was doing a great job of just kind of zoning out, using the Lucio boop. The hack coming in there at the end, I think, nearly doomed him. But they've got the sound barrier now going into this fight, and that is going to be a bit of a crucial play here between Lump with the EMP and the sound barrier, because the EMP Death Blossom combo here from Lump and Tyrell, that's what Ottawa University are going to be looking for, and everything on the shoulders of the Lucio on Northwood's side to shut that down. And here comes the EMP. And there's the follow-up there.
The Wraith from the Reaper keeps him alive, not through that stun, though. And it looks like Landon and Dynasty were ready for that Reaper ultimate. Lump coming in with the EMP, the Reaper ultimate as well, but all the picks still on the side of Northwood. Corbeck, what went wrong there?
I mean, this was what I was talking about, though, right? It's all about trying to find that Lucio before you get started. And it was a valiant play. I think they thought maybe the Lucio was playing off, but unfortunately he was too close. Lep now popping the Primal Fury here, by the way, in the back line, just creating some disruption. That timer taking up to about 91%, not going to give them a lot of room to play around here. Lep will manage to get out. Lost a goodly amount of health in that engagement, but will not go down. Now a little bit of a duel on the point as Squeak decides to invest his Primal Fury into the fight as well.
This is still looking dangerous, though. Squeak has to get to the sides, but does manage to get that boop on a Dynasty, who tried to pop the high noon to end that main tank play. It still looks like overtime hasn't stopped ticking down, though, in Ottawa University. They found a few picks here, Corbeck. They're not out of this game yet.
No, they're certainly still fighting it out. The D.Va doing a great job here of holding in on the stall. Tyrell here as well. The plant coming in right there. And they will actually manage to flip the point at 25%. But, I mean, you're in the golden zone now, right? You can't make any mistakes. Any loss is going to be an instant loss on this stage. So you have to be absolutely perfect in your execution. And just based on what we've seen so far on this map, I don't know that Ottawa can necessarily maintain a perfect record here. And, well, that's not a good way to start it off.
That is exactly what Ottawa was hoping would not happen, in 4 quick picks just capitalized on by Northwood. They take advantage of Ottawa down. Their D.Va player, and now overtime starts to dwindle. I don't believe there's going to be a significant touch here. Squeak has managed to find a kill, but he is quickly dealt with in the end. Still, it looks like that might have given Ottawa just enough time to get some more members back, but they're falling one by one. Corbeck, I think it is too little too late here in round 1.
Yeah, I would agree with you right there. A little bit of a contest here coming in at the tail end by Lump, but honestly, this is just, you know, the death throes of this beast. And sure enough, yeah, Ottawa University shut down. The first stage going to Northwood, and well-deserved, I think, in a lot of respects. Northwood just looking so aggressive here, Berkeley, really just coming on the entire time, not, I think, really ever giving Ottawa University much of a chance to back up and regroup and try and re-engage. One fight in particular sort of sticks out in my mind where we saw Ottawa University basically trying to regroup for the attack. They were stacked up on either side of the door near their spawn, and then suddenly, you know, as soon as they put their plan into motion, Northwood was just there to play spoiler, not giving them any room to breathe. And I wonder if that kind of aggressiveness is going to carry over to the rest of these maps tonight.
I think it's going to, and I think it's a lot in part because Northwood has Landon operating as basically another DPS. He might have been in the kill feed more than any other Northwood player. He is their captain. We can already feel his presence in this one. Ottawa has been battered down by the Baptiste on the side of Northwood. Now we've got 2 Brawl Cup comps lining up here for control center, and I like this switch. Dive has a lot less room to operate. Left, though, unfortunately, might have made, actually, no, I'm so wrong here. Left makes so much space with that pin. He totally shouldn't have. He was just in past the post. Ottawa had the lane to focus him down, but somehow Left makes a madman play, and he's rewarded so much.
Yeah, it's going to sound odd, but a huge part of success in that particular team fight was just sustainability on the side of Ottawa University. They just didn't have it. You need to give Tyrell enough time to really get cooking on the Symmetra, because theoretically, right, in those close engagements, the Symmetra should outdamage the McCree, but they're wasting no time trying to re-engage. The Shatter thrown in almost immediately there, right there, won't find any targets. They've given themselves a little bit of room, but Dynasty on the Cowboy, honestly, just too much to handle in that initial engagement for Ottawa.
And Dynasty's looked so good in this one, already on his 4th hero of the game, and we're only in round 2 of control here, but when your team has that deep of a roster on the DPS role, he's already flexed over to 4 heroes, and they've pretty much performed well on every single one. He's been on Doomfist, he's been on Kree, he's been on who else? Tracer? Was it Ash to start the game? I'm not quite sure, but he is all over the map with his picks, and it seems like that is really paying dividends for Northwood here, as the Amplification Matrix is used just to keep Lep alive with the healing through it. N2S and Lep will follow, as the Ant Matrix was popped by Simplistic as well. You've got 3 picks in this one, but they've given up their Lucio. Still, Landon, not giving up in this fight, has found 2 picks. How many times are we going to say his name? This man pops off on the Baptiste. Whenever he's alive, the fight is not over. Now trying to be tracked down by this Reinhardt, but Squeak looks like he might have overstepped his bounds. Oh my God, Landon with the confidence play keeps the point for Northwood. What an incredible clinic this Baptiste is putting on.
That was a really good defense there by Landon, who has kind of, I think, been the engine that's driving a lot of this team's success. We talked about sustainability a few seconds ago, and I think undeniably he's generating it. Just really solid plays there, and I think Squeak just, you know, saw blood right there. Thought he could pick off that support player, just kept investing deeper and deeper into that, and unfortunately it kind of betrayed him right there.
Absolutely right, and N2S does cancel that rip tire now, but we do have Tyrell's wall coming through as well with Beach's beat drop, and that is so much to stand on the side of Ottawa, but have they kept it for long enough? Dynasty pop on the high noon, but quickly cancels and gets that kill onto Lump. Neither team, though, giving way as it's a 5 versus 5 here on the point, and N2S sways the momentum with that pick onto the sim, and then quickly starts to fall. Ottawa looks battered and beaten on round one, and Lijiang is going to go the way of Northwood.
Ottawa put up a very solid fight, I'd say, right there, but unfortunately just never really able to get it going, especially in those tight, close, sort of brawly confines. A couple of just small errors, a little bit of overconfidence, I think, at times there, and Squeak with the big play to end it all. And I mean, he did a great job with this Primal, but I mean, this was desperation straits for the team, right? He was doing his best to buy them just a little bit of time. And by the way, we're speaking about Landon. Look at how well he's staying alive right there,
Good.
eating up so much time and effort. I mean, that's like a huge part of the success was just the sheer drain on resources that Landon was presenting on that Baptiste. And I'm just curious to see if that hyper aggro play style that we saw coming out of the side of Northwood is going to carry over to these next couple of maps. Because I think if it is, Ottawa University is going to have to find a way to keep themselves on the back foot. PDQ right here, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And if Landon is able to keep it up, I mean, it's so hard to just play the game that Ottawa is playing. They try to be like so hyper aggressive on the dive and even on the brawl. You can tell that Landon is the target they should go for. The Baptiste, I mean, if he falls, the team crumbles, but he's just so hard to take care of. The peel from his teammates is there. And like we saw with that play on the Reinhardt, where, like you were saying, Squeak's eyes just go red in that scenario. And how could they not? But how does Landon just like get out and live right there? That is going to be so crucial going forward.
Yeah, a little bit of help from a tire there at the tail end, I think, might have contributed some to that
Little bit.
survival. But we'll be back with more Overwatch action here. The NECC Ottawa down, but definitely not out. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the NECC. It's our first Overwatch match of the day in Lijiang Tower. Well, it wasn't necessarily a three-stager, but it was a bit of a zinger. I'm Corbeck, alongside me is Alt Charge, and I mean, what do you make of that last map there, my man?
That last one was pretty tough there. It looked like Ottawa was feeling the wrath of Northwood at the end. The first map, we did see a pretty good contest there from Ottawa, but I mean, in that second one, it just seemed like they didn't know what target they should chase. We were talking a lot about how they were going after Landon, and he looks like a piece that cannot be removed in this game so far. Corbeck, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I agree with you. I think his sustainability has been quite high. I mean, in general, I think the sustainability of the or the Northwood side has been very impressive and has been the telling difference in a lot of the team fights that we've been seeing. I mean, you saw the Symmetra-based comp coming out from Ottawa, a very brawly composition. It needs to stay in. It needs to give the Sim time to ramp up the damage on her beam and secure those kills, and it just wasn't materializing. But we're going over to Blizzard World now. It's a horse of a different color. So I imagine that we'll be seeing, a little bit of a change in the team composition. I don't know, Burgley, that we'll be seeing Symmetra remaking an appearance here on Blizzard World.
Listen, Corbeck, if there's one thing I've learned about high ranked at NECC, it's that I am not on the level of these coaches, and they have surprised me time and time again. I'm sure there's some rotation they've practiced in scrims where they TP up to that boat with the balloons you see right now, but it looks like N2S on that Genji, I mean, that would make it really interesting. Tyrell, though, on the Torb could be a thorn in his side all game. Northwood, though, we'll give them some more time to select their comp. Just take a look at Ottawa for the time being as they're setting up this brawl comp where Lump has the stun for anything that gets sent their way. And it looks like Tyrell on this Torb just gives them that extra gun they were looking for because Northwood is bringing one and his name is Landon. So get the turret out there, get the seventh man involved. That's how you might actually beat this Northwood team.
I think it's a composition, too, that's a little bit calculated based on what we saw from Northwood last map, which was some very aggressive usage of dive tanks, in particular on that first stage of Lijiang Tower. We saw just really aggro plays coming out from the Winston. But here, this is what your Torbjorn is good for. This is what your McCree is good for, is sort of slowing that down. And again, not really wasting any pace here. Season already trying to get up to a position where they can kind of drop in on the outside edge, exactly what we would expect from a ball player. Just going to loop around the backside and wait for the engage, and he is uncontested here.
Yeah, that is juicy, and that looked free, but the stun comes in, and Seasons barely makes it out in time. Cycles over that health pack, and now he's finally got his resources back. Tyrell and Lump both go down, and with the DPS missing, this defense is bound to crumble here. The dive, so hard to just hone in on a target when your DPS are down. Focus fire nowhere to be found here for Ottawa, and they're going to be sent packing. Good first push from Northwood as they remain strong in this one.
I really think that highlights, the threat and utility of a competent ball player. I think that the drop in on the execute happened just a little bit too early right there in terms of coordinating it with the rest of the team. But Seasons just has so much sustain, so much health in this ball for him. I mean, look at these kind of plays. It's just ridiculous. He doesn't even respect the stun. He's just being an absolute nuisance. Simplistic dying in the midst of all of that chaos as well. Just really going to put a bad taste in Ottawa's mouth. And there's just not a whole lot they can do. Not Sir trying to come forward here and contest the payload, but they just feel a little back-footed and they can't quite seem to reestablish themselves.
Now, in Corbeck, what I'm noticing here about Ottawa is they're committing so much onto Seasons on the Wrecking Ball. If you really want the Wrecking Ball to be a focus, I think they should put on a Zenyatta just so they can get rid of that health pool a little bit faster, because what Northwood is doing so well with this comp is the DPS come in when the Wrecking Ball becomes the focus, and that's when they actually find these two picks that they're getting to start every fight. And now the Blade comes in, N2S starting to cut him up, gets through Lump, and it looks like Seasons able to use that Wrecking Ball minefield to take out the other DPS, and still Ottawa having a difficult time getting out of the second point spawn.
Again, a really pristine usage there of Seasons on the ball as the Dragons come sailing in, and this is the aggression we were talking about from Northwood. By the way, they're just not letting up here at all. The pressure being applied constantly. The point is meters and meters behind them. They're not even anywhere close to it right now, but they're just not giving Ottawa any room to breathe or reset or really try and get their team together. And now they've tried to trap them in a room here. Lump switching back over the Sombra. It feels like a bit of a desperation move. And finally, as the second point is capped with 5 minutes and 30 seconds in the time bank. Finally, Ottawa trying to open up just a little bit.
Yeah, Corbeck, that was the Streets phase filled with all green lights right there. 5.5 minutes going into third, and they're not really making compositional changes either. This Blizzard World map is one in the game where it can vary so much from point 1 to point 3, what you need to do to change up your strategy to make sure you're finding success. But Northwood here has everything working with minimal changes. Diva Bomb now flying in, but N2S with another blade built up. We're starting to be cutting them up, but instead comes up empty. Squeak taking him out still, though. Northwood on the back of this effort, winning the fight yet again.
Tyrell dropping right there at the end, and Northwood just an unstoppable juggernaut. I mean, realistically, how many times, Rickley, have you ever seen somebody get through Streets phase with 5 minutes and 30 seconds here on Blizzard World? That's a hell of a time blank. Yeah, I actually think that I've seen it before. Maybe once or twice I've seen things get that close, but and Squeak doing a good job there of collecting 2 kills and maybe just trying to slow things down. The amplification matrix not doing any good, but they're investing the sound barrier. They're just going in on it. Not sure. Getting caught out. What can they possibly do?
They're just so relentless in the attack. Right when they feel, Ottawa in this case, feel that they should be backing Northwood up, the beat drop comes in, the tanks are fully supported, and you can't do anything about a front line that just gets a beat drop when you don't have a DPS ultimate of your own. This Ottawa team is scrambling to get out of spawn here with just 4 meters to go. Seasons comes in with a pile drive, taking down Beach. Squeak falls as well. There goes Lump, and then Simplistic gives the final effort with the Coalescence, but Corbeck, this Northwood team, they look like world beaters right now on Blizzard World.
They really do. I mean, it's just, it speaks to a supreme level of confidence is what it speaks to when you go down 2 and you're like, just commit the sound barrier. Let's go in. We win these. And then they do. They straight up win them. I mean, that's just crazy. I don't think there are a lot of teams in Overwatch at any level who would make the calculation to commit, much less commit ults to a 4v6, what was essentially a 4v6 outside of the enemy team spawn. I mean, they don't even have spawn advantage in the calculation. So Northwood just looking supremely confident here throughout this Blizzard World map. My goodness.
Yeah, there's a little esports term that I've always liked, and that's just called ego challenging. And that is like, if you don't have any signs that this team can make you slow down, just go all out. Yep. And we're seeing that with Northwood. We've talked about how lethal their backline is, but clearly they have such a good feel for the resources their team has. They know when they can commit beat drops like that and make it work for them. And that is so difficult to get both sides of the game like that from support, really filling in the DPS roles and also not showing any cracks in the armor is this backline.
You gotta give them whoever made the call, whoever their IGL is, calling the shots, whatever, you gotta give them credit there for just having the guts to stick with that pick. But now we see this attack coming out from Ottawa. They're gonna bring out the Symmetra. They're gonna bring out Lump on the May. Again, very brawly, and I think they're gonna run into some very unfortunate circumstances here because Nos is starting off on the Pharah, and you do not have a Pharah counter here. There is nothing for it. Maybe Diva, but in this day and age, just not going to do much. That said, I mean, Nos doesn't have a lot in the way of healing, so if they can get into a situation where they're doing chip damage, maybe they can make something work. All this aggression coming out from Tyrell right now, all this aggression coming out from the Ottawa team, they just have to hold the brawl and actually win it. I think they're going to have a hard time doing it.
Got to be pretty difficult too. Landon already getting the first pick of the fight, always there in the kill feed on the Baptiste. What I think is going to give Ottawa a lot of trouble is Seasons poking around on these off angles, these flanks. Yeah. Obviously the Pharah Nos is making Ottawa look every direction, but Seasons is just that threat, that final boss that you have to get your rotations around and make sure no one gets hooked and picked.
I'd be calling the comp swamp. Like, I'd be saying swap it almost immediately, and I wonder if that's not what they're going to do. Yeah, they'll go right back into the spawn, and they'll do the swap. I don't know if that's necessarily the composition that I would have swapped to, but it maybe gives you a little bit more ability and mobility, the ability to avoid Nos on the Pharah to kind of put a little bit of pressure on Dynasty. It's a rough situation. They really need something to do with this Pharah better, and losing Squeak early on, and then that as well, my lord. That's just brutal from Seasons right there, playing up tight on the gateway. Not Sir now trapped here in the back line, just needs to die and probably going to get staggered out if we're being honest. Oh no, they'll just kill him. Woof.
Yep, just taking care of the baby.
Merciless.
Taking no prisoners in this one so far. What I would like to see them do against Seasons in particular is obviously you could see he was the hack focus of that last fight, but I really do feel like, yeah, Simplistic is over to the Mercy now. Give a DPS a pocket. That'll help with the Forest, certainly. I also think, though, an Ana for a Roadhog has always been my best answer going into competitive games. Here now, Seasons just gets hooked in, and it's got to be the Roadhog countering Roadhog. Corbeck, what is that window? What is this window up in the high rise?
You got to take a moment to talk about that because that's creative. I've not seen that before. that's a really beautiful placement of the window, basically entirely for the Pharah player. And when you think about it, amplifying the damage of those rockets on that straightaway coming in is kind of obscene. And it really makes it so much more of a threat. And I mean, look at this ult bank here, Berkeley. What are they going to be able to do going into this, even if they get an early pick right here? The tac visor just being used. Why not? Dynasty feeling it. And he'll get 2 kills. He'll destroy a Mercy and an Echo,
nice,
and he'll get 1 more.
That's a crazy effort, but that's exactly what we've seen so far from Northwood. This is how they played round 1 all the way. Once they have these ultimates built up, they're not even going to let you get to the choke. They're just going to use them right away and keep you where you are. You're going to have to use ultimates just to get to the point, let alone take it. Cormac, it seems like this attack, even though they've got a minute left, the resources Northwood has for the rest of this game are going to be so great to overcome.
That's the thing, right? Like, and I love this little bit of aerial duel we got here. Good kill by Lump. Manages to take down the Pharah. Finally, the first death that the Pharah has had. Now trying to pressure over the top. Needs support to get here quick, and it will. Ymetra coming up now. Not really got the ult usage here. Already used it. A bit of a dangerous scenario. You see the minefield going out. Dynasty will pick up 1. The Pharah coming back in with the barrage. This was not the success that Ottawa needed at this particular stage, and we're about to be demonstrated right here. Yeah, dropping back into the fight, actually going to use the barrage, just sort of threw it away right there, but it was good enough, I guess.
Yeah, I think he finally had an opportunity to deal with the wrecking ball. That would have been the game just said and done right there if Squeak goes down, but still Squeak has to go so far away. I think the barrage found the success that Nas was looking for, even though it was just a vendetta against Squeak for some reason. But we're going to see one final push with 6 seconds left. Beach cannot make it to the point in time. Lump able to get a copy onto the wrecking ball. That could give him some good sustain in here, but it still looks like Northwood 1 by 1. They're finding the picks, but Dynasty's visor gets brought down by Squeak. That could be a big play here for Ottawa as the res comes off. They're not out of this one yet, Corvette.
No, they're not out of it, but, well, they might be now. You see Tyrell getting annihilated, and Squeaks down, and Beach, I mean, this is the best that he can do. Pops the barrier, just lets the sweet embrace of death envelop him, because you have no other options in that chance. A good try there at the jump at the end, but it's never going to touch, and Northwood just looking dominant. Even, I would arguably, more dominant than they looked on Lijiang Tower. Just unstoppable.
Yeah, that sums that one up right there as unstoppable. Dynasty with the play of the game on the Cowboy. See how he was flashing the Peacekeeper around on this crazy flank. No ultimate in the bank, but hits that first headshot, brings down the mortar as well. And that's pretty much how Northwood operated. I mean, it wasn't a flashy play that gets a 4K from one player. You see it all in the kill feed. It's just these team efforts that come in, and they're so fast, Cormac. That's the thing. They're so fast.
Yeah, they're very fast. They're very aggressive, and at times you might actually be looking at this and be like, "Oh, this is just overconfident," and they're gonna bite off more than they can chew. It's calculated. It's all there's brains behind all of this. Because I'll take that example of Dynasty popping tac visor there and collecting those kills. It's Soldier 76. He'll just run back. Of all the characters in the lineup, he's one of the best to die early on in that situation. He's very much a character that you can sacrifice, and to trade a character that will come back from spawn that fast for 3 kills, yeah, you'll do that any day of the week. It's not just, oh, I'm a pop tap visor right now. There is legitimately a plan here. There's strategy. It's those little micro decisions, even if players aren't even consciously aware that they're making them, but it's those little micro decisions that are just so impressive to me at this level of play. And Northwood, like I said, just a juggernaut, really looks so solid on that Blizzard World map.
It's going to be very tough to topple them. We're going to be going into map 3 in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere as Northwood looks to continue this hot streak they're on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NECC. Flub that one a little bit. That's okay. It happens to the best of us today. Anyway, you're watching Northwood University versus Ottawa University, and it's been all Northwood all the time. The Timberwolves just running rampant here. I am Tristan Parker, aka Corback. Alongside me is Berkeley Stevens, aka Alt Charge, and we are going to bring you the final map of this series. And where are we going, Berkeley?
Well, we're going to Havana, Corbeck, so we might see a little bit of a poke comp come out from Northwood. I've actually seen them run it before. We'll see if that's the strategy for this map. Gonna be interesting what the response is here from Ottawa, because Northwood, we said it, sums it up in this one, unstoppable so far. Have not dropped a point, haven't dropped a map all season. If Ottawa finds a weakness, they're going to be the first ones in the NECC to do so.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit one-sided, especially coming off of that last Blizzard World, but you never know. The capacity for supplies remains, and for those of you who are curious or not familiar with the NECC format, we do play all three maps here. It will matter in terms of overall map score for the season, so still something to play for here for Ottawa, besides just, I guess, pride at this particular circumstance. Ottawa here showing us some interesting choices, and I'm curious to see if that one sticks. I don't know that we're going to be seeing Squeak on Widowmaker, but perhaps now is the time, I guess, if you're ever going to run that. That's ambitious to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, that would be one heck of a pick here. And this is on defense, too. No, okay, there's the switch.
There it is. I was going to say, the old curveball would have been something to see, but I think this is maybe a wiser set of choices.
I think you're absolutely right here. NOS is going to be sticking on the bar. That worked so well in Blizzard World, but at some point here on this map, you enter the distillery where we are right now. The roof is low to your head. NOS might have to actually switch off of this hero eventually. We are going to see the attackers rolling out with Seasons on Hanzo Dynasty. Yet to pick a hero. Don't know what's going on there, but Northwood, I'm sure they're going to have something figured out. NOS does drop to Tyrell's headshot early, so this Widowmaker already starting to flash some skill as the res comes in.
That had to feel good if you're sitting on the side of NOS. You've been looking forward to that one for a while. Dynasty coming out here on the Reinhardt. Cowman getting a pick there as well, but Squeak's had to come back to the rest of his team here. He's kind of left the cart adrift for a second, and they've kind of capitalized on the absence of the main tank, and now Squeak finds himself in a situation he can't very well win. Nodster coming back in on the Reinhardt, so a very interesting tank duo being shown by those two, but again, Northwood still looking the stronger side here.
Absolutely. Squeak and Knots are on this double shield kind of brawl comp, but it looks like Northwood just has so much firepower. It's always focused on the squishies. We never see the tanks fall first unless one of them on Ottawa makes a very critical error, but it's always these early picks onto the squishies that we've seen there. Nos overextends and gets scorched by a fire strike, but now Notzer has to pin across the point, gets the mega. Still though, looks like he could get battered and bruised here, but instead Dynasty, the hit scan all game now on the Reinhardt, does fall in that duel.
Ah, it's a bit of a filthy maneuver right there. Get up behind him like that and pop the damage amplification matrix. Squeak doing a good job of disrupting it as best they can. Might actually bring Landon down. Does so. Now just the Mercy up there, but a little bit of a rescue coming in the form of Nos, and then the Res coming in almost immediately to get Landon back into the fight. And this is the Northwood style. This is very much in keeping with how the other map looked. Just a constant application of full front pressure. And there's not a whole lot that Ottawa University can do. I don't even think they really have time to think here.
No, it's so difficult to go up against a team that is just playing on a pace that you're not quite on. I mean, it could just be an off day too, but we've just seen Northwood just control every bit of tempo all match long. 4.5 minutes coming in now. Nos popping the barrage. Dynasty shattering. I'm pretty sure no one might have gotten simplistic there, but Yana too far away to get the Elim. And this Ottawa team, again, finding themselves struggling just to get out of spawn, and we've seen this, I think, 3 or 4 times now in this one, in the ultimate start to come out, the Nano Blade, in fact, and it's able to find the Far of the Mercy as well. That is two, closing in on the Reinhardt and finds Dynasty, taking them all down. The blade is sharp. The culinary artist Lump finally starts to chop off the opposition. But Ottawa, they've got a long way to go if they want to hold this second point.
That's the first time that they've slowed him down, and Landon's going to drop the Amp Matrix in the back line. He's hunting for Not Sir, and he's got backup here as well because Seasons is in on the Hanzo, and they will start picking up picks one after another. Landon's still alive in the corner, keeping his teammate in the fight. Seasons will go down eventually, but is it going to be enough? And again, it is Landon who has just held held on here, even when it looked like an ultimate victory there for Ottawa. Landon somehow turns that around, and now we're in a situation where a desperate Nonster is coming in with the shatter.
Yeah, Nanoblade finds 3. Landon somehow able to scrape his way out of this fight, just staring down main tanks. In the middle of the fight, popping the Ant Matrix, helping the Hanzo get pocketed through Squeak's dive. We're seeing him just do so much stuff to enable this team, and he's not going to be done here. That solo shatter will put an end to his reign, and that is what Ottawa is going to have to do to deal with the likes of Landon. 3 meters now to get on the point before it finds this second point finish line, and it looks like still Northwood might have this one with .06 to go. They're not out of this one yet. Landon does get rezzed back up and immediately finds a pick. It's Simplistic in the back line, pushed back, maybe too far back, and that is the second point finally captured there for Northwood. We did see a little bit of a hiccup though, Corbeck, and that was probably the first time we've seen it on Havana.
A little bit of a hiccup. Really, it was just Lump with a good nano blade, and
oh my god.
Lump, oh, you can't dash through that, my man. No way. Season just punches him back into the far wall. Notsar coming out here on the Roadhog to, I think, just try and provide a little bit of contest, maybe to specifically Seasons on that Doomfist, I'm assuming. Help with the ball a little bit too, but it's just been a little bit of a difficult run here for Ottawa. You said that they finally got through. Beautiful headshot from Tyrell, though. Tyrell has really been flexing the skills on the Widowmaker. It just unfortunately is just not enough.
He puts it in the chat too, DPS dip after landing that hook shot. So you can tell he's still finding his ways to have fun. That was a very nice play as the Widow gets a highlight on the side of Ottawa, but it has still just been all Northwood. This is a point though where they could make something work with the Widow, but Tyrell quickly does get dove on. It just looks like the dive is always on the same page here for Northwood. It comes in so fast that Ottawa doesn't even know that Peel has to come through for Tyrell in that scenario.
Yeah, Yamitra actually getting a really clean kill there on the tail end to take out Tyrell. Tyrell going for the jump shot again. Oh, he can't bring it down that time. Good effort, though. It looked like it was right on point, but I don't know anything about Widowmaker, so I guess it was not. Instead, it will be Tyrell who falls to the other side, so the DPS diff reasserted, and Nos lets him know about it. Nos picking up another one as well because Lump gets taken down. A jungle here from Squeak, but Squeak was deep in the back line. He does get Landon Simplistic tagging one up as well, and now Nos is kind of isolated in this extended forward point, but reinforcements are coming, and now Lump is showing us a Bastion.
There it is in the chat again. You can see Tyrell hitting the headshot, winning the Widow duel, and time again, we're just gonna see DPS dip anytime one of them gets a pick, and I'm kind of for it. I'm not gonna lie, Cortex. I'm pretty for that.
Hey man, if it makes him happy, but Yamitra getting another clean kill onto Tyrell. The Lucio has been an absolute hunter of the Widowmaker here. And now they've got themselves a bit of a position, at least Ottawa University does, that they can try and fight out of here. But Landon, again, in the mix, will shut down their opposite number on Beach. So a little bit of a support diff as well. The kill feed starting to go red. Tyrell does secure one here, trying to get Landon as well, but can't quite find it. And there's no one to contest the points. And it will be in with a 1 minute 42-second time bank.
Finally, Northwood able to get through the third point. Once I saw those two support ults come through that B drop, and of course the amplification window from Landon up on the high ground, that's when I knew that fight was over. But Ottawa did a good job just chipping away a few more seconds, and that is their best look today. 142 after 3 points here on Havana. That's a normal looking time bank, Corbeck, and that's the first time I've seen Northwood look normal in this game.
Normal. I'm putting that in air quotes. Normal. I mean, there are a lot of teams that struggle to even finish them on us. So it's a more reasonable time back.
I'll give 3.5.
Yeah, that's true. It's not 3.5. It certainly was a bit of an interesting round. I think towards the end there, it just got a little bit team deathmatchy when we were around the castle at the end, right? Like it just seemed like people were mostly focusing on getting picks. I don't know that there was a lot of cohesiveness in terms of those team fights. It was really more just who can kill more and quicker. And in the end, it was Northwood that was able to do so. I mean, obviously Landon has been sort of the jewel in the crown of an otherwise very strong strong Northwood squad, but give a little bit of credit to Mitra as well, who was doing some very good work on that Lucio, just being absolutely obnoxious, especially when it came to slowing Tyrell down. But on the other side, this is an old classic with a little bit of a twist, actually, because they've got a Torbjorn for kind of the double pirate ship, the battleship. I don't know exactly what we want to call that.
Yeah, it's just a truck with a whole lot of firepower. You've got the 7-man comp. 2 of those men are turrets out there, and the double shields in front of them. Northwood could find themselves pretty uncomfortable to start this game. It might take a composition adjustment. I don't think they're going to get the spawn trap going here on Havana. That would be insane coming out of this composition in particular. But Ottawa University, I mean, their back is up against the wall in this one. They're just trying to redeem this one a little bit. Putting on the pirate ship, I think, is a good way to go. But still, Nas up on this high ground. No one really focusing any of the hit scans on the side of Northwood, and they are reigning free right now. Season's finding 3 picks. Nas up there with 2. It just looks like this Northwood team controls the map, no matter where they are.
Yeah, it's like a scene out of Black Hawk Down right there, to be honest. Just absolute firefight in the street, and not a whole lot that Ottawa University can do about it. And I mean, I admire the panache of trying to run this particular composition. I just don't know that they're going to be able to do it. But, taking a little bit of flanking angle, coming through the post office. Sure, why not? Go ahead and throw yourself down right there, Tyrell. See what you can do. The answer, not very much. Unfortunately, Immortality Field coming in. The damage amplification matrix on the other side, not giving him a lot of room to breathe. Simplistic on the Zenyatta, trying to amplify those numbers. Not Sir with a good rock right there will actually manage to get Ymitra out of the fight. But then Not Sir himself is, well, burned down and out. Juggled basically back into the minefield. And here comes Dynasty just trying to finish it off, and well, there will be no letters sent from the post office today.
Yeah, none whatsoever. They are staring down just one heck of a defense. I don't know what you focus on this defense. Dynasty throwing those shields out for anyone that's on an off angle who needs one. Cowman is making these moves so quick on the Wrecking Ball that even Tyrell on the Bastion with the Discord to boot is not fast enough to take down Cowman in most of these fights. This Northwood team, I know I cheekily said they're playing fast when they were on dive comps, but to come and get in and out of a fight that quick against a Bastion comp with Discord and nobody dies, it's ridiculous.
Well, Tyrell's got himself an ultimate. He is in tank form, double on that. They're going to use the Gravitic Flux here as well, just to really confirm it. I think the beatdown bongos were in play there too. So 3 ults invested, but it might have been enough to break it. Landon just damage amplification matrix and takes down Lump. He's not giving up again. He's dug in here using his ult to try and turn the course of a fight that he really should have no right to turn.
Yeah, one thing about Northwood is Landon changes everything. Like, when this team is down and out, he will commit all of his resources, his ultimate. He'll be staring down a 1v3, but if he can get one pick out of it, chances are he's able to sustain himself, and that's what we're seeing here. It's got to take a Pulse Bomb finding a pair, and Lump getting a third, a Transcendence as well. A full investment from Ottawa, just for the first point.
Ottawa's battling. They're not giving it up. They're not walking away. I appreciate the fight that they're showing. And by the way, Landon's still alive, and will, I think, continue to be so. Wait, we've seen that bit of tape before, where Landon lures a tank to their unfortunate death like a Siren of old, and then he'll go ahead and get Beach as well, because why wouldn't he? Oh, he'll get Lump too.
Insane. The flick shot on the Beach and landing the one burst right as Ymitra slaps on the Discord, it looked like an insta-kill. He's literally another DPS out there, and now Ymitra off the Lucio onto the Zenyatta. This Northwood team has more damage than ever, and it's showing. They look so lethal in this one.
Yeah, Beach trying to do his best Landon impersonation right there. Unfortunately, not able to bring Nos down. Nos escapes with a sliver of a shred of a health. Ymitra now taking a position on the high ground, and well, we're about to see whether or not they can push back in. Tyrell sticking doggedly with this Bastion pick come hell or high water. I think they're trying to use him to farm a little bit of Transcendence, but Simplistic will die early on in this setup, and Ymitra just playing out from behind this pillar, perfectly uncontested here in this position.
Tyrell letting another tank ultimate loose here. See if he can find as many picks as his last one. Now the challenge from the opposite DPS comes over, and right when that ultimate is over, you can see that dive rolling in. It started with Cowman, and the Genji Season's right in tow as well. This team just collapses. The second Ottawa looks weak, they know exactly what that's supposed to look like, and they've taken advantage of it time and time again.
Landon basically just a DPS at this point in time. I mean, he's playing out of the back line in a position that you would expect maybe like a Tracer to be in with this Baptiste. Healing is not even a priority for him anymore. It's simply just fragging out and really showing us the dangers of a solid Bastion player. Cowman getting taken down right there maybe is a bit of a stepping stone for moving forward. But then look, Landon and Seasons combined for some kills. Landon still in the back line now with the damage amplification matrix. And in chat, Lump says, Landon, please stop. I'm just a child. And honestly, man, it's getting brutal out here. He's about to murk yet another tank. They just keep sending bodies at him. This is like the old kind of juggernaut mode in Halo. They just can't bring him down. There it is.
I mean, just the cry for help coming out from the Lump right there. He knows where all of this firepower just resides in, and it is a Landon just being that 7th man. It looks like this team is honestly on like the legs of a power play this entire time, because Landon is filling 2 shoes when there's only supposed to be 6 people out there, and this Northwood team always looks like somehow they've got 7.
It's just more like 80s. He's a tank right now. He's taking space. He's doing DPS. He's healing. It's crazy. It's actually genuinely one of the best sort of solo performances I think I've seen in a long time from a support. Simplistic here with the Transcendence, just trying to keep the team alive, trying to keep the dream alive for that matter. Not Sir bringing in the Gravitic Flux. Unfortunately, not a lot of dice off the back of that. Thinks he can maybe secure a kill here, but won't find it. Tyrell is down. Simplistic is down. Lump now pushing back into the mix, and a good bit of damage mitigation right there as Lump is just annihilated by a nice clean volley from Yamitra. And that will stop this attack dead from Ottawa University. 10 seconds left on their lifespan.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to find their way back to point here. The distillery looks just too far away when Northwood puts up the pressure right in the spawn doors for the 3rd time in this one, and there's going to be no overtime. That's a clean 3-0 for Northwood. This was a matchup, again, Corbeck, where it was a 3 seed versus a 4 seed in the current standings for Legends Division, and Northwood, they just stepped away from the pack right there.
Yeah, that's a big step. Let's just put it at that. One small leap from Northwood, one giant leap for the rest of the pack in between that 3rd and 4th seed. Lump, though, getting well-deserved play of the game. I mean, Lump trying his level best throughout all of this, just never really able to come back up on top. And part of that is just Landon was so devastating and still walked out of that with 26% of his team's damage taken as healing, keeping in mind that he was literally playing in the back line, Berkeley, for a significant portion of that defense, not really focusing on heals at all. Just an insane individual player performance. MVP stuff right there.
Yeah, and if we had to talk about a player of the game, it's no question. From map 1 all the way through map 3, there was like never a wavering moment where he was just less than dominant in the lobby. It had to be Landon. He is the team's captain, likely the IGL. I would really be like looking to talk to him as a player, be like, how does your team operate around a Baptiste calling all the shots? You can't dive in with the tanks, but he's just the soldier on the high ground. He's the mercy pocket on Baptiste. He's everything for this team, Corbeck.
He really is. It was exciting to watch, and that Northwood team, man, you got to watch out for them up here. I'm still a little shocked they're only the 3 seed, if I'm being honest, based on the performance they put on for us today. But they will doubtless be back with more action. But speaking of more action, there's more Overwatch to come here today on the NECC. Our next match coming up in just a few minutes will be the Arcadia Knights versus CCE Blue. So don't go anywhere. I have been Tristan Parker, aka Corbeck. Alongside me, it has been Berkeley Stevens, aka All Charge. We hope you enjoyed this match, and we hope you'll continue to watch NECC throughout the rest of the day.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. and get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
All right, welcome back. Game 2 of the night for NECC's Overwatch Thursday. I'm Berkeley Stevens, joined this time by Dryad. Dryad, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here.
Yeah, looking very flashy. You were saying pregame, you got a nice camera upgrade coming in crisp, might I say. We got some action today. Challengers Yellow Division, a little step down from the Legends Division. The last game, Northwood looked like world beaters. Their play was so crisp, so clean. This is going to be a step down from competition, but these two teams are coming in very evenly matched. Neither one has a loss so far. Arcadia had that week 1 bye, and they're 1-0. Champlain College Esports Blue, they're coming in at 2-0. Dryad, what are you looking for out of today's game?
I mean, the matches that I've seen so far here and ECC have been really, really interesting so far, especially when it comes to Overwatch, right? Because there's been a lot of action coming in and there's a lot of stakes. There's a lot of pressure that every single team has. So I just want to keep seeing more of that. I want to see all the teams really bringing a lot of different compositions. Last time that I had the opportunity to cast along with Septulins, it was pretty much that. It was a lot of variety that we could see being brought in. And I feel like that's already a change because I want to say last year, every single composition pretty much that I saw from collegiate teams was the same. But now they're bringing a little bit of variety, and that's what I want to see more.
Yeah, and a lot of it is going to come down to those maps as well. We're going to start off with Li Jiang. Through 3 points, compositions, different strategies can work vastly differently on that. And then map 2 for hybrid, we've got Blizzard World, another one where point 1, point 2, and point 3 are so different. Strategy adjustments are going to have to be made. And then closing things out every single stream, we do play all 3 maps of the game. And we're going to be closing on Havana. So to start things off here, Li Jiang Tower. Teams yet to pick sides. Once they do, we'll talk about those compositions a little bit. But Dryad, from your experience casting games, seeing them on this map in particular, what have you seen work very well for teams?
Yeah, especially on this map more than anything, I feel like the rush is always a possibility to bring in like a little bit of the Reinhardt, a little bit of the Symmetra, the Lucio. Those are really good not only to take control of the point right at the beginning, but also to keep holding that point. And there's a lot of varieties, like we talked about. There's a lot of different things that anyone can bring here. But I love seeing the Reinhardt. I love the pressure that this main tank is able to put compared to anyone else on the tank side. And then you have the variety of where the schools are going to come in. I do think this meta that we're already seeing from both sides is going to be crucial to see who gets the point first.
I think you're absolutely right. Both teams running the sim, so it's going to be the race to the window to start things off here. Duncan varying that composition a little bit on the May, but it's going to have to be target. That's with the bubble. Both teams now clashing the main tanks, trying to finally make that presence felt. And it's going to be Latrick opening the pick up here with that kill onto Jerry Berry, and that's going to give the advantage immediately to Arcadia as they come into their second kill so far. Duncan is able to find one, but it's not enough here as Arcadia just finds 6 quick picks. Kirby does get out alive, but it's going to be a recollect here for CCE Blue.
That is exactly what I like to see the Reinhardt. I mean, we saw so many kills coming in for this team. They take control for Arcadia, and now it's going to be the Shatter as well available. And that's when we start seeing the difference. A Shatter ready versus the 50, 60. Okay, never mind. They're about to build it again.
Yeah, Pluto looking to lay one down here. Shield almost cracked, and there it is. Amplification Matrix going to be countered by that big main tank play. Nemo and Latrick stepping up into a pair of kills there, and Arcadia look to hold this one 27% and climbing.
And they want to keep building more. I like teams that seem to be this confident. So the Shatter coming in, and it is also the rest of the team for that support. They have the Coalescence as well very soon to start off the next fight, and that is pretty much everything you need. The sound barrier from the side of CZE Blue is not even close, and they really need this at least to use it aggressively.
Arcadia just has so many resources to hold this point. That Shatter does send 4 to the floor, and the kill onto Pluto is there. The pin as well onto Latrick, and they're not done out of this fight. It is the Sparrow show here as he's able to find 3 quick kills in the feed. The team there with the follow-up damage. We saw some ultimates used there, Dryad, by Arcadia, and that sim wall just coming up empty with value.
Yeah, but they're not too worried about it yet. I mean, they have both of the support ultimates, and they have 63. Ideally, they wanted to pass that 70 mark, but that didn't really happen. Now, this is the coalescence that he talked about that they can initiate with. They also have the sound barrier, but ideally, when you see the sound barrier being used, they also have the teleporter that we see being used right now.
And the teleporter, crucial, getting the team where they need to go. Getting a little bit of lag in here, but it looks like the team's still fighting hard out onto the point. Ultimate's now coming loose. Icy Nim lets loose that Coalescence of hers, and the Amplification Matrix is there for Wolf Raider. Both of these girls trying to keep their teams in this fight, fully sustained through it. Still, though, it's anyone's game as Duncan lets the male go, and it's going to be 2 kills for Latrick coming through, but the bomb doesn't find anything, shielded by Pluto. Arcadia not out of this fight. The beat drop committed. The fire strike scorches down Wolf Raider, and Arcadia might actually have this flip.
Really good timing for it as well. The sound barrier, which I was worried about, they were able to use it just in time just to finish off that fight. And there was a lot of action that happened, but the team is able to get back the point. CCE Blue, though, they still have a couple ultimates to use. They have the Symmetra ultimate more than anything to initiate the fight, try to go in and get a couple kills again.
That shatter is going to connect. 3 stunned. Nemo finished off, as is Icing and Bubba falling as well with that Graviton Surge. And CCE Blue, they look to come in quick, but Pluto makes a great counterplay that's going to find a couple of picks. That means this fight's not over as easily as CCE Blue would have hoped, but it seems like once this Reaper is dealt with, the flip will come through their way.
It's going back and forth. We saw a lot of control at the beginning for this side of Knights, but then they lost it, and then the ultimate economy wasn't that good for them. Sure, they had some good moments, but it made it a lot more difficult to keep the point. There's another try, though.
And it's going to be the Immortality Field being used, the Sinwall as well, to keep them up and sustained through the Graviton Surge from Bubba. Now Bubba in some pretty dangerous positioning as CCE Blue starts to collapse onto this backline. Dryad. Arcadia made a great play there with the Sim TP coming through with the grab as well, but great support play and great Symmetra wall there we saw from Martist.
And I was going to say, that is exactly what CCE Blue had to do. They have to put pressure. They don't want to let the side of Knights get any sort of point control. This is going to be the last fight territory. A couple ultimates to use, including that Reaper one, which can get a couple kills, or at least break that shield from the Reinhardt.
Good rotation to avoid this Amplification Matrix sent out there by Wolf Raider, now making their way to the point. Latrick booped off, but makes it back onto the map in time. This is crucial because he's got the ultimate, but the Diva Bomb is right on the doorstep and taken down by that fantastic ultimate from Herbie. That keeps CCE Blue in this, and they're starting to batter away Arcadia. Overtime starting to tick down, and I don't know if the Knights get back in time.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be possible. Ideally, I mean, they want to try to touch the point one by one, try to have any chance, but all the fire going for the Scene player makes it impossible, and with that is exactly what we see. CCE Blue making a little bit of a change of pace halfway through this map.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. A good adjustment there from them as they start to make things work there with the Mei. It was pretty tough as the map opened up because Mei doesn't have that great of a presence getting into the point like we'll see the Reaper does along with the Symmetra, just so much burst damage up front. Duncan wasn't quite finding that, but eventually those Mei walls were coming up in very crucial moments, walling off the Arcadia tanks. And the CCE Blue team, they did find a lot of success with that hero, but it did take some time.
And I want to see, because both the teams, they look really close so far, but the question is, can CCE Blue finish this map here? This is another of those maps where you have to see the Reinhardt and the Symmetra pretty much every single time, and that is exactly what they're going to be doing on the side of Knights, though. It is a Junkrat coming in.
Yeah, they ditched the Symmetra right after the TP, but they are a little bit slower on the rotation. Their Crusher 99 is brought down by Duncan, who beams Pluto as well. 3 quick picks for CCE Blue, and neither of these teams, Dryad, have lost a map so far in the NECC, so if this map of Lijiang goes to CCE Blue, Arcadia are finally scratching their heads for the first time all season.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake here. There's the pride of being able to win pretty much every single map that you play, but that is not possible for both of these two teams in this match at least. And CCE Blue, they get to capture the point, but it seems like the attacking side is ready to go again.
Arcadia coming back into this one. Latrick switches over to the McCree for this one, adding a stun to the team. Sparrow, though, has this shatter wound up, waiting to just let it loose. Looks to his left, might be looking to his right here on the other side of this pole. Needs to lay it down as it looks like his team got a couple of picks in this one, but now Arcadia comes back with 2 of their own. The shield is cracked. Resources are dwindling. CCE Blue needs to make a play quick to keep this point. It looks like they've just lost Duncan. The shatter comes through. It's landed onto the McCree and onto the Moira. They're both finished off. A great final stand from CCE Blue to not let go of this point.
a little bit more control, and that is exactly what they need to do if they want to win this map as well. Is a lot of control, a lot of kills happening one by one, delaying a full push from the side of the enemy team, especially because now they're going to have a lot of ultimates to work with, not only both of the support ultimates, but the Shatter as well, which allowed them on the last map to initiate the fight.
Ludo has been very good with these shatters as the team wraps around the left side. The window not quite there for him to let it fly. Coming in now with more resources, but that one gets blocked as a fantastic play is made by Sparrow, but he does go down to Crusher in the front line. Nemo now has this Death Blossom ready, looking to line it up on some squishy targets, but a good Symmetra wall is going to delay this, and Herbie finds one with the bomb. Bubba has fallen as well to Martist, and this is still a CCE Blue team that is not out of this fight yet. The point is ticking up almost 80%, and they haven't let go.
I feel like there's so many ultimates that Knights could have used, but they completely wasted a guard taking down before they even got the chance. They had the Deadeye, for example, at least to create that space. And by the time that they get back to point, this is really going to be their last chance. It's already 90% for CCE Blue.
Nemo comes in, already knocked low, though. Coming in the back line now with the Death Blossom, but the peel is there. Herbie eats it all up. Crusher able to find one, but the Riptire from Martist finds two in response. Latrick popping the high noon, doesn't hold it long enough to find any eliminations, and now Sparrow moves back in, trying to cleave down Nemo on this Reaper. Icing them is fallen. Latrick responds with a kill of his own. Duncan is down. Crusher not out of this fight yet, but no ultimates on the side of Arcadia. It's going to be a much harder point to hold as CCE starts to come back in with some force, and they have just won Li Jiang and given Arcadia their first map loss of the season.
CCE Blue, really good job on this first map, and that is exactly the impression that I want to take from them. And it is that they started the map very slow. They lost the first fight, they lost the second one. The enemy team, they had 60%, but that didn't really stop them. They started playing more aggressive. They started using those ultimates in a way that was more beneficial for the team. And that way we saw it on the first one and on the second one as well, to the point where, like you said, they took the first map from the enemy.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. How does Arcadia respond to that? It seemed like Champlain College Esports, they were just in sync with that rush comp. The speed boosts were always there for Sparrow, as you saw in that play of the game, just rushing in and taking 3 kills, taking down 3 Knights. Arcadia, it's going to be their job to respond on Blizzard World. We'll take you to map 2 in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back to Map 2 in our second game tonight between Arcadia and Champlain College Esports Blue. So far, Champlain College Esports are looking strong in this one. They just won Lijiang Tower 2-0. We're going to be going to hybrid. That means Blizzard World up next. Dryad, after a map like that, how does Arcadia respond going up against this brawl comp we're seeing from CCE?
I think they had the right idea, right? We saw it at the beginning. They had the right idea on how to play aggressive, how to initiate those fights. But it was about the ultimate timing to me. That was a little off for this team. And I want to see those changes. Even if they want to play the mirror match, I think it is possible. But it's more of a matter of being able to use those ultimates a little bit more effectively, more than anything, using them. It sounds like it's such a simple idea, but using them before the enemy team makes a massive difference. That's why we saw CCE winning, because they were initiating those fights and they were making the difference, getting that initial kill.
Yeah, I think you're right. CCE, sorry, definitely controlled the tempo, the speed boost from the Lucio as well, helping them do that. But once they had that ult economy built up, it did seem like they were using them first and just kind of battering Arcadia, making sure the pressure was always on them, never on CCE. That's how they were able to win Lijiang 2-0. But Blizzard World is a different story, and that could mean different comps. On a more open map like this, Dryad, what do you expect teams to be playing?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. I always like talking about the Winston and the Zarya. The double bubble
Yes.
composition is my favorite more than anything else, just because I mean it is a composition that requires a lot of communication, a lot of synergy, especially with the tanks more than anyone else. But on top of that, it is a composition that brings something new that we don't really see with the Reinhardt and the Zarya or the Reinhardt and the Diva. It gives you the high ground position, it gives you the high ground pressure that you want to create in that second point, especially that is so long, and that I feel like might help both of these teams win the map.
I think if there was a team that was going to be more likely to play that comp, it would probably be Arcadia. We've seen Bubba not really switch off of the Zarya too much. Latrick has been on that Reaper with some time so far. Those are usually two key heroes in that competition. Obviously the Zarya, but the Reaper does very well in a double bubble. But instead we do see a little bit of a mix match comp here. Bubba on the Orisa, Pluto on the Reinhardt. That looks a little broken to me. CCE Blue looks a lot more collected. Their game plan is clearly straightforward with Sparrow on the Ryan, Herbie on the Diva for that flank peel. Keeping Duncan on the Mei, though, on a more open map could be pretty tough, but Arcadia is going to have a long walk to this first point.
Yeah, it is going to be long, and I want to see the changes that, yeah, there it is. The Reinhardt Zarya definitely makes a lot more sense, but for the side of the defense, CCE Blue, it is a composition that I like more than anything because of the Mei. Because the Mei is going to let them to hold a lot of space, use those Mei walls to their benefit. Ideally, even isolated the Reinhardt, it just all depends on what Knight is able to do with that synergy of all pushing together so the Reinhardt doesn't get taken down early on.
And even if he does fall early, Icy Nim is on this Mercy, so she will be able to res him back up. Maybe steal some tempo for the attackers here as they start to make their first push. Pluto closes in and starts to cleave away against Sparrow. Both of these teams just trying to make this stand around this crucial corner. No one taking an off angle in this fight so far. Nemo, the closest thing we've got to a flanker, kicking out to that left side. But looking at the ult charge here, Sparrow again winning the race to Shatter convincingly. Pluto only at 50%, and Sparrow does have that blue check mark. Look for the Reinhardt for CCE to surprise you as he comes around this corner here. Arcadia starts to look vulnerable, and there it is, the slam that finds three. Herbie there with the follow-up, and that is a quick team wipe for CCE Blue. That was so fast, so swift.
And it was just a matter of the 3-2-1 to be able to go in and get the kills. And with that, they're going to have the amplification, which is massive to create space for this team. And that is exactly what they need to do. They consume over a minute for the attackers here. And now with the amplification, they can waste a couple more seconds. They're going to create a little bit of space, create a little bit of chaos. That is exactly what they're going to do and want to do here to continue holding this defense.
Going to be up to Crusher to make the counterplay here with the Ant Matrix. Rigpig also has that online. Pluto finally having that shatter up, that red check mark ready to go as the rotation on the right side comes through. No speed boost to help him, but they do find the angle, and the Ant Matrix comes up, but that's a big wall by Duncan, locking Pluto up in the front line, and he will be capitalized on Duncan. Getting that kill, helping himself out with that great Mei wall, taking down the main tank, and that sends Arcadia running.
And now there's definitely no opportunity for that Rust to come in. The Reinhardt died pretty much on point where no one else was able to get there in time. A couple more kills coming in for the side of the defense. this is pretty much over for the attackers. They were playing so aggressive. They were trying to do just pushing in and using that shatter. But once again, it is all about that communication. If your Reinhardt pushes alone a little too far, that is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to isolate you, take you down, even before your team is able to break down the wall.
And we are seeing Arcadia take a different rotation this time. Dryad, they're going up to the high ground. That's a much better look considering they've finally got some ults online to start taking advantage of this map.
When the Hanzo as well, I like it. It's going to create a lot of space for them with the dragons, and it's about to be ready as well.
Now the ultimate starts to get let loose. Marta's popping the high noon to get things started here. Icynum responding with that Valk. That is going to keep the attackers up significantly here. Very well sustained, but support ultimates for the defense. CCE Blue, they start to come through. And again, Pluto's shield just cracks in this fight, and now Sparrow has a free shatter. He's just waiting for it. The team, though, rolling in. They know these kills are theirs. No ultimates needed to finish off this fight.
The more I see this map, the more and more confident CCE Blue seem. I mean, they don't have to use a lot of ultimates. Maybe one or two seem to be enough for them. And there's a lot of ultimates still for them to use. And we talked about it. Knights, they're going to have available those dragons. And maybe the grab dragons coming in. That is pretty much their biggest opportunity. Ideally, taking the Lucio down first, though, because that sound barrier is going to keep them alive.
There's a lot of weight on Jerry Berry's shoulders here to get a clutch sound barrier to win this fight for them. Arcadia has their best chance now to take a fight, but CCE still has so much of their ult economy left to play with. And that grab comes in, not eaten. The dragons are going to come through as well. The May ult, a full investment here, but it's Herbie's bomb finding two. Nemo's Blizzard will find a pair as well. It's an even fight as Jerry Berry goes down. The defense finally looking weak here. And the res coming through onto the main tank. Pluto back in the mix, and that should be the first point here capped for Arcadia Knights.
And just at the last minute possible, just at the last second, they're able to make this happen and start moving that payload. But that was really clutch scenario. We saw 2 kills happening for this D.Va from CCE Blue. They almost got control finally. They lost it immediately. It was so many ultimates that completely overwhelmed the defense, and now at least they have the high ground.
Yeah, CCE Blue, they know exactly where to go here on this map to stop this point under this first choke whale on second. Pluto wants to get up to this high ground, but everyone on CCE Blue just ran out of spawn, controlling the most important part of this map. And now Sparrow, he looked to be making an aggressive play there. That does back down Pluto, and the Ant Matrix keeps everyone on Arcadia pushed back even farther, but no one has fallen yet. They're still in this fight, ready to go back in with resources of their own.
It's all about the kills, though, that whoever gets that first kill is going to allow the payload to stop or to keep moving, and that is why the defense, they don't want to give them any space here.
Oh, Herbie, though, D-Mac to Nemo falling as well. That's a 1-for-1, but the off-tank missing for the defense could prove to be fatal here. Sparrow trying to just get aggressive, buy his team some space, buy his team some time, as Herbie tries to charge up that D.Va mech and get back in as soon as possible. Still, the Reinhardt's locked in this duel. Both of them having the Earth Shatter, neither of them using it. There's so much tension around this corner as Latrick lets the Dragon Strike fly, pushing, and now Storm Arrowing down Sparrow's shield. The Shatter comes through, only finding one, and that's bigger for Pluto. That is 4 quick kills for the man himself. And it is going to be the Pluto show here on Street Space. A minute to push this payload to its destination.
A minute, but that is not a lot of time. There's going to be another fight that we might be seeing towards the end. At least, like we talked about, the high ground positioning is going to go for this team, but they don't have a lot. If they lose it, the Reinhardt and the Zarya are not going to be fast enough to get back up. And on the other hand, CCE Blue, they have the Lucio, and they have a little bit more mobility with the D.Va. They don't even need them, though.
No, they don't. Martis comes in with a high noon and nothing is there to block it. That is just this defense pouring out a spawn, using one ultimate to control the rest of this game. Now with 25 seconds left, they still have Herbie's bomb and Duncan's Blizzard, and Jerry Berry has the beat drop in case things get very testy here for final fight.
They have pretty much everything they could need. It's going to be 13 seconds remaining. The defense holding strong, the payload moving back, and Knights. Amplification is not really going to get the kills. That is an ultimate that you can avoid. Deadeye, it is exactly the same thing.
Bubba will have the Graviton Surge coming up. It's going to have to be huge. And there's no touch. No one makes it for Arcadia. Oh, my word. The ultimates come in, but it's already too late. The round stopped. CCE Blue with a big second point hold. And I think they know that Arcadia just... they messed up getting to point right there, Dryad. They had plenty of time.
Arcadia, they needed to have someone to touch. I don't know if it was a mistake that they couldn't touch the point, but there was definitely the possibility, even if they had to change a couple of these heroes to get that speed. There was a possibility with the ultimates that they had. They had the graviton, and they needed that close range more than anything, but that is very unfortunate for them. They don't really make it very far. They don't even make it past the second point, and that leaves a huge opportunity for CCE Blue to win their second map. It is a lot of confidence that we're seeing from this team. We saw it on the defense over and over again. They didn't even have to use ultimates to get the kills and to initiate the fight, completely shutting down the side of Arcadia.
And talking about CCE Blue, they look so good on all the comps they've played so far. This one very different from the rest, though. This Wrecking Ball dive comp they have, Arcadia's going to have such a difficult time finding a target to focus. Likely it'll be a support, but the tanks and the DPS on this composition can just take so many angles around brawl comps. Arcadia's going to have a very difficult time defending as they're going to be constantly turned around every which way.
I feel like this comp is pretty much a nightmare because you have everyone. I mean, it's going to be the Wrecking Ball in the back line, the D.Va putting pressure in the front line, giving a little bit of support to the supports more than anyone else, and then you have the Echo in the air putting pressure. And looking at the composition for Arcadia, they pretty much have to play so close together that this is a recipe for disaster for them.
Yeah, they really have to just blow up the Wrecking Ball. Hope Nemo can get in a good wall or a clutch freeze to take care of a tank, because it's going to be so crucial to get the first pick in all of these fights, because Dive has so much more potential to swing a fight if it goes on too long. And now we see the first one starting to transpire as Martist almost gets taken down. Going with some early Tracer action there as the slam comes in from Sparrow. Duncan is there with the sticky grenades. And finally this Dive beginning to close in. Cooldowns have been used. No Immortality Field for Crusher. No Maywall left for Nemo. And Sparrow has fallen first. Latra coming with the kill in onto him, and this death ball looks okay for now as the dive has been thwarted off once, but they've got to be careful. Cooldowns coming back online for CCE Blue could just turn the tide.
And once again, it is all about the pressure. It is all about building those ultimates again. And we can see the pressure that the Church is just putting in the backline. No one even looking at her.
No, Martist pretty much running free, hasn't been finished off yet. Rigpig comes in with a Discord kill onto the main tank. Pluto does get rezzed back in, and Jerryberry goes down as well. So CCE Blue having to commit this Transcendence to keep their tanks alive in this fight. And now the Maywall's coming through. Pulse Bomb attached to the Reinhardt. Sparrow rolling through as Pluto is finished off by the Pulse. Still, though, looking for answers as CCE Blue. Sparrow is knocked low, has to be careful, doesn't make it out alive as Latrick is able to get that kill, but not before Duncan is able to find Crusher. And now the attackers are starting to look good here. Icy Nem on 1 HP behind the post will eventually fall to Rigpig, but hiding from that Diva Bomb on a very small kitchen tile.
Finally, this out of Arcadia getting taken down, but CCE Blue, even though it took them a little bit, they were able to not only get the point, but build a couple ultimates that are going to be ready very, very soon. And that includes that Riley. We always talk about this Riley and how strong it can be. This is especially the case for this team. They've been doing so good, they've been playing so aggressive that this Riley is going to give them that extra boost that they need to go in. Okay, the Tracer are getting taken down, but the payload is going to keep moving. And they also have to duplicate more than anything. They can turn into pretty much anyone that they want, and it's going to be good enough.
Yeah, Duncan's ultimate is so huge in this scenario. All of these targets on Arcadia are insane for the copy. Pluto coming down to the back line. He's got the Shadow, looking for a moment to use it, and it comes down there. The hammer brought down on Duncan, and that should be 3 picks. One of them is Duncan in the copy, but it's more than enough. Arcadia able to hold this point here.
And all with the Shatter. That is exactly what I wanted to see from Arcadia. Just making one ultimate be effective. We talked about it on the last map. There were a lot of mistakes of using too many ultimates at once, not using them when they needed to, but the Shatter came in exactly in time for them to take control of the point again, to stop the payload from moving forward. And also wasted a duplicate from CCE Blue, which we talked about. It could have been so beneficial for them.
That was their best looking ultimate in that previous fight. Now they're going to have the Pulse Bomb, which is stuck onto the Mercy, and Icy Nim is taken down. That means no res available here, but Martist is taken down. Again, a 5 versus 5 fight. The freeze onto the Diva, not enough to finish off Herbie. And now they should be coming in with support ults, but Jerryberry falls. The pin from Pluto connects.
Oh. The amplification as well. It's just not making it easy for any of these teams. It's just all about the trades coming back and forth.
was a good matrix there just to keep the attackers alive in that fight. The res does come through onto Crusher here, but the payload just getting closer and closer to the finish line. CCE though, they've got some ultimates to work with, still the support ults available for them in this fight.
And a pretty desperate res that we saw as well coming through, just trying to make it work. But if your Mercy gets taken down at the end, it seems like it was completely pointless.
Thought that Diva Bomb flying in over the top would have found a little more value, but it did come up empty. And it's just a trade fest here. It looks like a team deathmatch as these teams are just not quitting. Ultimates committed late in this fight, but always finding value. It looks like CCE does have the edge here as the attackers are able to finish Blizzard World with 157 on the clock to move up 2-0 in this game.
And so far, looking really good. I mean, I feel like they should have held a defense on that first point, like we saw from CCE. They were so strong, they were winning every fight, and it was just in the last second that they were overwhelmed by the ultimates from the enemy team. But they definitely have proved themselves to be the better team, already winning 2 maps.
And Pluto has made such a difference in this one for Arcadia, but it hasn't been enough. That was a great play of the game there to block the Earth Shatter and then counter that window by hitting that 4-man shatter of his own. We'll see if those efforts pay off in our next map, Havana, as compositions I'm sure will change. But Dryad, do you think Arcadia has a good chance in this one? It seemed like they were able to make CCE look a lot more human on Blizzard World.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a chance here. They have some really good fights, but the thing here is that they're not really able to keep up winning those fights, and that is the thing that we talked about. It is a lot of the ultimates, it is a lot of mistakes in their positioning, and that is causing them 2 maps already.
And even though CCE has gotten the win, as always, here we play every map for map differential going into the playoffs at the very end of the semester, so don't go anywhere. Havana right around the corner. Welcome back. Map number 3, Havana, about to be underway between CCE and Arcadia. So far, it's been CCE, the story of this one, just strong-arming Arcadia on 2 maps and many different comps through this one. Going into Havana, we can see poke work a lot, but Arcadia, I think they go to comfort picks to finally make CCE look a little bit weaker in this one. Dryad, what do you think?
Yeah, I feel like more than anything, Havana is one of those maps that we either see a completion of the map in pretty much overtime, or we don't even see the second part of the map. I feel like there's no in between because it is so difficult. I like when the defense, they like to play that rush at the beginning. They like to play with the Reinhardt and they go right into the spawn. I feel like that is so effective, at least to waste a minute and a half. Maybe from the enemy team, from the attacking team, who are just trying to get out and getting taken down. So I would say to start it off, I would like to see the Reinhardt coming in, but there's a lot of possibilities. I feel like this is one of those maps that, like you mentioned, there's a lot of poke potential more than any other map. But there's also the possibility to bring even a dive if one of the teams really, really wants to.
Yeah, and on that third point, excuse me, when things really start to open up and dive tanks can be a little more mobile, that's when that could look
Yeah.
really good. But points 1 and 2 just so strong for a brawl or a poke comp, like we've said. And like you were pointing out, this is one of the few maps in Overwatch where just holding the spawn doors, like the welcome mat to the map, is one of the most effective strategies on this payload map.
Yeah, it is so effective. That's what I'm saying is one of my favorite things to see. And you know, when the map came out, I was a little hesitant about it because I was like, I mean, you're going to get taken down at some point, right? And it feels pointless, especially if you're going to change heroes right after. But it is so effective just because of how strong it is and how strong the positioning of the defense can be there, that you're often able to waste at least, I feel like 45 seconds. I feel like I've never seen the attackers take down the defense immediately if they're going for that strategy.
Yeah, it always will chew up some time on the clock, and in payload, that's the most important thing. No matter when you reach the third point, you always get a crack at a second attack if this one is tied 3-3 after the first round. So time is crucial in this game mode, and now we finally get to see the compositions. Arcadia still on this brawl comp, Bubba on the Zarya, Nemo on the Mei, and then CCE, they're still with a dive comp, but Dryad, this looks a little funny. Martist on Torb, Duncan on Genji. I think we see things switch up a little bit here.
I feel like you're feeling a little too confident. And you know, that is something that you like to see, but at the same time, if it doesn't work at the beginning, you better change it fast. And for the set of Arcadia, they are bringing exactly like we talked about. It is a composition, pretty much a rush, that is going to hold them very, very close.
Yeah, the Mei really does just design this strategy, Mei-walling them in spawn, just trying to split up the team a little bit. We'll see how CCE responds, as Nemo will just try to be disrupting the entire time. That wall does come through. Pluto doesn't know what to do with the Discord on his head. Finally does get that shield up, and he's able to stay alive.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of the back and forth as well. If the attackers want to get out of here, they do get one massive pick, though. The Reinhardt getting taken down.
That's going to be big going forward here. Electric trying to go crazy on this. McCree with the Peacekeeper throws in that stun. Unable to hit the headshot to finish off Herbie, but it doesn't seem to matter. CCE Blue has a number of picks in this one, and the payload should be pushing forward here.
We'll be moving forward, and yeah, like we talked about, they get taken down pretty fast for the side of a defense, but they're able to waste a little bit of time, which at the end, that is exactly what they wanted to do. They're able to hold the point again before it gets to that first checkpoint. And that is pretty much all they need before they build those ultimates.
Sparrow coming in right now on the Wrecking Ball. Has that mines farmed up. Has to be careful not to get stunned and sent back to spawn quickly by Arcadia. And it looks like that's going to happen. Nemo with the Helix and the damage boost from the Mercy. Taking down the Wrecking Ball. That is crucial. Member lost there for CCE as the Pulse Bomb is stuck on the Bubba, but somehow Bubba kept up by these supports. Crusher, though, does fall to the one clip from Martist, and Martist, despite coming up empty on that Pulse Bomb, still making the presence felt, finding both supports as CCE gets back to the payload in just the right time.
And once again, it continues to be back and forth. I'm so hesitant because this Wrecking Ball is trying to stay alive for so long, but always playing a little bit more into the backline than I would like to. That is pretty much the job of this tank, but you have to be careful not getting taken down. And we see CCE Blue, they get to capture the first point, and on top of that, they're going to have EMP, which is massive against the composition that we see Arcadia playing.
That is going to be huge for them in this fight. Duncan has to get a ton of value with that ultimate up here. And there it is, the EMP finding 5 members of Arcadia as they're brought up with the flux, and the mines are there to find 4 A fifth found as Martis comes into the back line, helping Sparrow out with these final couple of kills. What a fantastic ultimate from the tank player for CCE Blue.
That was so good to see. The wrecking ball that I was talking about, being able to get 4 kills. And there's nothing else that I like more than those flashy kills that really make a difference, those flashy ultimates. And that is exactly what CCE Blue is able to do. They continue to move the payload, they continue to have ultimates, and now they can initiate with the rally. And now this side of Arcadia, they are running out of options here on the second point.
Martis has just been a thorn in their sides all game, but finally brought down to start a fight here. Latrick popping the hind end, but again, no elims found as Herbie gobbles that one up in D.Va's defensive matrix, and the ultimates for CCE Blue start to come in, but countered by the Valkyrie. They're going to bring out the bomb and the Transcendence. The bomb comes up empty. The Trans does keep the team active in this fight for a little while longer, but it's going to be Crusher from the high ground with the Amp Matrix, probably holding second point here for Arcadia.
And a little bit of a defense that they were able to get on the second point. They almost lost it, but this last kills really made a difference for this side of Arcadia. And on top of that, they're going to have the rest for Nemo, which is always beneficial. But one thing though, CCE Blue, they didn't use that rally, so that is something that we can expect. Even along with the mines, I wouldn't deny it, just because they're able to rotate this ultimate so well.
Great piece of work there from the defense to make sure they kept 3 ultimates like you were saying. Or sorry, from the attack to keep those 3 ultimates, because that fight, once Crusher popped that Matrix, it was all said and done there. Now going in for their second attempt, Jerry does pop that rally, keeping them all alive as Sparrow comes in with the minefields, and they've got the EMP if they need it, but those ultimates, Dryad, they just come up so empty there. All the kills on the ground found by Arcadia, and they're finally looking very good on a defense.
And I know I talked about how CCE Blue was good about using those ultimates first, but I feel like that rally was way too early for the team. They didn't even engage in time. And that is also not an ultimate that you have a lot of time to react to, because the enemy team is also able to prepare for it. So now it all goes back to the EMP. It all goes back to this classic ultimate to try to make a difference this time around.
That is so much about what this composition is based around, but Arcadia is able to set up this defense very spread out. Bubba, however, does fall early. Good support play there to keep up Icy and MTPing out for the EMP, and that's going to find 3 members. Can they finish off any? It doesn't look like the follow-up is quite there. Pluto does go down. The main tank not able to make it out of the hack, and that is 2 picks now as they're trying to get one back from spawn. Seems like CCE Blue has this, despite not getting much value on many ultimates. EMP Dryad, it never fails.
It never fails, and the thing that made a difference there was that EMP was able to hack the Mercy, making her unable to use that Valkyrie. And that Valkyrie would have kept the team alive for a little bit longer, but this Mercy, completely unable to do anything, doesn't really give the control that Arcadia needed on the defense for a little bit longer. And so the payload is going to continue moving. The side of CCE Blue is going to continue rotating those ultimates, and now is when it gets a lot more difficult for them as well.
Yeah, as the streets phase of this map really starts to open up here, Latrick on this hit scan, already finding value. Headshots down Martis, those flanks coming up empty. Pluto sends in a shatter, but it doesn't find anyone. Instead, the response here from Rigpig with the Transcendence, the Discord still on Pluto, and he is going to be melted away with everyone on his side falling as well. That Pulse Bomb, the final say in the matter.
One Pulse Bomb, and look at that. It was 3 or 4 kills I feel like that I saw for this Tracer as well. And this is one of those heroes that we don't talk about that often, but is always making a difference. Even if they're not able to get the kills, they're able to put enough pressure on the tanks, melting that HP away, and then allowing the rest of the team for success. We also see a couple changes now. Arcadia on the Sigma.
And Nemo coming out on the Widow as well, trying to take advantage of these sightlines. Latrick is able to find the first pick of the fight with a little help from Crusher's Ant Matrix there. The hit scan looks so strong on this final point. It's just such a long walk from the spawn here on third point, and these sightlines for hit scan are always so wide open. And I'm looking at CCE. At some point you have to put a shield on because the double hit scan threat has to have something in the way.
Yeah, unless they're able to get the supports in the backline, but even that is not going to be easy. They have an immortality, and they also have the Mercy, who is able to fly away, potentially. So, like you said, they need a little bit more damage. They need a little bit more of those conclusive kills, which so far haven't really shown up. They're hoping to get that EMP for the last fight.
Great Mercy pocket here to keep Latrick alive, trying to find this Wrecking Ball, and Sparrow will go down. Just 40 seconds on the clock. CCE would be smart to regroup quick and go again for a next fight instead of choosing to engage right now. But the Graviton Surge, it does come through. Arcadia pushing their advantage now. The rally in response, but Nemo headshots down Duncan. Artist able to get the pick onto him, and it's back to a 5 versus 5 as Sparrow is back in the mix. Coming in now with the slam, but it's stunned out. The Wrecking Ball mine still deployed here. Dryad still anyone's fight, a 5 versus 5. The defenders have their member back from spawn. The bomb coming in. Jerry Berry with the only kill though, and it's with a shield bash onto the Mercy. Now the dive right onto the Sigma here. Pluto erased. Bubba gone. The attackers looking very good, trying to finish off Avani here. 10 meters to go.
Wow, that was such a perfect flux of ultimates as well coming through for the side of CCE Blue. One by one, they were using those ultimates trying to get the kills. But this is going to be the overtime where the defense tries to get a little bit of a boost. And there it is. It's just a Wrecking Ball spinning and trying to get a chance here.
Esports ready strats from Bubba right there. Spin the win just like Coach drew it up. But unfortunately, the tanks have already gone down. Overtime starting to dwindle. The Matrix from Crusher in the corner might be the last hope, but it's not finding any picks. It's all CCE Blue, and they're able to finish the map in overtime.
Even if the defense has the advantage here, it is not possible. And wow, CCE Blue, what an amazing performance that we've seen from them so far. And I talked about it. This is one of those maps where they either go to overtime or we don't even see the second point. So what is it what Arcadia is able to do now?
That was Arcadia's best map, and it wasn't even close. They really looked good right there. It made me think that if they ended up touching the point on Blizzard World, they might have been able to win it. Because, again, CCE didn't have the greatest looking attack there. We can see that. They're a defense-first team, I would say, Dryad.
And it's so risky as well. I feel like there's some teams that, even though I would always go with the defense, I feel like there's some teams that are so good at attacking that I kind of get why they would want to attack first. But for the side of CCE Blue, they're good at attacking and defending from what you've seen from them. Sure, it went to overtime. But this is a map that, to start it off, it is very difficult to complete. So the fact that they were able to do so already shows the level that they have on top of the 2 other maps that we already saw from them. But Arcadia, even with the spawn advantage that they had at the end, it was so difficult, again, because they weren't really rotating those ultimates the way that the enemy was doing. It was either using 2 ultimates at once or keeping them for a little bit too long, or maybe even if they were able to use that Valkyrie and even run away a little bit because they don't have a Lucio to avoid that EMP, that would have been ideal for them.
You're absolutely right. Just like you were in the pregame when you talked about holding spawn here up on top of the gas station with the Reinhardt and everyone else. I mean, that's just a nice little friendly group up there we're seeing from CCE as they start to spill into this first corner and just deny everything for Arcadia. But Bubba ends up coming up big, as does Nemo. The pick starting to be found from Arcadia. A great first push out of spawn here. It's going to give them some serious alt charge for the next fight, and really not as much time as CCE Blue was hoping to chew off with that hold.
It was actually really fast for this team. Everyone got taken down and didn't even get a chance. There was the changes coming through very fast, and unfortunate situation, but again, at least, so when you lose that defense, you're able to come back and try to make something happen and ideally build those ultimates before they pass this corner.
And they're coming in now. Sparrow just looking for a slam, and all these targets looking real juicy down below. Comes in, but Martis has gone down. The DPS missing here for CCE Blue's dive. It's going to be very tough to re-engage on this fight as Arcadia finally has some ultimates coming online. The res will get Rig Pig back in the action, but still CCE Blue is missing a member coming back from spawn. Latrick on this left side, waiting to pop this high noon. This entire team shifting this way, trying to set up the window, trying to set up the high noon to finish off this first point. I love the way Arcadia is playing in this map. They're very together, all on the same page, and now we see the window coming in, and this should be enough, Dryad.
This definitely should be enough. The amplification, just creating that necessary space, pushing everyone that was still alive all the way back or taking them down. And with Arcadia, they look like a completely different team now. They are playing so aggressive. They won that first fight, and they haven't lost it. They've lost a couple members, but that doesn't really affect them too much as they continue to build up payload. They continue to have those ultimates. That is all they need right now.
I would like to see him give Latrick a little bit of help. I think he's got the right idea going up to that high ground early, but without support from the team. He's got to back off around the first corner because CCE can engage so fast onto a McCree with this dive comp. Latrick, though, has the Mercy pocket with him, and that is enough to take down Sparrow. Now should have plenty of room to use this high noon, taking down the Echo as well, the Mercy above him. This is where things can really start to steamroll here for Arcadia in the distillery.
And the payload in the meantime continues to move. It seemed like CCE Blue, they were feeling a little too confident here. They didn't expect so much aggression coming from the side of Arcadia, who already took down the Zenyatta. It's going to be the rest, but it's already wasted for the fight.
Yeah, you would love to have that for mid-fight just to swing the tempo back, but Rigpig does come out with the Transcendence just to try and keep the defender CCE in this fight because Latrick, he's doing so much work on the McCree. He's everywhere with the Mercy pocket, and Bubba up front, pretty much frontlining for this team alongside Pluto. With Latrick on the outside like that, it's just so tricky to find a target for this dive to focus. Did they go frontline? Did they go for Latrick? Nothing seems to be working right now for CCE Blue.
And it's going to be a complete change here. I don't know if it might be, though, the potential change of those heroes that have not been effective so far. But the minefield might be creating a little bit of space very soon. Even though that is not enough, they ideally need some protection if they want to play aggressive, if they want to play close and stop this payload.
Yeah, you're right. And CCE Blue, they haven't been doing themselves any favors by kind of playing mystery heroes this round. We can see Arcadia has had the advantage in ultimates all round long, and that headshot there, another one. Oh, the Hanzo letting the arrows fly. Nemo starting to feel it with the hot hand. The Rez getting the Zen back into the action here for the defense, but I think the damage has been done from Arcadia. They've got the grab, they've got the dragons, a window coming up soon. Latrick has the high noon. This should be all the alt economy they need to buy this third point.
Are we sure this is the same CCE that we saw before?
No, I'm not.
I'm a little confused by what they're doing here. They're about to build a couple ultimates though, and they also have the defensive advantage. But no kill so far.
No, that grab doesn't have the dragon sent through it, and it does come up empty on kills. A good ultimate there from Sparrow to just keep the attackers at bay. But they're coming in now with that second wind. Crusher lets that window up, does a little bit of construction work by the payload, and we should start seeing some more ultimates used soon as Duncan sends in the Dragon Strike. Martis will have the Pulse Bomb here, but it looks like Arcadia is starting to use some to make some space. That's a huge stick right there onto the Hanzo, taking down Pluto on Rhine as well, and CCE. It didn't look good for them, but now it looks like they're able to survive another fight.
That is, I think, the first fight that we see this team completely win. It was going only for the side of Arcadia on the last fights that we've seen on first, second, and this third part of the map. They have a stop finally for this payload, but I mean, even then, there's over 2 minutes for the attackers to make something work, and they just need a couple ultimates to get that confidence going. Especially those dragons, they were so effective. They created so much space, and it is also one of those ultimates that you're able to build so fast.
Arrow does go down first here, but the Wrecking Ball will have no problem getting out of spawn for this last fight. Arcadia has to make the move quick. The Shatter lands the high noon, finding the Tracer. That is 3 picks down. Closing in now on the Zenyatta Rigpig, taken care of by Bubba with the Mercy damage boost. Icy Nim popping the Valk, and that is going to do all the support work this Arcadia team needs. As long as they live from this minefield, this should be the third point for the Knights.
Oh, but the last opportunity here to touch one by one, ideally not getting taken down, but that is not going to be possible because these attackers, they're playing so aggressive. They actually get a lot more time than CCE Blue.
A very good round for Arcadia there, finally making CCE Blue look human. Again, this CCE Blue team has not dropped a map all season, so even though the game has been won by CCE Blue, map differential always matters toward the end of the semester. I've casted NECC for a year now, and I've seen over 5 teams make it in by 1 or 2 maps at the end of a season, so these matter. They're going to come around for these top 4 teams. If you're on the bubble, every single map could matter. So CCE Blue, they are not looking to give this one away. They are not trying to be soft on Arcadia here. Arcadia has just been so well put together here on Havana.
That is one of my favorite things about NECC, and is that we have every single team, they know the importance of playing their best at all times. Like you said, the map differential, it can affect them a lot as we get closer and closer to playoffs and as defining who is going to be in the top of that table. So there's a lot of tournaments where we don't see this happening, where teams maybe they don't feel like they need to win every single map. But here, there's a lot of pressure every single time for every player to play their best. And that is exactly what they're doing. Even though there is... Okay, never mind. There was going to be Genji. Not anymore. So
There's never a Genji triad. There's never
I got scared for a second. There is a possibility. I feel like last week I saw one, so...
A rare occurrence. That's a big stun there. The tank's looking weak. It looks like, again, using the Mei, using the McCree, trying to hold this spawn. A very good strategy here for the overtime. CCE Blue attacking with less time than Arcadia. Again, starting to build up a little bit of ultimates. Rigpig already does have that window ready to go. Crusher 99, not even at 50%. The attackers use it to finally make some space, but instead shut down Crusher and Nemo. There with the eliminations and still stuck in spawn is CCE.
20 seconds remaining. There's not a lot of time to work with as well. Lane is very passive. I don't know if they're going to push together.
It's a little disorganized here, but out the right side they go. Sparrow getting close to that Earth Shatter. No other teammates on the side of CCE have that much ult charge. The Shatter gets frozen. Big play from Duncan there to deny it. And Sparrow now has a Shatter that he's looking to line up out of the way of the shield and landing it down onto 2. The Ant Matrix coming through, trying to make this final stand for the defense last here in the spawn door as overtime begins to tick away. Latrick giving the defense a little more hope here with the pick onto Duncan. Grab gets eaten up by Herbie.
What?
A massive play. The attackers, CCE Blue, not out of this one yet, sending a fire strike through 3 members but finding no kills. Latrick now with the high noon around the left side but brought down by Rigpig. Herbie finding a pick as well, and the payload should continue to push here.
And just in time, that was so... What an intense fight that we just saw. It was the grab getting eaten. It was also the worst possible timing for the Shatter as the Reinhardt gets frozen. But finally, the attackers of CCE Blue, they get a chance to move the payload a little bit. They get a chance here, once again, here in Havana, to see if they're also able to win this map. And they have a couple ultimates. They have the Shatter to initiate, but... Well, at least it can't get frozen.
It can't get frozen. Latrick might be able to stun it though. Now the bomb comes in. Ultimate Tempo taken advantage of again. 2 kills found on the back of that bomb. The space was made to erase Pluto with the help of Duncan, freezing him up. And that is going to be more than enough here for CCE to take the first point. But Dryad, I'm looking at the time banks, and Arcadia did such a great job on attack that this isn't even that scary of a position to be in. Their time bank up near 3 minutes. Could be plenty of time to get well past the first point.
I think the only time when you start getting worried about this is if the attackers are able to get past the second point. That is when you start questioning if you also have enough time to make it happen. But CCE Blue, they're looking a lot better than we saw them during that last round, where they didn't really look like themselves. They have a couple ultimates. They have the Blizzard more than anything to create the space here.
Big headshot there onto Jerry Berry, sends the attackers on the back foot. That Shatter comes up empty there. And ultimate starting to be set loose here from Arcadia coming in now. Nemo on the outside has found 3 picks, 4 in this fight. The arrows are finding bullseyes out here, Dryad. And it should be Arcadia stopping this right here, right now.
I'm pretty sure no one ever looked at Nemo. I'm pretty sure no one really turned around to lick this hand. So throughout the entire part of the second part, it was insane. So many hits as well with those arrows, and that is what I like to see from this team. Finally ending the push that the attackers from CCE Blue were getting, and getting a chance for Arcadia. I said it, the time where they would start to worry was if the payload passed the second part, but it didn't, so they have a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, the objective of that last fight was finding Nemo. The difficulty was impossible. He did so much work on that high ground. And that, to your point, exactly right. Halfway through second point, a very achievable game in the reach of Arcadia. They're going to have to get out of spawn. They were very fast at getting past the spawn hold from CCE in the first round. It all comes down to this overtime, though. They've got to get out of there quickly and with alt charge.
Yeah, like I said, it all comes down to this. One last opportunity to see if Arcadia, they're able to win at least one map. They already lost 2, but the map differential, we talked about it, it is so important. And on top of that, you want to have the confidence that you're able to beat the enemy team. because CCE Blue, even though they were doing so well in that first and second map, they lost a couple fights, and that was an indication that Arcadia, they had an opening, and they're making it happen now.
I like how every time CC is like, yeah, we're going to set up here, up on top, for no reason at all, but we'll be up there. And then they just come down right away, up to the corner.
Yep.
This is when a mistake could happen, though. That Maywall does wall off the attackers, though. The pin for Sparrow connects, and the Immortality Field already taken care of. Crusher now without that ability. The attackers, Arcadia, already backing up into spawn. They don't want to take any chances here. They don't want to go at a fight where maybe they try and find a pick. No, just wave after wave. Don't mess with the time bank here.
That is exactly what you need to do. Work all together because you're going to continue getting taken down. And also, more than anything, you have to watch for Nemo, who no one's looking at again.
Now, it seems like he's never with his team, and even though I hate seeing players in my games do that, Nemo is able to make it work. No one looking at him still in the backline. Finally get some attention from the Lucio, but not before some picks get found here. Latrick coming in on the backside with the McCree, rolling into 3 kills there. Nemo able to finally take down one, but Dryad, you're so right. The strategy for this team is just hide Nemo, have Nemo get all the attention of CCE, and that's when the front line goes in.
I was really questioning if anyone could see Nemo. I mean, everyone was turning around, and okay, he wasn't getting the kills right away, but he was putting damage, he was putting pressure, and the minute that they looked at him, though, the McCree on the other side got the kill, so it was pretty much a nightmare of how strong these two DPS are working together.
And this is how things can change going into a poke map. It could be your team just has that cracked out Hanzo player. Nemo gets the hot hand and the arrows start finding foreheads, because that's been the story of this one, is Nemo giving his team that hope they need to take a map off of CCE Blue. Ant Matrix coming out to open off this fight. Arcadia, though, sitting on some ultimates. Shatter sounds like it gets used. High Noon popped as well. Not sure who's in this fight, as I am lagging like crazy, but CCE is there with a couple of kills out of response. Finally defending well.
And the kills coming back and forth, but it's going to be CCE Blue, the ones coming up on top at the end, stopping the payload, and all the time that we talked about, it is going away, and there's only 40 seconds remaining. Arcadia Knights, who had so much time remaining and so many opportunities, they're wasting them. This could be the last fight territory for them.
Yeah, I would say it certainly is last fight territory, because even if they win this one, Nemo with another big pick on the off angle, but even if they win this one, it's still going to be an overtime by the time they reach the finish line. So even though the kills are coming through right now, it's not like CCE has given up on this game. They're going to have 4 ultimates coming online for this true last fight in Distillery, but overtime is bound to be underway shortly. Arcadia's looking at just the grab and the Dragon Strike along with a Valk for a support ult. Is that going to be enough, Dryad, to win them this final fight?
I mean, that just puts a lot of pressure into Herbie on this diva to try to eat the grab. And even try to eat the dragons, I mean, either or, that would be enough to keep the team alive. Because if the grab dragons comes in, there's pretty much no way to stop it.
Grab does not get eaten. The dragons come through early, and that should be enough to finish up. 3 kills there for Nemo. Herbie does send in the bomb, only finding one, though. The Mercy taken down for Arcadia, but that is not enough picks to put a stop to this payload yet. Blizzard from Duncan also sent out to the pitch. Bubba actually taken down. Nemo falling as well. The payload still awfully close. Just 3 meters to go. A touch has to be there soon, but it's not prevalent in Arcadia. Able to take a map off of CCE Blue for the first time all season.
And not able to touch at the end. The May almost coming in clutch, but at the end, this map will go for the side of Arcadia, who did a really good job changing the narrative, proving that they could also win a couple of maps against CCE, and winning so many fights. I feel like this is the most fights that we've seen them win on every map that we saw today.
Yeah, I think you're right. They really just looked like a well-oiled machine. On compositions, they seem to have practiced a lot more in that last one. So I love to see that from this team, finally coming up with some great play late in the game, stealing a map off of one of the better teams in their division. I mean, Champlain College Esports, they're no slouches. They looked so strong in maps 1 and 2. So for Arcadia to bounce back like that and take Havana pretty convincingly, at least in the first round, that is a great look for their team going forward. I think they're still keeping their heads held high despite the loss this week. Dryad, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially because it was 2-1 at the end. And that is something that I need for confidence, knowing that you can beat the enemy team if you maybe play a better composition, play a map that is more beneficial to you. And that is exactly what we saw Arcadia do. Like you said, and we keep bringing up, the map differential can play a massive part. So they got away with one. And on the other hand, CCE, they are looking really good as well.
I would have to say that both of these two teams are going to look like titans in their division. Dryad, talking about player of the game, did you have anyone in mind for this one?
It's gonna be. I honestly, I want to give it to Nemo because everything that we saw towards the end really changed what we had. But I don't know. It's really a tough one, especially when we talk about CCE. Everyone was doing a massive job at working together, right?
Yeah, you're totally right. I think the biggest difference maker in the game on tank, probably Herbie, but still, it's so much more than that because
Yeah.
Nemo made this a different outcome on Havana. It looked like it should have been a 3-0, and then Nemo just kept Arcadia in this through Havana and got his team the map win. I think you got the right idea with Nemo, though, because his team, without his help on the Hanzo, it would have not been the same outcome.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, CCE, they really did a really good job. Like you mentioned, the tanks were able to play a lot of different compositions, and that made a difference for them. And on top of that, everyone was playing together. They were coordinating when they wanted to go in, when they wanted to go out, when the May wall, more than anything, like we saw in Blizzard World, was going to get used to isolate the target. So I feel like everyone really did a good job for both of the teams. It was just the narrative that allowed Arcadia to win that last map was pretty much all about Nemo.
It was definitely all about Nemo. Chat, make sure you stick around. We've got 3 more games tonight. The next one going to be Augustana College versus North Central Timberwolves. So make sure you stick around for that. I've been Berkeley Stevens alongside Dryad. It's been a pleasure. Hope you have a good rest of the stream here for the NECC. As Overwatch action continues, stick around.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
And we are back, friends. My name is Jeff. This is my friend Billy coming in. Props to Dryad and Old Charge for starting the night off strong. But we are here to guide you through games 3 and 4 of week 3 here in the NECC fall tournament.
Yep. Well, looking at Augustana College, looking at a 2-0 record to start our season off here, led by Vanilla Big Hug in the flex role. It looks like they're going to be playing in the tank role, according to our lobby. Going up against the 0-2 North Central Technical College. Haven't won a map yet, so this might be a one-sided affair. However, this is Overwatch, and just like any other sport, any other esport out there, any given day, you can win. So it will all depend on what Battle Angel and company can bring out for North Central Technical College here today in week 3. But they're going to have a real tall order going up against the 2-0 Augustana College. And they have only dropped one map so far in this NECC season. Here we are in week 3. So time to get on to the horse if you are North Central Technical College and start bringing the firepower out.
Yeah, the Timberwolves out of Wausau, Wisconsin, have struggled a little bit here so far in this season. But hey, it's early. There's plenty of time to turn it around, Billy. This is going to be a tough opponent. Like you said, Augustana coming in so far undefeated, only dropped one map here in our opening 2 weeks. So they've got their work cut out for them. And I think we did get a little bit of an amendment there coming down the pipe. I think we're actually going to get Breadman and Super B leading the way here for Augustana. So we'll be looking for them in the tank role to set the pace, set the tone here for our first match. This is a fixed map pool, best of 3. We play all 3 maps, no matter the results of the first 2. So your maps for week 3 are Lijiang Tower, Blizzard World, and Havana.
Oh boy, compositional differences here on Lijiang. I mean, obviously we want to look at gardens. We want to be looking to take control, have some mobility, and be able to defend any aggressors coming onto the point. Night Market, really want to see. I mean, you can either run an Ice Wizard comp with the May and Symmetra and getting on the point and establishing predominance right there. Also, Doomfist is great, not only on Night Garden, but also on Control Center when you want to go a little bit more brawly. You want to get right up in their face and take the action to them. So, I'm really looking forward to seeing, what these two teams are going to bring out compositionally for Lijiang Garden, and we'll see what they can do. I really want to see, North Central Technical College get that goose egg out of their map differential, because come the end of the season, regardless of where teams are at, every single map is going to count. It's going to be the difference between you getting into the playoffs and not getting into the playoffs. So really, if you're a front-running team right now, you still got to be thinking about those map differentials. So you're obviously going to be wanting to go for that 3-0 sweep. So we'll see if Augustana can get another 3-0 sweep here in week 3 and only still have lost just one map, or if we can get the goose egg off and maybe even get a win out of North Central Technical College.
And we heard earlier in the broadcast just how important those map wins can be. There's definitely going to be some teams at the end of the season squeaking by purely on map score. You're bound to have some ties. And it's those maps, it's each and every one super important, especially since there's only 3 per series. Each one carries that much more weight. So even if the Timberwolves can't get a win here today, yeah, like you're saying, getting rid of the goose egg in the map score is a big step forward.
Yeah, I mean, Old Charge in the previous series, having cast here last year, giving us that bit of nugget. So I stole from here and put it on there for my own. So, of course, thanks to our good friend from the console days, known as Yell Crab back in those days, but Old Charge being one of our best casting buddies out there. So, I'm just looking forward to seeing which map we get first. I want to see if people do have the Wrecking Ball in their pocket, especially Garden's such a great Wrecking Ball map. You can also run the Winston there as well if you're going to go in with the dive. I've seen teams run, straight up Ryan Zarya as well. They get brawly on the Gardens too. So it's all really dependent upon where you're comfortable with. Not necessarily sticking to, a prescribed meta, as it were, as we hear the Challenger scene. So we'll see what these teams come out with and see how they progress through the night. But I can't wait to get into this match. It's going to be a banger. And, I love being here in the NECC because different schools, different teams that we haven't had a chance to experience before. Some teams maybe making their first time onto a stream. So this is exciting not only for us as casters, but also for the teams to be able to show their wares on a national stage.
Yeah, you bet. And get to just see other competitors from around the country. I know a lot of students are just excited to get to compete, and some of these schools are a lot smaller than others, and I believe North Central is one of those. It's one of the smaller schools, so a smaller pool of players, available to them. And that can put you at a little bit of a disadvantage. Having 2,500 students as opposed to 18,000, or some of the larger schools we have competing here. You just have fewer options. So there's really nothing to hang your head about. Just getting to get on this national stage is a lot of fun, and it's good to see the competition out there, and that's going to sharpen your skills in of itself, make you a better player, make you a better competitor. But another point you touched on was being in this challengers division. And that really does lend to playing to your strengths, playing to the compositions where you have practice, where you have the synergy, and you're really acutely aware of what your teammates are going to do, what your plan is, and the tempo you want to set. And so I think that really does play a huge part in this division, where you don't have to stick to that meta like you were saying. That you can run double shield on pretty much anything. Particularly with the maps that we have available today. If that's where your strengths lie.
Right. And I'm a little bit disappointed just seeing coming down the pipe here that one of my favorite battle tags here for one of the players, Are You Hungry? Is not actually going to be Are You Hungry? It's going to be Kawaii Jelly. So Cute Jelly, if you want to translate it from the Japanese, will be playing under the Are You Hungry, or will be replacing the Are You Hungry battle tag. Looking at what we saw from Augustana College in their first week, they lost a map to Murray State Gold. So that was a nail biter. But then second week against Valparaiso Shield, they won 3-0. So that's how they got to 2-0. UC Davis and UBCO Serpents Gold were the two losses for North Central Technical College. Like I said, they haven't won a map yet. Let's hope they can get that off the board tonight.
Looks like we are going to start off in Control Center. Traditionally a very brawling map, a lot of close quarters, a lot of corridors to work with. A Junkrat could work very well here. One of the few maps where I really think a Junkrat is a smart pick. But I stand by my previous statement. Play to your strengths, teams. Let's see the synergy in the teamwork. Good use of cooldown, smart ult rotation will win you a fight every time, more than playing meta, particularly in this challengers division.
Yeah, I would anticipate to see a Symmetra, especially since she does so well here. Really looking to see if they can get in there and get their team aggressed onto the point first and establish that dominance on the point and see where they pick out from. And we do see Kawaii Jelly, previously known as Are You Hungry? They are flashing us that Symmetra right now, not to be outdone by Augustana's dad, showing the Symmetra as well. Looks like we're going Zarya versus Diva in the off-tank role, and I like it on both sides because one provides a third DPS while the other provides a peel and a frontline presence that you just don't have with a Zarya.
And the Zarya will be able to protect the Reinhardt in burst and enable some aggression, but there's not a whole lot hard that Zarya's team up. So the Photon Cannon might struggle to find max damage against the Mei Sim, against the Ice Queen. And we can see already right out of the gate, a good wall and 2 quick picks to start things off. Reinhardt down, Sim gone. Augustana taking control of this immediately, driving back, even put up a good wall to find some exit picks.
Yeah, you love to see that from a Mei player, knowing their win condition, knowing that if you can really conceal people away from getting away, then you're going to get all the value out of it. And we'll see, how this Junkrat is actually going to do against the Diva and the shielding of a Reinhardt. That big glowing rectangle is going to stop a lot of this aggression coming in.
Oh, and not to mention the Sim turrets on top of the door. It's just, speaking of slowing, it will physically slow them as they try to approach, not to mention the damage done. Looks like NTC have been able to push through the doorway and are trying to make their way onto point, but they lose Mason on the approach, caught off in the rotation. And now Breadman here with the Shatter, looking for it. He's going to throw it down, only finds Sloth with it. Got caught up in Shadows, Junkrat Trap, not able to pursue.
Yeah, this is just great recognition of being able to push forward WM1 all the way into NTC's team. And, they just get the cleanup after that. Now, looking at this Photon Barrier online, that's going to be another slowing tool for Augustana College to stop the aggression coming in. They can just really use this to really defend against this upcoming amplification matrix.
Yep. North Central Timberwolves do have this tire to open up with. So, there's not really a whole lot to block it. Not even support also online, and we already see the Immortality field used by Harvekel. So this tire could be the opening that the Timberwolves are looking for to try to get in here, but they got to wait for their entire 6 to get back, regroup, push together. I mean, we're approaching last opportunity here for North Central Timberwolves.
We absolutely are. There is an aggressive Ant Matrix and all the foul. Oh my God, that's foul.
Yeah, that's a double damage fire strike, taking Shadow out of the fight before they can press Q. And we had another Shatter invested as well. Augustana holding the door, not letting anybody pass.
You know, are you hungry? Now Kawaii Jelly, and I want to put the Hodor reference for Game of Thrones there, but there's a big tire coming. Let's see what they can get.
A tire finally coming out, but this time the Immortality Field was ready. Harbeckle did not wait for it to get invested early. Grab from Sloth, found a few in it, but it doesn't look like the follow-up's quite there. In fact, they lose Drag Oreo, who was so close to that Shatter. Now the onus is on Sloth to push forward. Salmier used aggressively, but as the shields fade, still no kills for North Central Technical College. This has been all one-way traffic. Overtime wick burning. The inevitable overtime wick will burn down after a little bit of cleanup.
Yeah, it's all over about the crying, and with overtime running that long, it's going to burn down quickly. And Symmetra goes burr. That's one lesson that we need to learn right now. Symmetra goes burr very bigly, especially when you get that microwave beam up to level 3, just absolutely melting shields and deleting members of NTC off the server. Now as we head, going to Gardens here, Jeff, I'm looking for a little bit of compositional shift. Looks like we're going to get a little bit of blackout DPS of Reaper and Sombra. Big burst healing potential available to them as well. Breadman's opting for the Winston here. So we'll see what they got coming out the gate here, because NTC looks like they've compositionally shifted their DPS to a little bit more pokiness, especially when you bring out the pharmacy.
Yeah, they're definitely going to come out with a pharmacy in the 76. Very much a kind of spam poke oriented composition versus pure rush. This is a Winston rush comp from Augustana. They want to just pounce on your front line as quickly as possible and burst down anybody who gets in their way. This zombie comp is very difficult to kill. Nobody wants to die. Everybody has escapes. There's so much healing available. And look at the room Augustana are created. They control center pillar. They control the entirety of the map around the objective. Dad looking for a little manual hack over the side. Didn't quite get it. Has to fall back as the spam comes through from Kawaii Jelly, a.k.a. Are You Hungry? Good pick there for Are You Hungry. Speaking of, as the freshman is able to find first blood for NTC. Both Winstons off the battlefield and res available here for North Central Timberwolves. They're not pushing on. They got Tac Visor at the ready, coming up on Barrage, but all the while, Augustana are building up percentage, and they've got a Coalescence to maintain.
Oh, it's going to be free, too, if they can get it off in time, but that's a huge down barrier coming out from Vanilla Big Hug.
Yeah, it's I think you're gonna have to run with it here for a second, Billy. I'm having a little technical issue on my end. Did CDP come out? That got 5.
It did get 5, and now Breaded Man is popping the primal and gets an environmental kill here. Kawaii Jelly still being pretty uncontested on the side. It's been up to Dad so far to deal with the Pharah. Super B has been getting into the air, though, to really deny the value from this spam comp coming in. I'm looking at Mason right now. Gonna probably throw this Nano onto Drag Oreo, one of my favorite names here, to be able to take care and get them built up to another Primal Rage.
Yeah, I mean, really, Augustana's only plan for the far is just avoid. Just stay out of LOS. Nice eat from Super B. Takes the grab off the table and the punish onto Drag Oreo. With the Winston gone, there's no initiation. Mason not able to use that nano boost in time. And that's really what you're looking for here. And despite Augustana losing their Winston as well, they still have all the cards in this fight.
I mean, what am I looking at right now? I mean, Shadow swapping off the Soldier 76 onto the McCree to deal with Dad on this Sombra to see if they can get them and kind of flash them out of getting manual hacks going on. But Deathblock's ready to go!
And Death Blossom finds both supports in the back, supported by a Coalescence coming through. This is threatening to be another 100-0. As the last 2 remaining members, the Timberwolves get hacked up, deleted. That's all she wrote. Screen goes dark. That's a 1 in the Augustana win column.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things that's going on here right now. There's an MTD difference right now, going between Augustana and MTD. And I mean, Breaded Man right now is just absolutely shredding. And then the support difference as well. I'm really liking, especially with having the zombie comp that you were talking about, all the mobility going in. There's the burst healing that was available to them. I'm running the Moira Lucio there on Gardens. They were able to basically swing and zap with impunity and do what they needed to do.
So
And
much healing.
Dad on that Sombra was a breath of fresh air. We haven't seen a lot of Sombra here lately in our current meta situation. And seeing it come out here and seeing the efficaciousness of it, that was something that I just absolutely was applauding. I had my own little golf clap going on. The 5-mana EMP, of course, was a stunner, and they got manual hacks going on to the Farah as well. So Dad was doing his job pretty darn good.
Yep, clipping those wings just a little, and Farah can't do anything. Get no angle. You just fall out of the sky like a stone. Makes life easy for your team. But hey, there you go. Augustana so far keeping up their great record and halfway to winning this series. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna go to Blizzard World. We'll have some more NECC action for you. It is time for map number 2. We are headed to Blizzard World. Augustana College, the Vikings out of Illinois, coming out swinging 2-100-0 to start things off there, Billy.
Whew, pretty emphatic from them, too. I mean, once they wrestled control of the point, they never let go of it. So, I mean, right now, kind of a maintained difference and support line difference for Augustana College. But I think, we did see some moments of brilliance. I really liked the soldiers that came out of North Central Technical College. I mean, got attack Pfizer in the first fight and a half. I mean, that's not normal, especially with what they were running into. And I mean, the Breaded Man was really laying down some good Winston bubbles. I don't think that the Diva was mitigating as much damage as maybe they could have. They seem to really like the Zarya as well. I think if you run a Diva, you're going to have a lot more fun in the game right now. I also think that you're also going to have a lot more damage mitigation and being able to, get on top of players, being able to let your Reinhardt or your Monkey get onto the point. And, it kind of with from Augustana College. So, we do see the side swap here. We are going to see North Technical College here on the defense as they want to see what kind of a benchmark they're going to have to look at here. And looking at a little bit of a Halt and Hammer line coming out in the tanks for North Central Technical College. Kawaii, Jelly, and Shadow bringing out double hit scams. So looking at a little bit from range, looking at a little bit of extra healing potential as well with that biotic field. So we'll see what Augustana College could do. I mean, they use the speed and the immortality fields to great effect in a very brawl-centric map of Control Center on Legion Gardens.
All right. I got to make an amendment here. When I say, play it to your own strengths, you still need some synergy. You still need some synergy in your compositions. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of disconnect here from North Central Technical College as far as the way their players are going to interact. Now, that was a good hook. Able to get super, at least, dislodged and kind of not where they want to be. They've got to make a rotation, and it slows down the push. But Dad was able to find a pick, and now Augustana are going to go ahead and threaten this point. You got Super B moving up to the high ground. Oh, man, that was literally one tick. That has 30 health left. Falls back, grabs the healing. Look at the ult charge on the Baptiste. Harvekel has been doing work. That's the point picked up.
Good Lord. Oh, they're going to go ahead and use that Ant Matrix right out the gate. So, I mean, shielding's going to be under barrage. Everything's out.
Yep, so the Street Sweeper is in full effect. Blizzard World streets are clean. Not a lick of trash left. Shadow will get rezzed up. That is the one benefit of having Battle Angel there. And of course, you do get a little bit of the damage boost onto. Now we do see Drag Oreo move over to the Diva. So I like this a little bit more. Your Reinhardt wants to play close and fast, while the Ashe and the Soldier want to sit back and poke a little bit more. Now the Soldier is more capable of brawling it up in the face with the Reinhardt. But this is kind of part of that. I mean, it's lack of synergy is the best thing I can come up with at the moment. Is Shadow able to get a good pick? We see Breadman get a little too big for his britches there, Billy.
Yeah, but I mean, it was also an anti-nade going in on top of them. I mean, the damage mitigation from Super B was not there to eat that nade. And that's one of the biggest roles here for the Divas to be able to deal with that nade coming in. So, I mean, Kawaii Jelly, both the DPS could let loose with a massive torrent of ultimates here in the next fight.
Yep, it's going to be the Bob coming out first. Now let's see how many North Central Technical College spin to make this hold. Yeah, that's a detrimental loss to the self-destruct with Battle Angel taken out of the fight. Self-destruct coming in from the defense. And the Sloth very low, backing up. Mason doesn't have a great angle on the tanks, has to rotate back around and try to get some healing down. As Sloth and Drag Oreo are taking so much damage from the attackers. The defense just getting pushed back all the way off where they need to be contesting. Drag Oreo flying up out of the range of the Shatter. Back both Shatters coming down simultaneously. Shadow investing the attack visor as well into this, but nobody survives the Blizzard on point. Drag Oreo sticking around, some good movement in there, able to stay elusive despite being frozen up there momentarily, but it's Dad coming up with some clutch picks. Drag Oreo finally out of mech.
Yeah, smart holding of the Q there as well from Mason, because you can see them wanting to put that in there and get that nano invested. Man, this push coming from Augustana once again is just absolutely filth on a bucket. And now we've got the rolling hammer composition coming in, the Hammond and the Reinhardt. So you want to pressure the back with the ball. You want to get the front line presence and pushability of Breaded Man on the Reinhardt. And then McFlurry in the DPS. I mean, this is going to be a very difficult proposition for NTC to deal with.
And North Central Technical, they unleashed 5 ultimates into that fight, into a losing fight. And it seemed to kind of just hitting him an opportunity, not really having a plan. I would highly suggest before the fight starts, you talk about what order you're going to throw those ults, how you're going to try to accomplish your win condition. I feel like that nano boost should have come out a long time ago. Sloss under pressure, now would be a good opportunity, but no, here comes the shatter down. The aggression from Augustana is just too much, not even giving him an opportunity to press Q.
Super B swapped to this Hammond at the beginning of this push, and they had mines available into the second fight. I mean, that is just filthy. 356. I've got to check my record books, but that may be pretty close to one of the fastest times that I've ever seen on Blizzard World. There was just, for lack of a better word, jello resistance coming out of NTC. And, man, I mean, I'm scared to see what Augustana is going to bring out defensively here. NTC's back's against the wall, and I mean, we're only a map and a half in, Jeff, and it's already looking pretty dire straits for the small school from North Central Technical College. So some changes got to come out here. I mean, the hammer and hook, that was a pretty dicey tank line to start the game off with. I think that, you know, D.Va right now is in one of the best spots that she has been in the game since its inception. I think she's so balanced now. I think that, you know, giving a little nerf to the micro missiles, but also a little bit more damage with the poke going in, being able to get the booster resets as well. I mean, everything is working in favor of having a D.Va on the field, and Sloth and Drag Oreo are going to bring that out, looks like, on their offense. But a little bit of Ryan Zarya here from Augustana. So kind of flipping the script here. Going to give a little bit more viability to Breaded Man to get in there and get even more aggressive, which I didn't think was going to be possible. But, you know, they're going to be doing that right now, and you're going to have the Immortality field at Haverkell. So we'll see what will come out here offensively for NTC.
It's funny about D.Va, you know, when they nerfed the defense matrix from the 15 meters to the 10 meters, she just vanished out of play. And it just took time for people, I think, to get used to it. And then there were some adjustments to, like, the regen number on the defense matrix. But yeah, D.Va is being spotted in all kinds of compositions, back in use, whether you're playing Rush, even alongside an Orisa. So D.Va's in a great spot. Nice sleep on a Breaded Man there. But still, 81%. Look at the ult charge difference between these two Reinhardts right now. It is Bread Man with all the aggression and just fearlessly pushing forward, despite the best efforts of Mason and the rest of NTC.
All right, let's talk about the last fight, though, Jeff. The wall by Weezer was absolutely brilliant. But I like the fact that Battle Angel was willing to speed the team on and try and get on top of Augustana and really take the aggression to them. But the wall separated everything, and you saw the kills come out right away. And I mean, right now, Weezer's got to be the linchpin of this entire defense.
Yeah, but Ice Wall is a Reinhardt's worst enemy. And you've got to play around it. Drag Oreo has to be cautious of Weezer on this mate as they try to make this push. It's going to be the nano boost, and there's another wonderful wall from Weezer. Breaded Man backing up, has that shatter ready to go. Dad opening things up once again. Dad has been absolutely on fire here today. Ant Matrix is going to chew through the attacking ranks of NTC. And Breaded Man doesn't even have to use that shatter.
Yeah, I mean, Superb invested the Graviton Surge into that. I think it may have gotten eaten by Sloth. I didn't see the exact benefit of it. But Breaded Man being able to keep Shatter into the next fight, as well as a Deadeye to boot, that is going to be fantastic work for them. I mean, you can Shatter, Deadeye, nothing really to deny that damage other than Sloth. And if they get put on their back, that's going to be a free look at it.
And that's, I mean, you know, a manual freeze. Reeds are probably looking for a manual freeze on just Sloth to open things up for that Blizzard. You can also throw the wall down and just throw the Blizzard into the wall. Give me Deadeye, start things off from Shadow. Try to open it up. Nice! That's both supports. Falling to the Pacekeeper. Dad tried to respond. Finds one. Gets the shot onto Drag Oreo as well. So with the Reinhardt out of the picture from both sides, the defense of Augustana barely holds on. But the best look we have seen from North Central Technical just thus far.
Yeah, I mean, they actually really invested in the great angle from Shadow with the Deadeye as well, even with the wall that came up from Weezer. But I don't think it was enough. And the spawn differential right now, if Vanilla Big Hug has gone back and taxied members of Augustana back, it's going to be dire straits for them. We're entering into just a minute left. You're looking at Grab Blizzard. Sloth has got to be a hungry, hungry hippo here.
Yep, keeping a sharp eye on this defense matrix of Sloth. Let's see how Weezer wants to approach. There's the walls, the Blizzard coming out. No, they decide to hold on to it. They're just going to pressure down, throw out the grab. Big grab. The Battle Angel has the sound barrier to help them survive it, but I don't know for how long. Those shields have been chewed through. Super B is just absolutely glowing, a big red ball of death, and it is just terrifying. Nightmare fuel for NTC right now.
And you get to keep the Blizzard, Jeff. So, what I'm looking for NTC here. Throw a nano onto the ulting Reaper. That should give them a lot of staying power and a lot of killing power as well. And really pull out all the defensive capabilities from this self-destruct.
Wonderful rotation from Augustana. Shadow goes down early. Oh, that is not what you're looking for. Great sleep. Mason has been putting up some great nades and some good sleeps here. I want to see a proactive nano here to start this fight. We started in the first fight, and it kind of worked. We got the Shatter and the Blizzard coming out. Will the Death Blossom be enough to turn the tide? It doesn't look like it. They find Harvekel, but it's just not enough. The damage had already been done. Baptiste work was done. And now overtime Wick burn. Shadow can't make it back even with the speedy shoes. And that is done and dusted. A 3-0 here on Blizzard World. That'll give Augustana the series with a 2-0 lead. We still will play Havana, though, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast.
I mean, just the work being done by Super B here, glowing like a Christmas tree, getting all the value that they needed out of it. I mean, that was some serious work from the tank line, not to mention the DPS as well. I mean, Weezer was hitting some nasty icicles to domes and holding, their ult rotations really smartly. That was a big difference there for Blizzard World. I mean, the aggression on their offense, they were willing to push forward and just take it to NTC, and then defensively, they just absorbed all the damage in. The allied bubbles were especially chef's kiss from me from Super B, keeping Bearded Man up in these fights and really allowing him to swing with impunity. I mean, we saw after that first fight, 80% to like 12. And
as far as ult charge on the Reinhardts,
yeah.
I think it was more than that. It was like 95 to 12.
I mean, I was kidding.
He had Shatter after first fight.
He did.
Didn't even have to use it. Didn't use it in that second fight. Was able to hold on to it. But smart. I mean, and that goes back to that smart ult rotation. Augustana, they have a plan. You can see that they're discussing how they want to use their ultimates in between fights, and that discussion is so huge. When you get into the fight, you don't want to be thinking about it. When you get into the fight, it's just action. You let your instincts take over. Let those gamer instincts kick in. But in between fights, that's when the cerebral part happens. That's when you discuss and figure out how you approach each individual engagement and how you want to use your ultimates. I mean, hey, you plan for success. You just set yourself up for success there, Billy. I mean, it's that easy. It's that easy. Just talk, forehead.
Talk, forehead. Yes,
that's all there is to it.
But
all right.
That being said, I mean, it's 2-0, and that is
it is
2-0 to Augustana College. Let's see if NTC can get that blasted goose egg off the board. They're gonna have a little huddle and talk about it.
We're gonna take a quick break. Give them that opportunity to do it. We'll see you back here in just a few. And we are back from map number 3. We are headed to Cuba, going to beautiful Havana for our final map of the series. And, North Central Technical College still looking for that first map win of the season.
Yep, looking at a little bit of role swaps right now. Shadow going to the tank role. Well, Drag Oreo going to DPS. A little bit of swap up there. See what they can bring. Maybe a little bit of change up here. Maybe trying out something new. Anything can be good to go here. I mean, if it isn't working as it is, try to change something up. So, they are avoiding that clinical terminology of being insane. If it keep trying to do the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, that is the definition of insanity. So as we look to see what these teams are going to bring out respectively, NTC will be on the defense here. It looks like they're going to flash us a little bit of double shield, and I don't hate that, especially if they use the Sigma as kind of a shooting blind. With the experimental barrier on the high grounds here with that long sight line down. If you can get Kawaii Jelly and Drag Oreo both in sniper positions here, Battle Angel could have their feast on who to damage boost here and see if they can get some early frags out of Augustana College. But, we'll see if they've got the temperament and the aim down today. Hopefully they will get that going. Augustana College bring out a little bit of sniper looks themselves, and it looks like they're going to mirror this double shield look.
Yep, so no close holds this time around on Havana. It is going to be double snipers, double shields. We have Weezer on this Hanzo. We'll be able to provide a lot more shield pressure. Can break down those shields a little bit quicker. Of course, you have the range. Let's see, Drag Oreo can find an opening through these two shields, find an opening pick here. There it is. Super B, the first to fall on Havana.
Yeah, Drag Oreo getting a nice shot in there, and not enough healing resources there. So we got a little bit of a greedy backline going on right now for Augustana College with the Zen and the BAP. BAP is going to have the lion's share of killing here, whereas they're going to try and really focus down these discorded targets. That Vanilla Big Hook takes out, but Drag Oreo with 2 in the beginning here, so they're going to need to deal with this sniper here up top. I think you need to get a Diva out there to get up in the face of Drag Oreo and teach them for their moxie.
Yeah, the freshman with many talents coming into the DPS role. And Kawaii Jelly picks up their second of the series, or of the map, rather. So these snipers are really kind of starting to find their rhythm here a little bit, Billy. Maybe double shields, what they should have been running all along.
Maybe. I mean, they're already seeing the early benefits out of it. A minute off the clock already. Nice sight lines being used here by Drag Oreo, looking to get some extra ult charge with that Venom mine. Oh.
Ooh, and that one came from the Baptiste. Harvackle able to just thread the needle there. Kawhi able to land the headshot followed by the follow-up. Takes Vanilla Big Hug down, and Harvackle's immortality field is forced out a little bit early. But this defense are having to back up, scramble for cover, see if they get everybody topped off. Kawhi Jelly goes low, goes down. The hands of the Hyperspheres from Super B.
Yeah, I mean, this is great work coming in from Augustana College Dad with this huge ult angle, and my gosh, that halt from Breaded, man, Jeff, that sealed everything.
Oh, and a wonderful accretion from Super B to interrupt the res. That was a heck of a 1-2 punch, and it just knocked North Central Technical right on back to spawn.
Yeah, they do get the Venom Mine here on top of the Zenyatta, so Vanilla Big Hug having to kind of duck around the corner here. But Transcendence still 45% away. I'm looking for Harvickle to really put out this barrier and start shooting through the window.
Drag Oreo with this very aggressive angle. You don't see Widows take that one a lot. It pays off. Whoa! Look at that. 2 headshots, 2 supports down. Drag Oreo falls up with a great headshot onto Super B as well. And Augustana are running for the hills.
I would too, with this sniper that's clicking heads here. Where is this at the first 2 maps? That's what I want to know. But
on tank.
I mean, yeah, on tank, you're absolutely correct. But both tank ultimates ready to go here, as well as an Amp Matrix for Augustana. This should net them the second point. There's nothing really to defend against it other than an answering Amp Matrix coming from Mason.
I mean, this looks like a whole new team. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Both Amp Matrix up. Shadow is going to find that pick on the Super B. Augustana wanted that Gravitic Flux to open the fight. Absolutely denied. The Amp Matrix, the halt, everything in sync right now for MTC. This looks like a brand new squad. They should have been running double shield this whole time.
I mean, yeah. You can run it on every single map, too. That's the whole kicker of the deal, is that especially if you're running with a Mercy and this Baptiste. You can damage boost certain members to get even more value out of them and build up that ult so much faster.
I mean, you got to be a little creative with it on certain maps. I mean, Havana is like designed for long-range poke engagements, but it's absolutely doable. Again, especially in this Challengers division. Weezer is able to open things up this time around. Might be an opportunity for Augustin to use this massive war chest of ultimates they have overflowing right now. It's actually going to be Sloth starting things off. And look at even aggressive ult usage. The Accretion miss, Sloth able to dodge that, get the slam in. Vanilla Big Hug does respond with the Transcendence, might enable Augustana to get aggressive, and Super B's going to respond with a Flux of their own. That's Dragons underneath it. This could be deadly. Mason's going to get slammed down. That lion's share of the healing off the table. Back Ed spot, Ed goes. Drag Oreo falls to some damaged spheres coming out of Vanilla Big Hug, and Augustana are finally going to make their way through the distillery.
Oh, Battle Angel lost the tether to Kawhi there and got left behind, and Super B said, hello, you're going to go back to spawn now. So, still, the push is on. 3 members on the cart. Kawhi and Jelly's got to get their act together and start laying some contestation here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got time.
Wow.
Bob... It sounded like there's the Bob coming out from Dad. I think my audio is a little out of sync from everything else, but it is eventually capped by Augustana. They got 2 points on the board. They're gonna start making their way to Naz's house, as we heard it called in some other streams earlier today.
Yeah, and Dad swapping over and echoing this Ash was a massive boon to them getting that second point there. Looking right now at Super B. See what they can get done with the Sigma here. Damage mitigation is going to be the biggest thing for them right now. Wow.
Yeah, that Ant Matrix is just going to open up all kinds of opportunity. I mean, look at all the assists on the skill coming through here. And it's just Augustana have just claimed space all down the streets, all the way through the entrance. They have so much ground to work with. North Central Technical are forced to kind of use that top left high ground and try to find an opening. You can drag Oreo down on the low ground. The contestation from Bob has been dealt with. And now NTC are finally starting to push out. That's a good pick. We'll see if they can turn it into a fight with Billy. Ant Matrix on the table. Battle Angel is out. A lot of damage coming through from the defense.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, you love to see it. And we'll see what can get done here. Weezer finding that Venom Mine. And, of course, the site there will be available to drag Oreo. I mean, Transcendence can hold them up through any number of ultimates coming up. Wow.
Ooh. Nice shot. Drag Oreo is able to find that kill onto Dad. Finally taking perch back up on the high ground. Ooh, and another one. Drag Oreo has been absolutely impressive on this Widowmaker.
I've got to put the Hanzo line out there. And again. And again. And again. Oh, yeah, not going to find the jump shot there, though, Jeff.
Going for that grapple. Was looking for it. You can see Vanilla Big Hug kind of holding their breath for a moment. Oh, the Ant Matrix out. Double damage takes Harveckle down. They are able to deploy their own Ant Matrix on the other side. And putting a lot of shots down. It's claimed a little bit of space, but Augustana needs to get some more work done. They have the tools to do it. 5 ults online as they start to enter the fortress. It's going to be the Big Omnic Butler thrown into the back. In fact, both of the 7th men on the battlefield right now. Defensive Flux out first. That Transcendence will block it. Sloth taken out of the sky by the Bob. Now Super B has the opportunity to move in and use one of their own. Man, they may not even need it except to take care of the people coming out to contest the final end of the point here.
Oh, good night. I mean, that is just a rotation right there. That is filth on a stick, Jeff.
Yep, just a wrecking ball out here, trying to buy as much time as possible. See if they can get it down to overtime. I mean, it's an escort, so I mean, both teams will get a fight if they complete either way. And the delay has ceased. 1.21 meters. Shadow makes it back. Quickly demeched, disposed. Augustana complete Havana, which is a feat in of itself.
Oh, I mean, it's one of the hardest maps to compete, especially on the ladder. And they made it look pretty easy. Some good stall, some good fight back from North Central Technical College, though, Jeff. Let's talk about that as we prepare to see them come out on attack. I mean, the double sniper look was pretty darn effective for them DPS-wise. Tank line? Yeah, there is a little bit of positioning errors that I saw, but I mean, they got more aggressive. I think they were feeling more of what they wanted to do there, Jeff, and they were getting a lot better. I mean, when they did get the good position, they were able to really lock down Augustana and not allow them to just get the free push and live free in their heads. It's going to give Augustana something to think about coming out. And they're bringing out the Rhine Diva here with the Ice Princess or the Ice Wizard composition. So, man, this is going to be difficult for an attacking team here, especially as slow as NTC are going to be playing here. I mean, you're going to really need Breaded Man to get on top of Shadow and Sloth. That's what Vanilla Big Hug's going to be there for, to speed them on top and start getting in close. And it looks like we are going to get a close hold here, Jeff.
Yeah, that was indicative. As soon as they pulled out that Reinhardt, you want to go up and hold this door with the May. I like the idea of her being an ice princess. I mean, she's a bit of an evil princess sometimes. But nevertheless, royalty, particularly at these close holds. Redman, I like this positioning. Just sitting around the door, has the opportunity to kind of fall back behind cart. Now, this angle could be dangerous as NTC do circle around. This is the right play. Try to open up these angles here. The teleporter is out to allow Augustana to quickly maneuver around the front of this objective. And so far, they are holding strong, Billy.
They absolutely are. And I mean, drag Oreo out on the Genji right now to deal with a lot of this damage going in, the poke coming in, being able to deflect it back. Nice accretion coming out from Sloth as well. Shadow's super low, but the support is there once again.
Now they're going to try to rotate back around the other direction. Augustana read this as they move back to the front door. And, back to the alley we go. It's a little do-si-do here in Havana right now, as NTC are searching for weaknesses, but there are just none to be had so far. Both tanks fall.
Oh, you lost an opportunity there, Kawaii Jelly, to let your Mercy get a little bit of extra ult charge to pop that Valkyrie and be able to give a team-wide damage boost out as well. So maybe a little missed opportunity there, looking for Nanoblade here. So close for Drag Oreo.
Yeah, that might be the ticket. You know, Bob coming out, try to put some damage into the back line. Well placed, but quickly dealt with. Blade totally shut down. Super B absolutely dismantles 2 ultimates in a row and then kills Mason before they're able to put the Nano out onto anybody. Oh my goodness, what a play from Super B.
That's got to be play of the match so far, Jeff. I mean, if we're talking about, just pure appeal and pure value out of a single player, that was an incredible display coming out from Super B.
North Central Technical, they're going to go over to the Cowboy to try to break this hold. I might think about that pharmacy we saw on Lijiang. Far is able to get up on top of the roofs. There's really nothing on Augustana. I mean, you can send Super B after it, but then you're dedicating the resource of the Diva to the skies, which means your front line might have an easier shatter from the other side. That shatter was just monstrous as you see the feed starting to light up red.
Yeah, it's starting to light up red and a little bit of a frozen stream as well. So we'll see what this photon barrier can actually do in this next fight. I mean, they have the Blizzard online as well, I do believe. Question mark?
Question mark? Yes, the big reveal. Yes, Blizzard is online and ready to go.
Yeah. And so, I mean, now we're looking at Supercharger available. And there's the Blizzard out, as I forementioned before. So we'll see what they can do here.
And quickly 2 kills light up. And that was the last thing I saw before everything went gray.
Everything absolutely gray here on my side as well. I mean, Augustana was winning up in this fight. So
NTC feeling a little gray right now, I'm afraid.
Yeah, absolutely. They're feeling gray. They're not feeling blue. And yeah, it looks like we've got a disconnect as well. Battle Angel going out of the game. So we're going to have to wait for them to reconnect here. But man,
I think Battle Angel might have had Valk too. That hurts.
They did have Valk. I really do think they had Valk.
That hurts.
So they're not going to have that that defensive or offensive push to come out and give the team-wide damage boost as well. So that's a big yikeser from me on that. But I mean, they were being able to flip back and forth. I really like the positioning of Weezer's teleporters going from just spawn door to spawn door. They were able to aggress
Really
back.
nice.
And I mean, you also saw Heracles or Hervicle. I keep butchering that name. I'm going off of brain memory right now, so forgive me on that one.
Hervekel.
But he's
Hervekel.
actually going kind of opposite of what the rest of the team is doing, and kind of being on the opposite teleporter so he can keep pumping in the damage through. Or keeping the healing coming through while at range. So I'm liking that as well. So, I mean, just big brain plays coming out from Augustana right now. This could absolutely be a situation where NTC might not be able to touch the cart even. I mean, they got close to it once. But coming out with the Genji against the Brawl and the turrets and everything else, I mean, that was just a disastrous beginning for them coming out. And they haven't really stabilized since.
Yeah, I still think the Fire might be the ticket. Get on that rooftop. If anything, you draw the resources. The Baptiste and the Diva are forced to look up in the sky to deal with the Fara. So you can at least pull the direction, pull the attention in different ways. Change the eye level, and then you're not just all running into the brunt of 6 people focusing down. I mean, you can also use flankers to the same avail. Go with a Tracer Sombra if that's in their wheelhouse. I mean, of course, we don't really know what these hero pools look like for these players. It's the first time seeing them on stream. But these are, I mean, just suggestions off the top of my head. But I wanted to circle back. What in the world is a Hervekel? If you know out there, friends, please let us know. I mean, I don't know. Do you have any guesses, Billy? I have no idea.
Unit of measurement,
it sounds like
or maybe a 16th century French interrogation weapon.
Ouch!
I mean, I don't know. It's one of the two. That's where I'm going. That's mine. But what I'm really thinking about here, if we're getting back to the meat of it, I think that I would really like to see a mirror come out. Even teleporting the team beyond the point and then coming back and turning the defenders into the attackers and really pinning them up against the gas station there. That might be a way to go.
Yeah.
You might be able to
go
get
out the
your
left
own
alley, teleport to that far left side. Yeah.
I mean, there's ways to address around a full hold like this. I think that the May wall is what's really the kicker here. Is just it's cordoning off not only physically the team, but also the healing resources coming in. So
exactly,
that right now, I mean, they're not living a very happy life right now. Dragorio has got to figure out something. The Genji was not it going into a Symmetra May. Once he saw the Symmetra out there, I would have gone back in, swapped, and brought out something completely different. Even a Torbjorn with a turret in the back maybe might have been able to deal with something. Put a little extra pressure down onto the shielding of Breaded Man. There's so many different ways to do it. We'll see what can be done once we do get back in.
All right. It sounds like Battle Angel has returned. Unfortunately, that ult charge reset. But Supercharger now out. Bob on the battlefield. And Nano Boost used on the Sloth. Nevertheless, despite the damage mitigation, Sloth still taking a ton of damage. But finally, some kills on the board for North Central Technical. The Timberwolves, now with just 30 seconds left, have started to put some cracks into this defense.
Yeah, and taking down Hervekel right now is probably the biggest thing that they could have done. That is the prime source of your healing. Even though Sound Barrier is available, you might need to deploy it here.
And Super B with 2 quick responses. Yeah, Vanilla Big Hug is going to go and invest that Sound Barrier. That, at the very least, is going to get this down into overtime before this cart gets any real progress. Shadow coming through from Sloth, going right under the cart, and they get Super B out of there. Super B has been such an outstanding player on this Diva. That's I've been just absolutely astounded by their performance here on Havana in particular.
Well, it's going to take 3 fights, especially with how slow this composition is for NTC, especially since Vanilla Big Hug does have the speed advantage as well. So Shatter and Photon Barrier available to both. I think you save the Photon Barrier for when Dragorio takes care of this. Look at that, right in its face.
Oh, yeah, just eats up all of that. Super B has been exactly where they need to be, and the Diva's job can be quite difficult. It's just not as bad against the double shield as it is against some other compositions, but still a difficult job indeed. But NTC look like they are fighting some value. Mason, I think, has been the most impressive player on that side. Got yet another nano boost up, and they're able to use that to win that second fight. Question is there time for another contest?
I mean, team kill. I mean, they really heavily invested in that fight. Maybe a little bit of overinvestment as well. And we'll see. I mean, they're going to get this first point unlocked. They get an extra 2.5 minutes onto their time bank. Bob and Valk ready to go for the offense. However, they're going to be stopped out right by an Amp Matrix and following up with the Blizzard.
Yep, as I hit the 2-minute mark, Kwai Jelly falls immediately. And we're going to get the supercharger out. NTC trying to open up this distillery. I mean, they pretty much have to be perfect from here on out, Billy. They had gotten so much time eaten off the clock back on that close hold. For them to even make it to the fortress is going to be a real feat.
Yeah, I mean, kills coming through in a fast and furious manner here for Augustana. You know, they have a little bit of a difference here. They're running a completely weird double shield variant here with the Rhine and the Orisa double main tank. And that's really what helped precipitate all this push moving forward for them, because you've got the movable barrier of Sloth moving forward, being able to take space and then get the shield up once again. Then you've got the static barrier of Shadow, where you can allow Mason and Battle Angel and Kawhi to stand back and just get poke in. So Augustana right now, they need to get a little bit of compositionally different. I mean, I think just one hold here will take care of it.
Yeah, it's not going to take much. That Shatter will get countered by the sound barrier. Vanilla Big Hug keeping everybody up. Sloth just gets melted. That health bar disappeared in an instant. Battle Angel! Oh, got a little antsy and flies too far up. And the res is canceled. Trying to get the frontline Reinhardt back into battle, but to no avail. And with the player advantage, Augustana run over the rest of the defense.
Yep.
The attackers, rather.
Yeah, Amp Matrix available to the defenders here. They're going to be able to cordon off certain lines of sight here. And NTC are just going to have to throw bodies at the point here, because you're going to be about, 10 seconds by the time everybody's back. You have 0 speed to get you there as well. So we'll see what they can bring in. And Shatter from Breadman could be all that wrote.
And Brett has had some good ones today already. We got an Amp Matrix coming out from the defense, and we will find out what happens next time on Dragon Ball Z.
I love it. I mean, there's the kills coming through, though. 2 coming out for Kawhi Jelly.
Yeah, gets the bomb on the battlefield, able to hold. Nice headshot down onto Super B. Mason's back in this fight. NTC, I love their persistence. I love their perseverance. They go down early, and they're able to swing it back. That's the best fight we've seen from North Central Technical all day.
Oh, my goodness. And, I mean, never say never. There is one thing on the field, though,
Amen.
that they don't have anything to deal with. Unless Shadow could eat this, Weezer's coming up on a Blizzard.
Yep. And that could be the one right there. I mean, there's nothing. The ult bank is dry as a bone for North Central Technical. Nice anti, keeps Breaded on the defensive, not able to get aggressive like a Reinhardt wants to do. And I mean, that's just another great play coming out of Mason. Has been my favorite player so far for NTC, really enabling them to stay alive through this comps. Getting the res on a Mason enabled that last fight, but this one is not going to be enough. They cannot complete. Augustana, they get the 3-0, taking Havana, moving up to 3-0 on the season, and a 8-1 map differential.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty clean from them. So maybe a little bit of bobble there, at the end of their defensive phase. But I tell you what, Breaded Man and Super B tank line, very scary here in the Challengers division. Somebody to be looked out for, but we saw signs of life from North Central Technical College.
Definitely.
And I think that if they get their early game jitters out of the way and maybe start with a double shield next time, I think they get a little bit more success, my friend.
And you may have to practice it, on maps like Lijiang. You're going to have to be clever about it. Night Market, you got to sit at the back. You can't hold super close. Otherwise, you're going to get run over by Reinhardt. There are ways to adjust, though, and I couldn't agree more. Their double shield was their best look And I mean, we saw Oreo clicking heads on the Widowmaker. I mean, again, Mason, I thought was a fantastic Ana. Really had some good stuff in there. So things that they can take away, positive things for North Central Technical to take away from this series. Don't let your hopes go down. You've got the talent, friends. Just focus on that double shield, and we'll hope to see you again here on stream. But hey, the story has to be about Augustana right now. Maintaining a perfect record here so far, well, at least as far as series wins go.
Yeah, I mean 9-1 on the season now, as far as map differential.
8-1, I think.
8-1. That's right. Yeah, they were 2-1.
8-1.
2-1. That one match. I'm thinking of other stuff, but 8-1 is still a pretty darn good map differential. Obviously, +7 going in to week 4 sets them pretty near the top of the leaderboard. I'll have to take a check of that while we go into our break, but still, I mean, tank line scary from Augustana College. Other teams do not run the same thing all the time. And they're very well versed in being able to swap off and really take it map dependently. So that's the one thing that I think other teams should be scared about, is that they are map dependent with what they want to run as far as their tank line, and also between offensive defense. They really do have a well coached team and a well rehearsed set of plans here. Their battle map must be just pages long of what happens this, what happens if. So, you saw the comms there, you saw the rotations, and I mean, the end result is what we kind of expected, a quick 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, very strong looking squad for sure. One we're going to be keeping a sharp eye on here in the Challengers Cyan division. So, I mean, well, hats off to them. Applauded. Congratulations on the victory. But we are not done. That's our third series in the books. When we come back, we will have more NECC action. Let me turn the page. It's going to be Cal State U out of Dominguez Hills going up against Central Methodist University. Will be your fourth match. We'll see you in just a few with that one.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
We appreciate your patience. We are back ready for our fourth match of the night, heading to the Champions Division for this one. Jeff and Billy back here with you, and we're going to see Cal State U, Dominguez Hills, taking on CMU Varsity. So far, CMU have been flawless this season.
They have, and CSUADH coming in. I'm going to shorten that out because that is a mouthful. We're going to call them Dominguez Hills from here on out. They're 1-1. They're even on their map differential. So they faced both Purdue teams. The Boilermakers giving them a fit in the first game, their gold squad, but they get the revenge on the junior squad in the second game, 2-1. So they are 1-1, 0 map differential. On the other side, Central Methodist University, they're coming in 2-0 on a 6-0 tear map wise. And I mean, we got a chance to see them last week on stream. They are extremely potent and definitely looking forward to some of this blackout DPS zombie comps coming in as well. We'll see what they bring to the table, my friend. But I'm looking forward to seeing what Dominguez Hills can actually bring to this Central Methodist University team, because they looked pretty darn dominant last week.
Yeah, CMU ran a lot of rush and a lot of brawl, even on Rialto, a map with a lot of space that you traditionally see more poke-oriented compositions. They still just ran the Reinhardt, ran the Winston at the helm. Is Black Magic playing the main tank. He was a tour de force last week on stream. We saw him. And they were up against Aquinas, who was coming into that. They had 3-0'd their first week. So it wasn't a bottom feeder team that they were up against. They were up against somebody who had a perfect record coming in. I mean, granted, it was just after 1 week, very small sample size, but CMU were 100% dominant. It was a great showing from them. And I mean, well, it's suffice to say Dominguez Hills has their work cut out for them tonight.
Yeah. I mean, we'll just see what starts out here. Lijiang Tower, of course, will be our first map here, Jeff. And, the Winston is very viable on at least 2 of these maps. You can run a third one too if you run a double bubble or a bulldozer comp if you want to go with that on Control Center. But definitely Gardens is Winston's playground as well as the Wrecking Ball. We didn't see that come out of them last week. We'll see if Dominguez Hills has one in their back pocket, because that would give a little bit of pause for concern to a Winston player with the knockback potential.
Black Magic has a mean Reinhardt as well, which I anticipate will come out on Control Center. This is a best of 3 with a fixed map pool all night long. So, like you mentioned, we are here on Lijiang. Start things off. We'll go to Blizzard World after that, followed by Havana. We play all 3 maps, despite whoever wins the first 2. You can claim the series after 2 maps, but you still got to play that third one. Map score, as always, oh so important.
Yeah, and I mean, I am really looking forward to seeing what we see out of Andy and Sky here. Luna as well. I mean, Black Magic was really good in their last match, and maybe a little bit.
There's no Black Magic on the battlefield. They're running Sky in the main tank role this week. So, hey, perhaps a little dodging of the bullets. I don't know if Black Magic is just unavailable to play tonight or if this is a tactical move. But Black Magic looked really dominant in the main tank role. Dominguez Hills might have dodged a bullet. This could be the opportunity to put a dent in the so far flawless squad of Central Methodist U.
Well, we're also looking at Q Papaya in for Silent that we saw last week. So a little bit of compositional shift here for this team. But look at this. They're just coming out swinging, getting super aggressive. Immortality Field already out, Jeff. That's going to be a pushing for go for Sky and Company.
Yeah, Maelstrom's low is taking a bunch of damage. I can't believe they survived as long as they had. Sky with an early shatter, just chasing the defense all the way back. But Night Fury doing a wonderful job. She's keeping this team alive and standing, and somehow has both of her tanks still left in this fight. And it's been enough to turn it around. Night Fury on point, an early Ant Matrix. Look at the kills coming through. This sophomore is lighting up the feed, Billy.
I mean, a little bit of a Zarya diff right now, as well as having that speed there from E-Metal. They flipped the point at 17%. That is kind of scary. And actually, Sky, I'm looking at it right now. Sky actually invested a shatter into a losing fight, so that's not going to be on the table. So definitely,
I mean, they weren't losing it when the shatter was invested.
Well, I mean, they didn't use it. I mean, they went out with the shatter, it came back and actually invested it then. So, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Andy started to click.
Yeah, and Wiki Tricks, that Grav is coming out here. Immortality Field Well, it was keeping him alive, and Andy's able to counter back with a nice dead eye to prevent any further damage done as CMU came back angry.
Angie, the CMU players here, and they've got sound barrier for the next fight. Heavy investment, though, from CMU. Kind of what we are not expecting from this team, because they were very old disciplined the last time that we saw them on stream. So, Terriermon also a different tank player here for CMU. This is almost like a second squad look.
Yeah, Terriermon listed as a support player. Playing the deal here. Oh my! Sky, just doing him dirty! Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's just filth. Filth.
I felt that in my bones, Billy.
I mean, we both play a lot of Reinhardt, let's be honest. And you know that I was smiling just as big as you were seeing that come out. So, Cupid Pie here on the Sombra. Haven't seen very many manual hacks come out, but they're coming up on their EMP, and that should win them another fight and put them in the last fight territory.
Now, Cupid Pie has been playing kind of a frontline Sombra, and there's the EMP there, but doesn't catch E-Metal. E-Metal's able to get the sound barrier off. Wonderful positioning. Now the response is Georgia going to try to get aggressive, and yet another Deadeye from Andy. That one picks up one. And despite the great play from E-Metal, CMU have managed to hold the line. They're peeling back a little bit as Maelstrom picks up two. Maelstrom fearlessly charging into the pack. Finally gets taken down by Terriermon. CMU have suffered some casualties, but they might be able to build this above 90%. Oh my goodness. Andy, you gonna bring this back? Really? Kills through the amp matrix. Now the self-destruct is there, but Sky is right back with the shield. Everybody is able to find cover. And another big shatter for the main tank, Sky.
Oh my word! Sky! Making Black Magic little bit MTD. I mean, we called MTD last week. He just went right into Maelstrom and just said, you know what? I don't care if your shield's up. I'm going to swing, and then I'm going to shatter you, and you're going to go down. Bye-bye. See you later.
Oh, I'm already loving both of these main tanks. This is going to be a battle here tonight as both swap. Maelstrom is pulling out that wrecking ball. Sky going to a more Winston-centric composition. Indeed, they're going over to that zombie comp like we saw last week. They're very good at this composition. Granted, there was some different players on the battlefield for CMU when we saw them last week. We'll see if they still have that same level of aggression, that same level of lethality going into the pseudo-dive comp from Dominguez Hills.
Well, you saw George and Andy last week play this zombie comp, so we'll see what Sky and Terriermon can bring to this. Cupid Pie is going to be the answer for me right now. Hacks have to be centered on Maelstrom, on the wrecking ball, to keep Sky into these fights and, you know, reduce that knockback potential, Jeff. I'm also looking for the burst healing coming out of Luna. That early coalescence should win them a couple fights.
And Dominguez Hills approaching the danger zone here. As soon as they get in this doorway, they're going to be at the brunt of all of this damage. Those hacks you're talking about, the Hellfire shotguns. Nice bio. Sky goes low and is forced to back up. This is going to buy some space, but Dominguez Hills need to strike fast. They need to strike now. Maelstrom trying to go in. Gets just pushed all the way up off the side into the pond to swim with the fishies. Goes Maelstrom. And now CMU getting aggressive.
George out of the jungle, quick as he can be. How far
Watch
can you
out
move?
for that C.
Watch out for the Q, more like it. Looking for the EMP coming up from Cupid Pie. Great ultimate charge from the entirety of the team. No support ultimates having to be used as well. So, you know, I called it out, and they're playing according to what I told them they need to be doing, which is taking care of Maelstrom with these manual hacks. You need to watch the disruption factor coming around. What I'm looking for right now, though, is Danny. Pulse Bomb in hand. Nothing really to defend against it.
And I like this. Maelstrom trying to circle around, see if they can kind of start pulling CMU in different directions. But CMU are going to raid it. Nice!
What a fade!
Oh, woken up in time to fade, and now drops the coalescence into the back. And Dominguez Hills have already lost half their squad, including both supports. And that's done and dusted for that fight. Oh, Night Fury with a beautiful sleep. The stick was there. Luna able to fade in time.
You know what I'm not seeing right now is any kind of defense for Maelstrom on this wrecking ball. Getting a little bit too far ahead of their supports because you want to use that Brigida to get the shield bash and knock the manual hacks out of Cupid Pie and having them to relocate with the translocator. So Rally should get them into this fight, but 4 ultimates, including an EMP, coming into this next fight.
Yep, and Circling back towards white as the rest of the team on Wikitrix is going to be the one trying to pull at the seams here. Nice kill to start things off. Danny's able to move in and get one. EMP does come out, but the rally is there and will keep healing up the rest of the team. Losing only one. Dominguez Hills push on at this point, and the Turos will flip it after a little bit of stall.
Terrier? Yeah, that's a bit of a scratchy self-destruct there.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would invest in that. I mean, they're so far up in capture percentage that you could use that as an initiation tool for the next fight. However, Danny's worked up to another pulse bomb, and Low Fives has been holding on to this Deadeye for a minute.
This guy's gonna go ahead and pop the Primal Rage
Beautiful.
to start. We'll see if Low Fives wants to pull the trigger on that Deadeye. Getting booped around right now. Does try to pull it, but gets taken right out of it. Papaya shuts down the Cowboy Ultimate, follows up with the hack and the kill on the Maelstrom as well. Papaya making life oh so difficult for Dominguez Hills. And almost, just coming up on another EMP. He'll have that. May not even need it. As the fade out of the self-destruct takes care of Wiki before they can get back into mech. Nice timing there from Andy. Here to put an exclamation point on the back end of our opening round. Or opening map, rather.
I mean, it was just filth. It was just filth coming in for them. That's going to be an Admature coming out. Might be able to get a little damage in there. Yeah, they might find some joy, but not really.
Yeah, unfortunately, Low Fives goes down, who would be able to most benefit from the double damage. There's yet another self-destruct. That's going to keep Wikitrix from doing anything cheeky. And Central Methodist University, the Eagles take map 1.
Was the first week that we saw them on stream their B team, Jeff? Because this was even more dominant than what we saw last week on stream. So, if this is their A team?
I don't think so, because like I said, Terriermon is listed as a support from the information we have, and Black Magic is listed up top as their tank. I'm willing to bet that Black Magic just is unavailable tonight. But it makes you question. Because you're 100% right. Like, that's the aggression was there, the coordination was there. It didn't seem to matter which players they have in here. That's just props to the coaching and props to the synergy of this squad, because they look just as deadly.
Andy, we did see them on stream last week. It popped off last week, and now we're seeing it again. They had a very good Reaper last week, and so we're seeing it once again. Oh my goodness! Both Luna and Andy avoiding explosives on the point there, one with a shadow step and one with a fade, and that just would have won fights there. So great recognition coming out of Central Methodist. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens in our next map of Blizzard World.
I'm anticipating they're going to stick with the same comp. They're going to stick the same style of comps. Be it the Reinhardt variation, perhaps a little bit slower brawl, or just go for the zombie rush down, hyper tempo, just taking as many fights as you can. I think it's going to be one of those two. That's all we've seen from them so far. Hey, maybe they've got more in their wheelhouse.
Maybe. Blizzard World presents its own challenges, especially running with the zombie comp. If you run with the zombie comp and you've got the cooldowns managed like we saw come out there, Winston's going to be just fine, because he was going into these engagements, just knuckling through and then jumping out when he needed to, propping the primal when he felt any kind of a whiff of going down. Great recognition of their win cons, great recognition of being able to keep their cooldowns in check as well.
And good ult rotation to boot. We had one self-destruct that was maybe questionable. Mm-hmm. And then that was right back up. We saw Terriermon get that ultimate right back in the very next fight. So that was the only one. A great back and forth on Control Center. If we harp back to the first sub map that we saw, mm-hmm. I really enjoyed the Reinhardt battle. Definitely some signs of life there from Cal State U Dominguez Hills, right. Particularly on the front line with Maelstrom leading the charge. So there's time, there's room for them to bounce back. That's only one map. We got Blizzard World coming up. Perhaps they're more practiced on this map. You could still be the first one to put a 1 in the loss column in CMU's map score. There's still time, Billy. There's still hope.
There's still hope.
I'm just giving him some hopium right now. Just that hopium.
Well, what they do have that I saw that could really give them some problems, though, for Central Methodist is that Maelstrom has a very good ball. Even though they were running the Sombra against it, I would have swapped a little bit earlier to something different once they bring that Sombra out. And if they stick with what Central Methodist is known for, this zombie comp, even with the blackout DPS just by themselves, even if they're running the Rhine Diva into it, Maelstrom's going to have to be wary and stay a little bit closer with the team to be able to let their Brigitte or whoever's playing with them be able to mitigate that manual hack. Because once you're manual hack, no adaptive shielding, no escapability, and you're just sitting a duck right there.
I mean, it's a tough call, right? Because part of the strength of the Winston or of the Wrecking Ball, forgive me, is to be able to rotate your lines of sight so that the zombie comp isn't all just looking one direction, all 6 guns pointed at one target. You divert attention. You pull the backline where the backline has to focus on staying alive and can't focus on keeping those tanks alive. That's the strength of that Wrecking Ball. So it becomes kind of a catch-22. You just have to be really careful. I mean, if you're just going to play Wrecking Ball in your own front line, I think you might as well, pull out an Orisa if you want to just keep shooting while having a shield, play a more passive style with that, or just go to the Reinhardt and just go shield to shield.
Yeah, I mean, shield works. Man, I think, I mean, looking at what we saw come out of Dominguez Hills, I think that, a little bit of Peel might have been a little bit better as well. I thought that their Diva was doing their job. I just don't think they had enough support and oomph in the background, especially with an Ana on the field. Anti-nades are good, but it's not the same burst healing as a Lucio and a Moira. So I think they got a little bit support gift there. In the Brigitte coming out as well. I mean, once you get the Inspire up, it's great healing, but you've got to get in there and get brawly. And with a Wrecking Ball, it's a bit more difficult because, like you said, you're trying to go for the disruption in the back. You're trying to get that created chaos and, not enough punching power in front with just a Brigitte.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, get our team set up. When we come back, Blizzard World, we'll see you in a moment. All right, time for map number 2 here in our matchup between Dominguez Hills and CMU Varsity. We are headed to Blizzard World for map number 2. We got a couple subs coming in, Billy.
We do. We've got it's 3Ds.
I guess one sub.
3Ds.
Yeah.
3Ds.
3D Hizzy.
3D Hizzy. 3D Hizzy. 3D Hizzy. I'll get through this.
It's a fun name. It's a fun name.
3D Hizzy coming in for low 5s in the DPS role. So that is one substitute coming in. And we're talking about and looking over the rosters as we were trying to dissect what exactly was going on with Central Methodist. And Cupapie is actually listed as a support player, and you could not tell that with the play that happened there. The manual hacks were just breathtakingly good. And Terriermon, also a support player playing in the off-tank role. So what we're deducing and inferring from this is that Black Magic and Silent not available this week for Central Methodist. So other teams members have stepped up, got into off roles, and still the Central Methodist University train is full barrel down the tracks and just absolutely snow plowing through everybody that they encounter along their way to what could be a playoff potential.
So far, so good. And we got word from our wonderful people in production that Dominguez Hills actually won their division last year. So, I mean, this is not a weak team. This is not a throwaway game by any means for CMU. And even with not having, we'll surmise their starting roster. You were 100% on point. You could not tell. The aggression was there. The coordination was there. Cupapie looked great on the Sombra. There was that fight in particular. Got the McCree and then turned around and killed the Wrecking Ball. Built up great EMP charge. Had a great EMP there on Gardens. And now CMU going on the defense. And for the first time out of this squad that I've seen personally, we got some double shield coming out.
We do, and I mean we saw it in the last match. When you're feeling a little bit overpowered, sometimes running the double shield here with the Orisa and the Sigma just provides a little bit of extra protection, especially if Terriermon goes high ground, which I do believe they're going to do, and provides what I call the shooting blind with the experimental barrier up there. And they can just, shoot with impunity, especially with Luna. She's going to be on the support here. And I tell you what, this could be a very tricky look coming in for Dominguez Hills. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring to the table. Tracer on the board, though.
Yep, 3D Hizzy, the new sub coming in, picking up that Tracer. And with the split defense, okay, we did see Terriermon, Andy and company drop down. So they have joined the Orisa on the front line. That was a whole damage boosted Andy and everybody focused down Maelstrom right out of the gate.
You love to see it. I mean, you absolutely love to see it. But rotations coming through for the Toros. Looking to take a little bit of high ground here. You got the Diva up there to mitigate some damage. So what I'm really looking forward right now is dealing with the rotations coming in from the DPS players, especially 3D Hizzy.
Ooh, Maelstrom's going to go ahead and swap off. You don't have as much mobility. Not quite as able to get up there. Maelstrom, okay, doing a little poke. Opening pick here for Dominguez Hills. It's CSUDH on the right-hand side. Maelstrom able to control this right-hand side, put a lot of pressure on the tanks, and it is back to a +2 player advantage for the attacking Dominguez Hills. The Toros out of California, and they're going to get 0.1 and a lot more.
Oh, they're pushing into it too. So we'll call him Schwandi if I'm going to the phonetic pronunciation of his name, because it's a schwa. The upside down E. But Andy putting in some work there, still getting a lot of pushback going up against him. So Sky swapping over to the Winston of their own. Double Sniper's not really getting a lot of work done here for Central Methodist. This is looking like a different CSU team than we just saw.
That's a good look. Unfortunately, 3D Hizzy goes down early in this fight, and CMU are going to reclaim this all-important high ground, even more so with the double snipers, as Cupapie finds their second pick of the fight, and CMU just take all that space right on back.
And I was taking a little peek in our intermission and seeing SGK Carol in the chat, leading the Twitch chat, was actually voted for a Game Hers Award. So congratulations to them, and good luck in the voting. But definite difference coming out here from the supports as well. There's a lot of work going into this back line.
A lot of work indeed. And speaking of hers, Night Fury invested that nano and enabled him to get a couple of picks with Maelstrom diving in, but unfortunately both tanks have gone down since, and CMU are looking to strike back. As I mean, it's still kind of anybody's game, but Sky's able to hold the line. You've got that big beefy scientist up on the front. Ooh, 3D! 3D just sneaks right past the Winston and is able to pick up a pair. This could be the opening they need. Maelstrom's now back in this fight, Billy.
They really are, and I mean, look at the old charge coming through. I mean, the focus fire is there. I mean, they're working in concert now. This is a different looking team. This might give Central Methodist room to pause.
And seeing you are going to go ahead and swap over to the zombie comp now. I mean, that was all set up by 3D Hizzy, and both teams had lost a couple of players, and 3D able to sneak past and pick up that all-important kill onto Luna. Luna does return with that coalescence, so it's not enough to cap the point just yet, as Sky picks up an important kill, but sacrifices themselves for it. In the end, it is Maelstrom on the retreat.
Oh, my word.
He's still going in here?
Why not? I mean, they took the main tank out of the fight. That's going to be... this should be the point being taken by the Dominguez Hills.
Yeah, I mean, I was more confused by the fact that Maelstrom backed up while the rest of the team pushed forward. But hey, it worked out for him. You drop a Deadeye in, and they're going to cap point B here.
I assume that's what's happened, yes. Now that the feed has come back up for me. 3D Hizzy, the super sub coming in and laying hell into Central Methodist, and they don't know how to deal with the Tracer yet. I think George or Luna needs to go over to a Baptiste and or a Brigitte.
Perhaps. I mean, those would definitely be good ways of dealing with a Tracer. I think if Kyoko Papaya could find the manual, just play defensive enough to mark those flanks, that could also do the trick. We'll see how they choose to deal with 3D Hizzy, because 3D Hizzy is certainly having a great time on the Tracer right now. Has made their impact known coming in on this second map. Andy going in. Death Blossom at the ready. Is trying to pepper down that Diva. Diva is demeched. There's going to be nothing to block the dancing Hellfire shotguns when they finally decide to unleash them, if they even need to. Boop into the well. Wiki Tricks is gone. And George chasing him down. The aggressive Lucio picking up a pair.
You know, our one of our observers and directors here, Christine, was a quote-unquote aggressive DPS style Lucio main that played against Caroline.
Yes.
Sorry, Caroline. That decided that they were going to let us know. And yeah.
Hey, you know, you got to love an aggressive Lucio. But George is down on that side. EMP coming out, but it's not going to be enough. The self-destruct denied the follow-up onto that EMP. And CSUDH, Dominguez Hills are able to push forward. Looking pretty good. Definitely time for a contest here. One more fight to go. A couple of ults for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Sound Barrier to keep you up through the fight. Winston can keep themselves definitely in the fight for a long time by popping Primal. What I'm looking forward to, though, is once the DMAC comes through, if it does come through on Tricky or Wiki, getting him out.
Sound Barrier coming in from both sides. Andy, first of all, trying to use that Death Blossom, but gets immediately shut down. Wicked Tricks was all over that one. You know, Sky in the back, angry, finds that kill on to Night Fury. As the self-destruct is thrown on as well. They have to invest a few ultimates to make it happen, but seeing you make a stand.
Danny getting a flashbang onto Andy there, denying the Death Blossom, just canceled him out of his ult, and now self-destruct will be available to Wiki Tricks. We've seen them get a great self-destruct earlier in this map.
That we did. Not an easy feat. The self-destruct usually just kind of a zoning ult, but you can find kills with it. There you go. Danny's going to unleash the Deadeye. Speaking of zoning ults, that's going to force the defense back. Uh-oh. Don't think Translocators will. Keep Papaya betting on that mini coming up. Knock it. Toss fire is there. Keep Papaya. I even got interrupted out of EMP. Did I see that right?
You saw it right.
No, disastrous turn for the defense of CMU. And now Dominguez Hill with a clear shot at completing this point. Nice stick!
Woo-hoo! Immediate impact. And I mean, self-destruct is going to clear enough space for them. They're probably going to be able to get this point with time left in the bank.
Yep, there's 42 seconds remaining. CMU is able to at least get it under the minute mark, so as long as they complete, they are guaranteed an attack. But Dominguez Hills coming to life in map 2.
Woo! Man, butchering names, butchering our staff members' names. What wasn't butchered there was Dominguez Hill. Absolutely,
I mean, they butchered the
flipping.
defense.
They butchered the defense and it got it through in time. And I tell you what, that's a different look for them. 3D Hizzy got to be labeled with super stuff above their name. We'll see what they can do defensively now, because Tracer on defense, while, pesky and really worthwhile, if they can pressure down the supports again, Central Methodists are just going to have a heck of a time trying to traverse this map of Blizzard World. They've got a long way to go.
It was Keep Up High. They got themselves stuck. And we were talking about a map where they look so good. The support player moving to the DPS role, picking up Sombra, which can be a very difficult DPS to play as far as your positioning, your timing need to be spot on. Got themselves cornered in that little mini room and panic ult on the EMP, which was their major win con for that defense. That was the turning point. Good job to Dominguez Hills for finding the Sombra, getting her cornered. That was it. It was all downhill from there for Dominguez Hills.
Well, we'll see what Central Methodist can bring out here in response to the Super Sub 3D Hizzy. And we'll see what they can bring out here, because they kind of got diffed there with this Tracer. We saw Andy, dome 3D Hizzy once. That's about the only time that we saw the Tracer really get dealt with. So hacks are going to have to be better if they do decide to run the Sombra again. And we'll see what they can bring out here as the gates are going to open, I assume, here shortly.
No, one can hope. One can hope. There we go. And CMU are sticking with this Tracer Echo composition. The Echo, very versatile hero. You can sit back and spam and poke. Obviously, no damage fall off for that try shot. You can fly in or approach from a flank and then use your flight to get out and create a dive in conjunction with the Tracer and the Winston. So there's a lot of potential to this composition. I'd have to agree with you, though. It's going to be up to keeping 3D Hizzy in control on those flanks, marking those flanks. And we can see 3D Hizzy's already halfway to the first pulse and getting a lot more work done than Andy is on the other side.
Oh, indeed. But Papaya, I think, is going to be the key to this. I think, with the sticky bombs and the tri-shots and focusing beam in concert, if they can take down Fury and E-Metal in the back, I think that's one of their win cons here. I think Terriamon needs to dive in with him, though.
Well, that's 3D Hizzy winning that Tracer duel, now free to rule the flanks. And another point, aside from the DPS, is Maelstrom versus Sky yet again. As we see the nano boost come up almost simultaneously for both of our Winstons. Both of them charged up, looking to go get work done. But it's Dominguez Hills who find the back line first, including a great pick from Night Fury. Equally as impressive on the Ana as she was on the Baptiste. And there's 3D Hizzy to clean things up.
Yep, lots of ultimates invested there and zero joy for it. So time to make some swaps here. Yep, we see Andy going over to the McCree. That was going to be one of my suggestions to deal with the Tracer, is just getting him with the flashbang. But if you don't get the kill off of that flashbang, you are absolutely rendered helpless and with your pants down. So hacks and flashbangs to deal with 3D Hizzy.
Yeah, we'll see if the team can all respond and kind of help out, not just rely on the single headshot. It's going to be a Deadeye from that high ground. Danny up there channeling it up, finds no joy with it, but drops down, is able to fan the hammer on the Sky, take the Reinhardt out of the picture. The cornerstone of this rush composition is gone, and the rest just fall into pieces.
Yeah. This is a Dominguez Hill team that has completely flipped our early season script here, Jeff, and they're looking absolutely indomitable. 60 seconds. This could be a full hold here for Dominguez Hills, and they've got 2 ultimates ready to go. Nano ready for Maelstrom here very shortly.
No matter how you slice it, Central Methodists have their work cut out for them. Even if they can complete on this fight, they have lost so much time that Dominguez Hills have put themselves in a successful position here. Beautiful. Maelstrom picking up a couple kills, and CMU aren't even going to win this fight. Maelstrom's able to run over everybody, doesn't even need the Primal Rage.
No. I mean, 3 ultimates, 4 almost ready to go for Dominguez Hills. Self-destruct is the only thing on the board for Central Methodist. They're going to have to lob it and hope and pray that they get something out of it.
Well, and it's another great nano boost from Night Fury with the resetting of the comp. CMU kind of threw themselves out of the ult race, and Dominguez Hills are rotating theirs beautifully and getting max value. As you see the stick land, Andy's out of the picture. Oh, but Terrier Bond looking to finally break this thing open. Finds both supports with the self-destruct. The answer coming back from Wikitrix. No such luck, but it's the DPS duo who are there. Clean house. Get Varsity, get CMU out of the stables. Dominguez Hills rules Blizzard World. They are going to hand Central Methodist University their first map loss of the season.
Oh, massive gold star to them. They understood their win con, and bringing in 3D Hizzy. Oh my word. Super Sub is just a small token of my appreciation for this Tracer player. And I tell you what, I mean, this is just beautiful work coming out for them. We do see George here getting the steal of the boop there. Not sure what happened there, but great work put in from both teams here. But full held, Central Methodist University, not what we were expecting whatsoever. And we've got a series on our hands here.
Yes, we do, Billy. Yes, we do. Looking so strong. And map 1, we were talking about our story going into map 2 was, hey, we're seeing different players than we saw last week, but the team looks just as strong. Ooh, we might have counted our chickens before they started hatching, because it looks like a weakness has been found and exploited by Dominguez Hills, and now it all comes down to map 3. They can still steal this series away. That was a lot of S's. I butchered my alliteration talking about butchering things, but hey, we're going to go to a quick break. Give me a chance to get my tongue untwisted. When we come back, it's Havana. We'll see you in a moment. We are all tied up after 2 here in our best of 3 series. As Dominguez Hills came out on absolute fire, white hot on Blizzard World. See if they can ride that momentum into Havana.
Can we talk about Night Fury? She is putting on a masterclass in how to play the Ana. Getting great sightlines for sleeps. I mean, we didn't notice a lot. I mean, I was noticing it because I was like really into it. The sleeps that came out of Night Fury into on-rushing Reinhardt's, flanking McCree's Cowboys.
Are you saying I should call more sleep darts in my cast, Billy? Is that what you're trying to hint at?
That's my job. It's not my job.
No, they were gorgeous. They were.
It's just what I'm noticing, because I mean, your play-by-play is just stellar. But I notice these little small nuance things. That's kind of what I do as a color caster. And I mean, the sleeps were nutty. The biotic grenades coming from Night Fury. I mean, she is absolutely exquisite with them, and the application of nano. I mean, Maelstrom better be buying that young lady a bowl of ramen after this, or maybe some chilaquiles, or some other, maybe a Cuban sandwich after this, because
I love Cubans.
If they go into like this again, I mean, they need to give 3D Hizzy, I don't know if they're old enough, but at least a 6-pack of Coke.
Rudy Hizzy is a senior, so most likely old enough to drink beer.
Get us some tequila.
You never know. I mean, I don't ever want to assume anything. But yeah, Night Fury, the sophomore, has been outstanding tonight. Be it on the BAP, which we're seeing right now, that there's still plenty of time for them to change their mind on that, or the Ana, like we saw on Blizzard World. Night Fury doing a fantastic job of keeping Dominguez Hills in these fights, of building up those ultimates and using them to great value, max value out of the cooldowns as well. So we'll see if that momentum rides here into Havana. Varsity CMU not opted for the double shield this time. This might be a map where you expected to see more of the double shield. No, it's going to be the close hold. Here they come, right at you, right at the gates. CMU Varsity looking angry. We'll see if they can steal this map back. It all comes down to map 3, Billy, and it's Andy down first. Nice freeze onto the supports, but Dominguez Hills able to retreat into the safety of their spawn.
I mean, it's a McFlurry comp coming out from CMU. We haven't seen this for just a little bit. It's still in high favor. Great walls coming out from Q Papaya, though.
Danny knows the Farah trick, though. This is something I was suggesting in our last match, and you can see why. Danny's able to circumvent the shielding, circumvent the brawl comp, pick up 2 important kills early in the fight, snowball that into an engagement victory.
Q Papaya might want to think about getting off of this May. Yep, there we go.
Yeah,
double sniper.
there's the double shield.
Love it, and I love the damage boost as well. So there's going to be one little slight variation here, Jeff. And what it is going to be you're not going to have the speed, you're not going to have a Discord orb as well. Headshot on the Sky.
Woo! And it's George that falls, so the healing's not there. Luna's going to find that res. Sky's got to stay safe long enough for George to get back on their feet and get those heal grenades down. It's actually an immortality field used. That's what the desperate situation they are in. But here come the ults. The Ant Matrix is going to charge up all the other ults. There's a supercharger available, but they don't even need the war drums. 2 quick kills courtesy of that double damage from Night Fury. And she continues to be a difference maker for Dominguez Hills.
Can we talk about 3D Hizzy once again? The shots coming out of the Assassin, absolutely crucial. Pulling out the res early as well. Andy, though, answering back, but that is still going to be point A to CSU. So now what they need to do is worry about how to displace CMU from this high ground. Terriamon not really getting a lot of work done with the Sigma so far. There's a good kill, though.
Yep, you spoke it into existence, and boom, Danny back in spawn. What concerns me is also the ult rotation. Dominguez Hills are really going to start rotating through these ults. CMU are going to have to win with only a Bob online. Going to be the Infrasites to start things off, set things up, so Wikitrix can come in here with this Gravitic Flux, spots him in that far left corner. Up they go. Maelstrom does not have the gold, no Fortify. Excuse me, that was Sky. As Maelstrom now moving in. Big halt! Oh, and not even the Ant Matrix. It's enough for Central Methodist University to maintain that high ground. They're just getting smothered in damage right now, Billy.
They just got smoked. There's no other way to put it. And let me talk about Wikitrix real quick. We haven't talked about the off-tank player very often for CSU, but they use the Gravitic Flux to get on top of the Distiller. and then was just raining hyperspills and hell all into them. And I mean, this is a small, tiny Overwatch scene here.
Yep, and it's back to that ult rotation. Now support ult's online and ready to go, and Danny finds an opening pick. George is gone. That's going to force an early res out. All the while, cart drifting ever closer. Less than 2.5 meters to go. Ult on to Danny. Sky with the follow-up. God. Pretty Hizzy was trying to hide on top of those stills, and he's
Wiki!
chase them off. But meanwhile, on the front line, Wiki's got a pair. And this is inevitable. Wiki with their third of the fight. And Terriermon even invests the flux into this. Andy picks up 2. No way you bring this back. Andy gets the kill on a 3D Hizzy. You're kidding me. They hold the line, Billy. They hold the line.
2.37 meters. They have Dragon Strike, and
there's only 2 of them left.
I know. And I mean, Wikitrix was probably on about 75 health when they let loose with the gravitic flux. Are you kidding? And got maximum value out of it.
I don't believe it. I thought that was a fool's flux for sure, but Terriermon and Andy hold on. But here comes the response. Wikitrix is going to go ahead and drop theirs down and use a Transcendence. Dominguez Hill's going to try to push forward. But it's Supercharger and Amp Matrix on the other side. There's a lot of damage on the battlefield right now. Just like sneeze on somebody, they're going to die with this much damage ample on the board. So you better hope the other team doesn't have a cold right now, but it's Sky feeling cold back in spawn. Wikitrix with the response. These teams are going neck and neck here on the back of the distillery. Sky's back in this fight. It's going to give the edge to the defense.
Okay, 3D Hizzy, time to get off the Widowmaker, go with something a little bit more utility. I know that you were clicking heads earlier, but now the sight lines are not the same. Dragon's going to come out, though.
I'm not crazy about that one. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of follow-up. You can use those dragons to split somebody off and then pounce on a displaced member of the defense. Danny is then going to fall as well. So, I mean, I think that's the first ult out of the Dominguez Hills that was a little out of place for me. So far, they've been really good on that ult rotation, but now they've got 90 seconds left. Still have a couple to work with.
Yeah, but Bob is ready to go. So Immortality Field might be worn out early. What a shot from Hizzy, though.
Yeah, that's like, no, I will stay on this Widowmaker and I will find value. I'm going to click heads, Billy. That's what 3D Hizzy said. Oh, the stun! So Terriermon trying to drop that way too close to home. And eats a rock from Wikitrix, taken out of that. Couple of more kills for the attacking team as they plant their feet on the back of point B.
Oh boy, this is bad situation. Yep, Terriermon going down. That's half of their shielding out. This should be the pickup here.
Yeah, you can see Sky just making their way up the stairs now. And look like they are going to try to contest. I see about 3 or 4 members of the defense. They're going to drop the Amp Matrix. Transcendence out from the other side. Wikitrix throwing down the Flux. Didn't quite see where that would land. I think they went after Sky, who had the Fortify ready to go. But in the end, it's going to be Night Fury in 3D lighting up the feed. Night Fury continues to impress. Continues to inflict tons of damage and tons of healing output.
Yeah, but I think the Wikitrix have inserted themselves into this conversation a lot more here on this third map. I mean, we haven't really spoken their name, but I mean, as an off tank, sometimes you don't do that. I mean, they were doing their job as a diva very well in the other maps, but as the Sigma here, they have been getting maximum value.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking where they're leading the charge there. I mean, using the Flux a little early, just building up a little bit of that extra shielding. They didn't really try to buy any position from it, but what they're doing is they're forcing Central Methodist University to fight to take this corner, while they're able to just put one person on cart and escort it up. But Andy finds this crazy off angle on the far left-hand side. What a creative spot for a Widowmaker and getting value out of it. Now we've got the War Drums out from both sides. Superchargers on the battlefield. Maelstrom made a ton of damage from those dragons. It forces out the Immortality Field. This could be the defense's turn to get aggressive. They got a lot of resources out. Now they've got the kills to follow it up.
Man, they took a ton of damage. That is the second Amp Matrix in that fight, Jeff. That's how much output George was doing on this Baptiste. And they get the value once again. All the ult charges going back up for Central Methodist. I mean, they just put a lot of work and a lot of resources into that fight. But now you're looking at Dragons and Amp Matrix Force. Cal State here. Oh my goodness, Chef, this could be a dynamic fight.
And I feel like it took this long for CMU to get back into the old conversation. Dragons from Danny. You're going to force everybody from the defense back, and that's what I'm talking about. Sky got split up, and they pounce on the Orisa. That was a much better Dragons than we saw on point B, and Maelstrom gets the kill onto the Baptista boot. That's 2 high-priority picks for the attackers, and they're starting to storm the gates here, Billy.
I mean, this is like going to be a huge flux. Do they have anything to respond into it? Yes, the Transcendence is there.
You able to try to get close, but no, the response from Wiki counter it back.
Oh,
and
C9!
They don't touch.
Oh,
not
my.
like this, Dominguez Hills. Not like this.
Somebody, please put the sign out.
Everything was going so well for him. Everything was going so well. They had the ults to take it home. And that is a letter number, friends. That is textbook. There were 6 members of Dominguez Hill alive.
Harumph. That's all I got to say. Harumph.
That's some spaghetti. There's spaghetti all over the place, Billy.
I've slipped on the spaghetti. Let's talk about
There's
this.
spaghetti all over the place.
It is fully lubricated spaghetti as well. All covered in olive oil. All covered in olive oil.
We have to move on. They gotta move on.
All right.
You gotta just forget about that. Yep, that happened. You wish it hadn't happened, but that happened. So now Dominguez Hills needs a stalwart defense, which we saw them do on Blizzard World. So I mean, they're still within absolute range of taking this third and final map.
Well, let's see what kind of a double shield defense coming out from the Toros here will consist of. 3D Hizzy has not picked a character yet, so they might be a little late to the fight. I wonder if they were going to think about bringing the Tracer to bear.
No, they're pulling out the Widow. Which, hey, I mean, quality Widow. Let's see if they probably got time using that grapple to kind of speed themselves forward. I'm sure they got time to get in a good position.
Oh, what a halt rock!
Have an impact here. Yeah, it was a nice little halt rock. Does get the fortify out of Maelstrom. They use that to get the shield up. Shield burned down. Second shield burned down. Opportunity for CMU to push forward. Opportunity for these snipers of Central Methodist to find an opening. A battle on this corner. Both teams just throwing damage back and forth, but it's CMU gaining ground the whole time. Dominguez Hills are running out of cover. They're running out of places to hide.
Oh my gosh. Early Ant Matrix coming out from Central Methodist as well. That's going to be double damage going through there. Shields are going to be at a premium. I mean, it's all about the shield break war right now, Jeff. That is what's going to win. Whoever is going to win this first engagement. Whoever takes down the shielding first. So look at Terriermon trying to get a little aggressive on the flank here.
I like it. They're putting pressure down, and they're kind of trying to box in a little bit. I mean, we've got a nice little duel between the Sigmas going on. Immortality Field up, trying to give WikiTrix the edge. But WikiTrix wasn't close. Andy is able to find the shot from the other side. And Central Methodist University are doing a good job of opening this up. And now they've lost Sky. They've lost everybody. It all started to fall. Once the Orisa goes down, it's dominoes, and the rest fall with him.
Yep, and now it's just time for a tactical reset. Almost a minute and a half off of their original time bank gone now. Both tank ultimates ready to go for CSU. Sky just lacking a little bit far behind, not too far behind of Maelstrom in the supercharger department, but what I'm really looking at is E-Metal with this Transcendence going to be able to survive Dragons or Flux.
Oh, it's nice shooting. And Maelstrom is the first to fall this time. And nice fortify avoids the gravitic flux, and those health bars from Central Methodist looking oh so low, and that M-Matrix is only going to do him dirty. Now, Andy does fall. Night Fury strikes back, even without their Orisa. Dominguez Hills looking dangerous, but they don't have the control to stick around. They don't have the positioning to stick around, and now they have lost too many reinforcements. They're going to go ahead and drop a supercharger, but it's just 3 members left. And Sky doesn't last long without that. He or CBO's Maelstrom. I mean, Sky both fall. Are you kidding me? A 2-person retake?
Yeah. Hey, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, Jeff. And that's exactly what they've done here. Flip the script, and now
CMU had the numbers so badly.
Yes, sir, they did. But the Transcendence was good. The kite back was good. The use of the supercharger to make that recontest happen was absolutely brilliant. I wouldn't have invested it, but they're playing way better than I ever would.
Hey, yeah, you got to respect it. I mean, with both the races going down, the defense holds on. CMU goes for the reset, which I can't blame him with the amount of time left on the clock. But now Andy is off the battlefield, and it's Central Methodist fighting from a deficit. Terrier Mon gets DMAC'd. I mean, look at this. Wiki Tricks is just right in their face. I mean, might as well just be punching them with that right hand. No hyperspheres necessary. Landing haymakers left and right.
Good Lord. They got families, man.
Oh, nice exit picks. Nice exit picks. All right. I mean, yeah, Wiki Tricks having an absolutely fantastic map here.
That is 900,000 IQ from them just to be able to push for WM1 all into the offense there. Gained themselves another gravitic flux here. So, I mean, Terriamon swapping to the Diva, now going back to the Sigma. Alt charge reset.
Andy with the infrasights to start things off. Hit Matrix down, but here comes Wiki Tricks. Drop it in the flux. There's no gold. Sky is gone. It's gonna be 2 picks for the offense, but here comes the clapback yet again. Dominguez Hills all over it. George is down. Overtime Wick is burning. Night Fury picks up another one. And Dominguez Hills are gonna hand Central Methodist their first loss of the season. They come back from a 1-0 deficit. They come back from being down in so many fights, and they stand victorious on the back of this series.
Holy cow. That was not on my script for today there, Jeff. 2-0 team, not having dropped a map the entirety of our fledgling season here, and now Wiki Tricks and company just absolutely taking it to them. The super sub of Easy, good Lord, coming in, but Wiki Tricks came alive on Havana. Whoo, boy, that just turned our season, at least as far as the top of the leaderboard, upside down, sideways, whichever way you want to put it. Put a scoop of ice cream on it. They're now 2-1. And now Dominguez Hills, as Caroline was telling us, that she said that they didn't look necessarily like the Dominguez Hills that took them out of the playoffs last season, but now they're looking very strong. Man, Maelstrom and I just wow. A little bit tongue-tied, a little bit flustered. Was not expecting that, but I tell you what, the work was put in there. Yikes. Scariness here in our champions division.
Yeah, Central Methodist University, don't know what hit them either. I mean, that was, nobody got the number of that truck. They got ran over. The defense, so good. That's 2 full holds back to back. Dominguez Hills did not give up a single point on Blizzard World, did not give up a single point on Havana. And I mean, wow, what an outstanding performance. They have now stamped themselves in my brain and should be in yours as well at home, friends. This is a team to watch out for here in the Champions Division.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, goodness gracious, Night Fury, my MVP of the day.
I was going to say, do you go with the freshman in Wiki Tricks, or are we going to go with the sophomore that is Night Fury and the back line on the BOP and the BAP and the Anna, or the BOP and the Anna, whatever.
Bopana? Bopana.
Bopana. The Bopana.
Oh, no.
All right.
Okay. Anyways,
no.
We're going with Night Fury, at least on my side.
No, I'd have to agree with you. As great a performance as Wiki Tricks put up in map 3 on this Sigma, Night Fury was outstanding all map long. I mean, all the way to Lijiang Tower, though they lost that map, the back performance was fantastic there. So yeah, Night Fury is your player of the match, at least according to your 2 casters, for whatever that's worth. But hey, that's I was impressed. I
mean, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where they go here in NECC's season, because Champions Division, I thought it was going to be a Central Methodist kind of bulldoze through it. I mean, map number 1, completely different team than what we saw Dominguez Hill bring out 2 and 3. Yeah. So, man, I mean, it's all to play for. This is exactly why you come on any given day. Anything can happen, as I said in our previous match, and here we see it. Dominguez Hills reverse sweep, take the 2-1 victory.
And I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward, and I cross my fingers that we get to see these 2 meet perhaps in postseason, and Black Magic back in the lineup, and have Silent back in the lineup, and what we presume to be the actual starting roster for Central Methodist University. I want to see them at a full 100% going up against the squad from Dominguez Hills. I hope we get that, Billy, because that would be just hype as could be.
Absolutely. It's a banner match. Looking forward to it. But, that is later on down the line. We'll see what happens come playoff times. But it's our last match of the night for us.
It is. Sad face. But we've had a blast doing it. We really appreciate all the people behind the scenes. We got Tofu on prod. We had Caroline and Shelton doing the camera work for you. So big shout out to them, keeping us in check here on the front. And thank you very much for hanging out with us. And you'll have one more match coming up, our final match of the evening. So stick around. And we will see you next week. The two of us will be back next week. Well, I think so. At least I'll be back next week. But otherwise, yeah, stick around for our 5th match of the night, and we'll have that for you in just a few.
Bye, guys. Love y'all.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NECC. It's the last Overwatch match of the day. Redbird Overwatch White versus WCU Overwatch A. That's Illinois State University taking on Western Colorado University here to cap things off for today's action. I'm Corbeck, and alongside me is Tropic Theory. And Tropic, not quite sure what to make of this one, just based on the records. It could very well be an interesting match, all things considered.
Honestly, it's definitely. And to really also add in that Redbird White has a sub for their DPS Froza. So Bagel will actually be playing while we wait for Froza. So we'll see how that goes. But to also comment on WCA, now, right now, they are at that 8 ranking of the leaderboards for the Emergent Scion division. And their team above them, number 7, Concordia Western University of Wisconsin Falcons, has a map differential of 6-3. So currently, right now, WCUA, to really keep that number 8 ranking, wants to win these next 3 maps that we have to really get them neck and neck with them. Though Redbird White, this could be the week if their comeback to get to that next level. Currently, they are ranked number 10. But Corbeck, we are only on week 3 of our NECC season.
Yeah, it's early days yet, right? And a good opportunity for a team with a 0-2 record to turn itself around tonight. Obviously, like you said, with that 1-1, WCU looking for the opportunity to sort of put themselves ahead. And of course, for those of you who are maybe unfamiliar with the NECC, we will be playing all 3 maps here. So map points do matter. They are critical for these standings. So teams really have everything to play for here. As we go ahead and get started, it will be Lijiang Tower to start us off. Always the perennially popular choice here.
Oh yeah, this is one of our classic Overwatch maps, and again, different map terrains, and we're going to be starting on the Control Map Center, which typically I'm thinking a lot more Brawl. I'm thinking we might have some Junkrat, we might have some high damage DPS for these tight areas. So we'll see what these teams will be choosing. Currently, we are in this middle waiting phase to really kick this off. Though, I do see Bagel playing around with that Pharah. And, when I think of Pharah, I think of a Mercy. And when I see Mercy, I hope that they will go for that Battle Mercy kill, Corbeck.
Yeah, no, it would be something, but long loading times. Somebody got them Punch Showdown loading times over there on one of these 2 teams, but that's okay. Looks like everybody's in it now, and we can get started when we see the hero picks coming out. I agree with you, Tropic, in regards to the Brawl. That's kind of what I saw here earlier today. An interesting mix-up of kind of a Cowboy Junkrat setup versus a Symmetra Junkrat setup. Unfortunately, the Symmetra setup never really seemed to get going as much as it could. The sustain was just not there, but certainly raising some interesting prospects. And we actually see Symmetras coming out on both sides of the ball here.
And, when I see this Symmetra, I really look to see who's going to be making their way on the point first. Who's going to be setting up those tallies to really get that Junkrat into position, and also those shields into position to really deal that damage. So I'm looking at Twidair coming in, and actually we are not going to be having a Junkrat on the WCA side.
Interesting. You are sacrificing, I think, a fair amount of damage here to have there in on the Hanzo. Interesting too. Ghostly choosing to go with the Stigma here as the off tank compared to Zarya. I don't necessarily know what to make of that, Tropic. I feel like you're almost kind of you're handicapping yourself in an early stage.
Yeah, certainly. But, that Sigma ultimate could be really beneficial, especially for, our DPS coming in.
Well, they're playing it very cagey here around the server room, but the initial push in coming from Titan right there. The turret's obviously slowing them down for a half second, but nothing that he can't really deal with. Those turrets, I think, got eliminated shortly thereafter. They're trying to play this outside angle, actually, which is what we would expect. Trodair getting taken down early on, just clipped by the headshot. That'll leave some room here for Ultra to get aggressive. The Junkrat taking the place of his opponent and just pushing up there, but still not a lot of kills feeding forward for any of these teams. The Amplification Matrix coming out early on. That's IE Crayons Melton. There goes the rest of Redbird White. And the only member still holding out here is Ghostly, who will narrowly avoid the pin before being brought down.
Now, within that fight, we really saw that, Redbird White was really holding strong on that really center area. But again, we were talking about that difference of Sigma versus Zarya, and we're really seeing that Titan has that benefit of the bubble to really be able to get aggressive when he has that opportunity.
Well, they're pushing right in again. They're going to use the Symmetra barrier to give them a little bit of room, but again, oh, it's just Ultra all the time. They really can't do anything about this Junkrat dominating in the tight space of that choke point and helping him out right there as Nona, who just looks like they bathe in nuclear waste at the moment. They're so charged up.
Oh, exactly. They are a very shiny Zarya at the moment, and we have to comment on these ultimates coming in through WCA. You know, they have the ultimates ready to be able to use that combination of Nona and Zaro's, that grab Dragon's combination, and that is just a powerful combination to be proactive in the fight. Ooh, but Ghost gets a little low.
Oh, they're already running into Ultra Cook here, who's really just being a bit of a problem. There's the tire that comes over the top. Crimson is down, and that's the main source of healing. The Immortality Field, the whole kit and caboodle taken out of the equation early on as Ultra Cook continues to just be a real pain here. That's Trodair who gets taken down yet again, and honestly, feel like they haven't really ever stabilized from that first fight.
No, they haven't. They've had these ultimates. They continue to keep charging them that they're just proactive each and every time. But though we are in this last fight territory, 70% and counting, Redbird White have the ultimates to really push in and get this. So I'm looking for them to really, right now, they really need Ultra Cook to go down to really make their way in.
They're going to have to get through this dangerous choke point here. The aggressive play on the grab. Bagel manages to turn a kill out of it. The Dragon's just a little too slow, I think. Oh, no, it's just enough. Crimson got caught out. The Immortality Field was taken down. Trodair going to go ahead and try and use the tire here. It's really the only chance that they have. He's got to get a kill with it. A sound barrier was invested here as well, I believe, to just keep the team up, but they still will secure 2 kills with the tire. Nona, though, still fighting it out, and I don't think anybody's going to be able to touch, and sure enough, WCUA will walk away with stage 1 victory here.
And I have to say that we have to comment on that Junkrat. We consistently saw Reinhardt on the Redbird White side shield go down, and that is where the team just had their fun of getting the ultimate charge that they needed to be really proactive in that fight each and every time. But you know what? New map, new area, Redbird White, this could be the one. We're seeing some changes here where we are seeing some Sky friendly heroes. Trodair actually go into that Echo, and Echo can be so powerful, especially depending on who you duplicate. We could see a very quick Diva ultimate coming in if he duplicates Nona, and that could be pretty big.
Yes, unleash the Flyers, right? let them have their go here on the one map where of the series where I think they're the most effective, arguably, and they're getting right into the thick of it. An interesting little double bubble composition on one side. The ball goes for the knockoff, does manage to get Snoop Sensei down, but Crimson immediately returning the favor right there with a quick whip shot from the hip to knock him off the edge, and now both teams going into this in a 5v5. A little bit of superiority, though. I think the Ana trade was a little rough. Crimson going down there means they won't have any healing just yet either. So a lot of this fight, I think, is going to turn into a matter of just academic. How long is it going to take to wipe out the remaining members of Redbird White? But they're holding out relatively well here. Trodair, though, getting caught down, and I think that should signal the end of this push.
And I really want to comment on Redbird White's side right now. Trodair doesn't have that mercy to really continue to give them that damage boost and one up, or really stay like for like with Ultra Cook and Metatron. So I'm really looking for potentially Crimson to swap to that, though I do see why we chose Brig to really, try to deal with Titan in the background. But, we are seeing that support coming in from Ultra Cook to just really, Trodair was the first one down.
Yeah, Ultra Cook really does seem to have Trodair's number throughout most of these fights. Bagel now trying to push their way forward here. Can't get much value out of it. And look, there's Ultra Cook with the clone coming in over the top as well. But it'll be Titan with the double boop right there who really shuts this down. And Redbird White goes sailing off the edge of the map. They'll add one more kill there as well. Snoop Senpai sent the way of the rest of the team. And that will signal the end of any hopes and dreams of that attack.
And we're really seeing WCA playing aggressively, really playing on those opening picks that Ultra Cook is baking for them. And that is when we see that dive. That is when we see Titan go in that back and really consistently be up in each fight. Now we have some ultimates coming up for Redbird White. So Crimson's rally could be exactly what they need to really get through this this damage that WCA is really pushing out right now. Oh, as I say that, Caster
Ooh, an early pick there onto Crimson. Oh, that'll just cut the legs right out from underneath the support. They can't brawl with that. The Dragon coming out on the back end as well. A minefield going in too. They'll throw a Diva Bomb in there for good measure. Everything but the kitchen sink being chucked into White right there. And that is pretty much the entirety of Redbird White sent back to the spawn.
But, you know, WCA, they use quite a bit of ultimates. The only one that they'll really have coming up is Loose Goose. So if Redbird White really calculates this, this could be exactly what they need. But Korbeck, 95%, can anybody even touch?
They might be able to sneak one in here if Bagel can move fast enough, but it'll actually be IE Crayons coming over the top, pops the Primal, and immediately goes into fight or flight mode. Bagel will actually secure a kill in the midst of all of this. Bagel gets another one, but IE Crayons is dead, and that was their main source of kind of contest here. A very desperate effort here by the looks of it from Trodair on the clone. It won't last. Ghostly tries to get the Graviton out there. It just gets eaten right away. And now a cloned Brigida on the point as well. That's Ultra Cook there, pounding on their opposite number. Crimson doing an absolutely amazing job of staying alive through all of that. But alas, it is too little too late. And WCUA will walk away with map 1 victory.
And you know, it really, WCA is coming in without any, just really coming in hard. They really want this 3 map differential to really boost them up. But, you know, we have to really look to see what Redbird White can do in this instance. And right now, we're really seeing that their support line is going down quickly each and every time. And without that support, it's really hard to be proactive, utilize those ultimates correctly to, you know, let them break that chain of aggression that WCA just has right now. And so I'm really looking for Bagel, Bagel to really focus those like Ultra Cook. Ultra Cook was pumping out so much damage and almost without any contest.
Hey, you're very right there. Well, continue watching to see if Ultra Cook will remain free to kill as many of the enemy team as he can in as short a time as possible. We'll be right back after this quick break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC here. Last Overwatch match of the day. It's Redbird Overwatch White from Illinois State University versus WCU Overwatch A. That'll be Western Colorado University, the alma mater of famed treasure hunter Barry Clifford. I'm Corbeck, and alongside me is Tropic Theory as we get ready for map 2, and WCU showing a bit of a commanding presence on that last map of Lijiang Tower.
Oh yeah, but you know what? We also have to account that these control maps move so quickly, and Redbird White, maybe just these control maps weren't their maps, but maybe Blizzard World, this hybrid map, will be their map. And Corbeck, this is actually one of my favorite maps. I love the different map terrain, but that first choke for that first point can be so difficult to push through. And I see Troder rocking that Pharah, and I was just going to comment that this first choke, we could be seeing these flying characters once again. Maybe a little bit of damage from Pharah, maybe a little damage from Echo. So we'll see what they bring out. I'm also expecting a little bit more of a dive, like Winston D.Va coming through.
Yeah, that would certainly be something to see, though. I'd be a bit surprised, I think, well, no, I guess not. Now that I think about it, Blizzard World, a map where perhaps it could lend itself to that. We're still obviously waiting for some of those players to load in, so I don't know how much we can really prognosticate from these current lineups, because I have a feeling we're not going to see the old Bastion Torb buddy combo there is just not really a DPS key.
You
as
mean
we get
the
some
super
swooping
turret?
camera angles. The super turret. Yeah, the old super turret. What is it? No, it's not a Builder comp, because Builder used to be Symmetra and Torbjorn, but
yes.
yeah, wasn't there a strat back in the day where you would essentially was it a Bastion, a Symmetra, and a Torbjorn, and you would just kind of run into the point and throw down shields, and they would just shoot things? I seem to remember that being a whole.
That was a
plan.
thing where it was just full on carnage of turrets, and you had the lasers coming out from Symmetra. I mean, good old non-roll lock days.
Yeah, back before 222, the wild heady days before 222, when you had 5 DPS and 1 support, and that was uphill both ways to these objective points. But anyway, we are ready to get started here, and hopefully we'll get an idea of what teams will look like. I did see this played a little bit earlier today. Admittedly, it was from teams in the Legend Division, so I think it was a little bit different, but Torbjorn did make an appearance on the initial defense. It did not work out so well, Tropic, I'm afraid to say.
Oh, unfortunate. I'm a big, I think we both are, disciples of the Church of Torbjorn. So, part of me hopes that comes out, but you know what? Sometimes you don't get what you wish for. And coming in from the defense side, I'm going to comment on them since, WCA can pull something out in this time remaining. Not surprised that this is going to be full-on bunker. We're going double shield coming in, but... And also, I do like Troder on this May. This could really disrupt the flow coming in. I did comment on the limited choke points to really get in on this point. So this could potentially help, but Corbeck, we saw Titan just create such carnage in the back line that I'm really looking to Bagel once again to really deviate that and protect his supports coming in here.
Well, that's just the problem, though. I mean, Cowboy only has 1 stun. So it's going to... There's a lot of targets in this that... I mean, namely looking at Bull and the Genji, right, would be the 2 that you would want to stun the most. And I guess you can kind of hope that your Mei is resilient enough to deal with either of those threats as well. But an immediate engage there from Ultra Cook. And instead, it's IE Crayons who will go down. I'm actually a little bit surprised because I genuinely thought Ultra Cook was not going to escape that. Forcing kind of an ugly rotation off of the high ground over to the point. Now, this is a very dangerous situation indeed. Ghostly is down, and Redbird White scrambling for answers on this first point, and they're not going to find him. Snoot Senpai down, Bagel down, and there goes Crimson. And it'll be the last member, Troder, holding out for a hero, but there will be none.
Oh, I saw Ultra Cook try to deflect the Rhine Hammer. Did not think that was going to work, but I have to comment, Loose Goose and Majorshan just really doing a great job on the healing aspect. Throughout this whole thing, we have seen just strong heals coming in from the WCA side, and that is what, their DPS just has that leverage of consistently staying alive with a Nano Boost coming up. But Bagel gets Titan down, and that could be their opening.
Titan did kind of dive in there a Yet bravely, a bit boldly, and got punished for his hubris. Flew a little too close to the Sun, or in this case, the Ice Beam. But they'll back up just a little bit here. Bagel trying to put that damage down range with the Peacekeeper. Not really finding the shots, but certainly putting the pressure on. Still, a slow, sort of relentless advance coming out of the side of WCUA, and they actually have in the tank a significant number of ultimates. The first of which we're about to see. It's Gravitic Flux coming out. Crimson is down, and there goes Bagel as well. And that might actually signal the end of this Streets phase defense, because they've got nothing to answer here as the mines come down. Ghostly now desperately trying to back up, but what can they possibly do in the face of such unrelenting hatred? Let's call it that.
And you know, we're seeing this trend of WCA having this such aggression and such a confidence to really push forward that they are consistently building these ultimates. Redbird White, we are just now gradually getting these ultimates coming in. We have Blizzard for this next fight, but we have to question if they're changing just a little too late. You know, we have this DPS combination coming in from WCA, and you know, they're not really countering these tanks with their tanks.
There's really been no let up here.
Yeah.
WCU is just keeping the heat on. Ghostly finally gets tightened again. But remember, the last time we saw a surge coming out from this WCUA team, they had lost him as well. Down comes the Genji Blade. Bagel backpedals right there. Trodair is taken down as well. And it's a beautiful Genji Blade from Ultra Cook, cleaning up those kills, taking out the Immortality Field. And Nona just going to push right up into it. And man, I don't know about you, Tropic, but it looks like Redbird Wright is just reeling here.
Yeah, they are struggling to really get their footing under them right now. But you know what? This Blizzard could be exactly what they need.
Oh, he attempts to go for the Gravitic Flux right there, but he's Blizzard and he's hit by some other stun. I don't know what it was. The attempted charge there won't connect, i.e. Crayons manages to secure a kill on a Nona, but again, it's Ultra Cook. The DPS just unstoppable here all over the place, and despite some brief setbacks, WCUA finishes with a meaty 44-36 in the time bank.
Oh man, you know what? Loose Goose coming in right now, just keeping Ultra Cook alive in each of his aggressive dashes. You know, we talked about that first one where he was deflecting a Reinhardt hammer, which really doesn't work out. But you know, he had the confidence to really push in with Loose Goose and Megarchion's healing coming through. So kudos, those are the two people I am looking at right now that is really keeping this aggression and this confidence that the tanks and DPS have on the WCUA side. Now, Redbird White, I'm thinking that they need to have the confidence to switch sooner. I know that we are building ultimates, but if it's not working, it is not working.
You're very right in that regard, and my dog is having strong opinions about the state of these team compositions in the background here. I don't know if you can hear that, but he's a fan. Let's just say that. Not a fan of this particular comp, though. Yeah, you hear him. He's not happy. Torbjorn, where's Torb on defense, guys? What are you doing? He's got a turret. He helps cancel out dives. He's great, but you see this set up, the double bubble again, and Tropic, I don't know, the double bubble just did not function very well for this team last time. I feel like they really got split up when they ran a very similar comp on Lijiang, and I can't feel, with the distances included in Blizzard World, I can't feel that this is going to be much different.
Well, I'm a little bit more confident since Trodair has Snoop Senpai to really put pressure from above. So hopefully that pressure from above really distracts, so i.e. Crayons can go in with Ghostly's bubble to get an initial kill. But we'll see if this, pressure from above really will help, because we still have Zero on this Hanzo, and she was doing a great job, really not missing many shots there. Oh!
No, Zero has been doing a good job, but losing Crimson early on, I feel like we've seen this bit of tape before where one of the supports goes down early for Redbird White, and it just kind of slows down the entire push. Fortunately, they're able to get the res here, but they're just stuck pushing out of the Lost and Found and straight into the gun line here, and Ghostly will not be able to sustain themselves. The Winston bubble just not enough to counter that sheer amount of damage. i.e. Crayons trying to play aggressively in the front line. Unfortunately, the jump betraying him just a little bit right there. Trodair is down. That's the rest of the team going, and it's just a matter of cleanup here for WCUA.
And we have to notate that Ultra Cook is almost close to that blade once again, so that's going to be really tough if they're able to get that last 25% or so to push in, because they're going to be proactive. WCUA has been proactive each and every time when they have these winning ultimates coming through. I'm really looking for Trodair and Snoop Senpai to potentially take a different angle and to allow I Eat Crayons to dive in at another angle to push them off guard, but that purple coming in, Korbeck.
Oh my, an anti-nade to end all anti-nades right there. A sort of quasi-dive coming in over the top, and I'm afraid all that's done is leave IA Crayons in a place where he can't get easily healed. He'll try and jump back to the team, but he won't make it. He's clipped on the tail end. Megarchion there getting that one. They'll get the res in, though, and ooh, this is a promising. Ultra Cook has been taken down by Trodair. Finally, some well-earned vengeance there coming out of the Echo player, and they'll start to push forward. Bagel just applying pressure directly to the forehead here. Nearly has the high noon in the pocket, but Zero with the huge dragons to turn it around, cuts the attack off at the knees, and just when it looked like Redbird White were about to surge forward, their dreams are crushed.
But we have ultimates coming in from Redbird White coming through for next fight. We have a minute and 40 looking on, but again, I am seeing Ultra Cook, Loose Goose have that combination. So Bagel is the one that will potentially have to stun at that perfect time and keep Crimson safe. Will that happen? We'll have to see in this next fight, but I'm already seeing that WCA will... Oh, actually, Nano Monkey comes through.
Primal Nano is not usually the play. Unfortunately, Crimson is dead. On the other side of the ball, I do believe they have the Nano Blade going in. IE Crayon's doing their level best to just cause havoc in the back line, but he's trapped up there in the Griffin ride, and, well, that'll be the last ride he ever takes, and that will signal the end of that attack. And Redbird White, they just can't quite find the secret formula here they need to get through this choke point.
The secret formula is getting Loose Goose. I was commenting how he was consistently getting, healing Ultra Cook, healing these DPS to really get aggressive, but we also have to comment on that assistant. Those nanos, those nades have been so big, and oh my gosh, Ultra Cook Korbeck!
Well, the reflex test there for Ultra Cook clearly successful, and they'll go ahead and take down one more, because Zero will get in on the action. The clone coming in of the Sigma, but he's not really able to do much for it. Trodair is done and dusted right there as soon as the illusion ends. And Crimson, they'll get ended too, and just everything that they have, their dreams just fading into sand in their fingertips right here. They can't hold on to anything.
Oh man, I'm not even sure if anybody can touch. And no, I Eat Crayons comes again, but the sleep, Korbeck!
What a sleep that was. Yeah, nap time on the point unfortunately ends with a rude awakening right there. Snoop Senpai was trying to get back on as well. He could not quite make it. A Sombra makes an appearance. It's Trodair who pops out of invisibility. The last minute touch coming in over the top now. It'll be a diva from Ghostly. The mech is annihilated. Ghostly quickly follows their mech back to the respawn room, and that should be it. So a storming win on map 2 for WCUA.
And again, WCUA really coming in hard. We see that they definitely want this map differential, and they are 2-0 currently in this match coming in. And as we saw Ultra Cook, the question is, which of the blades was it? Which was the aggressive dives was it?
It was this one. Well deserved. I was almost hoping it would be the deflection kill off the high noon, which was just absolutely filthy, but this was also quite effective, so can't take it away from him. It's so unfortunate. If you're a McCree in that position, you think you've got it, you got the, and then just no.
It breaks
I made a little gun gesture. Yeah, it breaks all of our souls, I think, to see that one Tropic. Well, hopefully the soul breaking will not continue. There's one more map left in the series, and that'll wrap us up here for NECC. Don't go anywhere. Map points do matter. We'll be right back after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC final map of the day. Redbird Overwatch White versus WCU Overwatch A. That's Illinois State University, alma mater of famed film critic Richard Roper, versus Western Colorado University. I'm Corbeck, this is Tropic Theory, and well, Tropic, I'd like to say that it's been a close match, but I feel like that would be a little bit of a fib, really, all things considered.
I mean, we have to give some consideration. Redbird White has their main DPS, Froza, Owl, and Subin and Bagel.
That's true.
You know, they typically you have that synergy with your DPS, with your support. You've played scrimmed with them. So we have to give them a little bit of consideration. And WCA, you know, they definitely want to keep that top 8 position, or at least really keep hold of that and come neck to neck with Concordia University, Wisconsin Falcons. So, you know, and again, Corbeck, week 3. It is still so early on that things can change. But speaking of which, we are going to be heading to where I currently am, Havana.
Sure, it's not nighttime there, though. I feel like right now in Havana it's a little dark, but no, it's always sunny in Havana. That's what they do tend to say. But you know, it's been a bit. It is a lower table matchup in Emergent Cyan, which is one of the lower divisions. It's still interesting, and it does have implications. And like we said at the beginning of the broadcast, map points do matter. So Redbird here playing for a little bit more than just pride at the moment. They want to try and steal a map point away if they can manage it, and kind of push their way forward here at the tail end of week 3. Havana, just a long map. I usually tend to think of this map has very distinctive sightlines, and just getting past that first point, which just has that long kind of street that you have to push your way up, Tropic, can be a real hassle for a lot of teams. And I feel like I'm a bit worried we might see at least one of these attacks kind of die before it even gets off the ground.
I mean, one of the notorious aspects about Havana is this close court hold, where teams have this composition where they hold the spawn. You know, they're able to hold the spawn because if they hold it, and even though the whole team dies, they have plenty of time to respawn, come back, and hold the corner. And so we are seeing, you know, WCA attacking first. And so we'll see if Redbird White does opt for this. We see these snipers, which is not a surprise at all. We were just commenting on these long sight lines coming through. But what I'm looking for both Bagel and Trodair is to really target Loose Goose and Meg Arshion. I apologize, Meg Arshion. And so,
Meg,
you know,
Meg Arshion? Yeah, I think that's it. It's a tricky one. I'll give you that. It's tricky. Creative. Let's put it in their category.
Creative.
Very creative indeed. Well, pushing their way up the street of death already here at the start, and the fire is coming fast and furious here, but nothing to really slow them down. Titan already rolling into the back line there, just creating a little bit of havoc, but Bagel securing an early kill. That was a good shot down range on Wadukak right there. Will take the Ash out of consideration early on. Snoop Senpai gets one here as well, and they'll clean it up by taking down Ultra Cook, a rare sight. Ultra Cook dying in the kill feed.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's having a great fun right now with Genji at this moment. I think that Crimson, having this Discord on them and having Bagel and Trodair really target those folks, really helping really take down the strong DPS that we saw last map, Corbeck.
Well, they emerged from the post office with an urgent delivery right there. Ultra Cook delivering death onto Crimson. Snoop Senpai, though, will get a measure of revenge for their fallen DPS teammate. Unfortunately, Bagel is down as well. The line's starting to break just a little bit here as Trodair falls to the unrelenting orbs of the Nona Sigma. And now they're really pushing forward into the gut. Ultra Cook coming in the back line. 2 health left in the tank. The heals get to him, though, but it's only a temporary extension of life, just long enough to get Ghostly down as IE Crayons finishes him off. Bagel tries to swing back into the action. Unfortunately, can only confirm 1 kill before being brought down, and that, I think, will be the end of point number 1.
And you know, we're really seeing the target prioritization coming through from WCA. Each and every time, Crimson, Snoop Senpai are the 2 targets that Ultra Cook goes for each and every time. And with them going down each time, you know, WCA will have this Nano Blade without their Zenyatta having this trance. So again, they are utilizing these ultimates proactively, getting on top of the fight, and here it is. We're most likely going to see Ultra Cook push that Q here shortly in the next few seconds, I would guess.
Well,
as soon as he gets it.
the dreaded Nano Blade of Doom there in the pocket should Ultra Cook wish to use it, and we have no reason to believe that he wouldn't at this stage, i.e. Crayon there just trying to lay down the suppressing fire. Takes a careful second there to place the shield to make sure that the shield is fully protected. They've got the beatdown bongo here, but the amplification matrix they use first. Here comes the Blade. Ultra Cook going in, trying to get the kills. Snoop Senpai will be a victim in the midst of all of that, but Ultra Cook with a rare, not very strong Blade in this matchup, i.e. Crayons is unfortunately down, and well, he might not have gotten a lot of kills with it dropping, but I feel like it opened up some space right there.
Oh yeah, certainly. And Crimson really keeping the team alive and pushing, really keeping their position here. But as they say that, the dynamite coming in, you know, and we're just seeing this payload consistently being pushed forward, even though Redbird White has been on top a few times. You know, they also don't have this team composition to really keep hold on the payload. We have these snipers coming through.
Unfortunately, Ultra Cook then again with the number right there. The charge on the IE Crayons followed up by the anti-nade. There's nothing the tank player can do but die in that scenario. Ultra Cook, Genji getting some well-appointed vengeance on his brother right there. The attempted Gravitic Flux does come in. Loose Goose does go down, but unfortunately the point is already captured, and that leaves just the poor, unfortunate soul of Crimson to get cleaned up here at the end.
Yeah, the cleanup.
Oh, no.
Oh,
saved! Oh, it's like a movie scene. He was about to get murdered, and the sniper saves him from a mile away.
Oh man, he probably had that. The heart was racing, and just oh man, I have been that support where I'm like, oh, I'm safe by a Zarya bubble or whichever. But oh, Nona coming through with that that Sigma rock, Korbeck, and we're seeing again this proactivity coming through from WCA.
Oh, Titan getting two with the amplified fire strike right there will be a Titan of a performance. He'll lead the way in as well with the charge kill into IE Crayons, and the defenses of the Castillo Gate just crumble right there. The fortress is definitely breached. Are they going to be able to get enough bodies out to contest? They're just waiting for the regroup.
Waiting for the regroup, and this is like one of the areas that is really tough to really cap as well because of this choke coming through. But as I say that, the Nano Blade comes through.
Oh, the Nano Blade managed to secure 2 kills. Titan, unfortunately, did die in the midst of all of that, but a minor speed bump on the road to victory here for WCUA, who, honestly, looked pretty unstoppable over there on the attacking side.
Yeah, it almost seemed like Redbird White really didn't have any opportunity. They had these 2 tanks that were very brawly, you know, to really stick on the point and hold their ground, but they never had that opportunity. Again, I'm thinking that maybe if we had a little bit of change in the tanks, you could have had a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more damage output coming in from the side of, you know, Titan and Nona. I don't know. I'm not even sure if that payload stopped Korbeck.
You know, I was going to say, I think it was more convincing looking the defense we saw on Blizzard World, but it was a very consistent sort of just chunking along in terms of progress, right? There was never a moment where you really felt like WCUA was backpedaling. It was just consistent progress throughout. It does look like we are having a little bit of technical difficulties on the stream here, but then again, what would it be if not technical difficulties on any sort of Overwatch stream? The brief pause there will end, though, just in time. 10 seconds left on the clock. Get a quick look at the team comps right there. And, well, this will be a bit of a test here for Redbird White to see if they can push their way up here, because they've not had a lot of luck with dangerous choke points so far today.
Not too much, but WCA is going to opt not to do, either of these teams have opted not to do this close court hold. So we'll have this long area for Bagel to potentially get the picks down. Hopefully Loose Goose, because that is the person that they really need to get to really break these walls that WCA has built, you know, protecting those supports that really enable them. Oh! The dynamite comes through, though, Korbeck.
I was clean enough on the feed there to see Trodair just get annihilated. The feed a little bit unclean at the moment. We're trying our best to work around it. Bagel securing a quick follow-up kill, though, so it's not going all the way of WCUA. And the card is advancing up to this first corner here by the post office. And a hard engage from Titan comes forward. The Immortality Field actually thrown maybe a little bit early right there. And Ultra Cook is blasted into tiny little atoms by Trodair on the back end of that.
Oh yeah, you know, we're really seeing that Trodaris really has all eyes on Ultra Cook right now because that has been their damage. But right now it is the duel of the Reinhardts.
Oh, it's a good old-fashioned hammer fight up there on the front line. Nothing quite like it in the world of Overwatch as the two German juggernauts swinging away on the front, but neither emerging victorious, as is often the case with those particular hammer duels. Trodair back in position now to start chunking in damage at close range. Ghostly is in position as well. Gravitic Flux coming in, drops him down. Nobody quite dead yet. An attempted guess there with the rocket. We'll find nothing. The Shatter coming in at the tail end from Titan, and that might have been the opening they need. A good charge there back in by IE Crayons, but ultimately a valiant effort entirely in vain.
Now this is going to be great for WCA to really hold this corner, but coming in from Redbird White, they have ultimates to utilize where WCA just used them, but of course, the infamous Nano Blade that we have seen all night. So right now, I'm really looking at Trodair and Crimson to keep the team alive from this, to utilize these ultimates properly.
Yeah, you can almost feel the dark energy at work here. Wadukek getting taken down early, but will it be enough? Ultra Cook is the real target to kill. The shield getting absolutely chewed apart there on the exit to the post office. The blade is avenged. Trodair gets a tire. Ultra Cook is taken down. And on that little bit of DPS action and the following aggression, Redbird White will surge forward, and they might even be able to complete this before they get any reinforcements back.
And you know, Trodair, that was their target. That Ultra Cook was the one, but right now he is looking for the opening. Is he going to be able to do it? No. Nope. Not going to take the risk.
I thought Vengeance was going to appear in a flash of blade, but it will not. They'll hold it for a later date.
Hold it, yeah, they're holding it for now, but again, they have this ultimate to really push forward. So Crimson is probably going to be Ultra Cook's initial target, so I'm hoping that the team really keeps Crimson alive to keep the team alive in this payload pushing for Redbird White.
They're trying to get a little bit of an off angle. There comes the blade. The Nano is out as well, but a quiet one. Ultra Cook is shut down and killed. And that deadly combo we've seen so much action from didn't do much on the front line, but a couple of kills coming in on the back of it as Nona gets one. Loose Goose gets another. The charge coming in there trying to separate Titan, and he will be clubbed down by IE Crayons, but IE Crayons is facing a rather unfortunate situation there. An entry to Distillery. He commits the Shatter. He tries to go forward into it, but the Immortality Field, I think, denies him the follow-up. He will die. Ghostly secured a kill, but at what cost?
Oh, man. But I have to comment, Loose Goose, you know, the blade didn't initially look like it was going to work out, but those big nades are really having the confidence for Titan and Noda to push through, get the kills needed, and here they are stopping this right here, but the Mei, that wall could change some things up.
Well, the Gravitic Flux coming in, the drop following the damage amplification matrix out as well. It's Trodair, though, who strikes early. Ultra Cook will go down. No, though, will put Trodair back in his place. That brief moment of excitement there shut down almost immediately. Still the cart working its way forward. Oh, the sleep on IE Crayons. He'll wake right back up into a nightmare of his own creation. Titan trying to go for the pin. He finds Bagel. Oh, didn't clear the corner, and that was the inevitable result right there. The amplification matrix up, a good anti-nade over the top there as well from Snoop Senpai, but is it enough? You see the aggression coming out here on the front line. IE Crayon's forced to backpedal. Now he's got a nano boost. He comes back in on the other side. Trodair picks up one. Snoop Senpai gets another, and it might just be enough, but Trodair, he can't seem to do much more than just go 1 for 1 here in this day and age, and lurking in the back line the entire time is Ultra Cook, ever the menace as the cart continues to go.
Oh, yeah, you know, Ultra Cook really sees the potential coming through for Trodair. Trodair is really destroying IE Crayon's shield coming through, or Titan shield coming through. So, you know, Ultra Cook's definitely going to be focusing on them, but will anybody even touch Korvik? Oh, there it is, the blade.
Oh, there's the blade. Crimson deleted. An arc of Crimson comes jetting out. If every samurai movie I've ever seen is enough to go by, Ghostly added into the pile. That just leaves poor Titan to clean up on the back of his DPS, and it was more than enough, and they're stopped inches from their objective.
And we're just shy of a minute coming in, and this is going to be a tough area. We have, you know, these spawn advantages coming through from WCA, especially this late in this trek of the second area. Redbird White does have these two tank ultimates as well as Trodair's ultimate, and that is a big pick coming through with 30 seconds to spare. Ooh.
Poor Trodair. It's just not his day. I feel like sometimes Crayon goes in for the charge and is just eaten alive. He might as well have jumped into a pack of angry sharks in a meat suit for all the good it did him. And well, they're gonna try and push this forward just a little bit. You almost get the feeling Ghostly wants to do it himself, but it won't quite work, I'm afraid.
And 10 seconds to spare. We have these game-winning ultimates. I'm looking at Trodair. If they're able to get this, no, Loose Goose gets him. Oh, that is devastating.
Snoop Senpai. Snoop Senpai got a kill there at the end, but unfortunately it's not enough. A punctual end right there. WCUA walking away with the 3-0 over Redbird White. They just never could find their footing, unfortunately.
But you know what? Here is that game-changing ultimate coming through from
good
Trodair to really get them that first point and that opening that they really needed. Oh,
all credit to Trodair.
Yeah.
All credit to him. That was well played. It was a rough night, I think, overall, but he never stopped battling throughout the entirety of that. And a very solid bit of tire player right there to end things off. Well, that'll just about do us here for tonight, Tropic. Any final thoughts before we wrap up the broadcast?
Oh man, WCA really came in hard, and Loose Goose coming in. I know we always see the flashy bells and whistles coming in from the DPS, and Ultra Cook, you did wonderful, as well as everybody else coming in from the DPS WCUA side. But Loose Goose, that support play coming in, really enabling them, and I just might be a little biased coming in from being a support player myself, but those nades, Korvik, I love a good Anna. That just goes through and keeping the team alive. So great job all around. And I'm looking for Redbird White to come through when Froza comes in to have a really good week, potentially next week. So we'll have to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, they've got a lot to fight for, like you said, early days. But tonight it will be WCUA who will walk away with the victory, bringing their record up to 2-1 here in Emergent Cyan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it here for NECC Overwatch for another week. We hope you enjoyed all the broadcasts today. I have been Korbeck. Alongside me has been the wonderful Tropic Theory. Thank you so much to our production crew going strong this entire time. If you want more NECC action, though, there's more collegiate esports on the way. You can tune in tomorrow and see a little bit of League of Legends there for you if that's your jam. But for those of us here on the Overwatch desk tonight, thank you for watching and have a wonderful evening.